Oh god, here we go again.
Buckle up, kids! It's time!
Oh boy. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Commentary's Magic Stream on today's Sunday, July 27, 2025. I am, as always, Grand Paws.
Big Chief.
Our cat and
Ivory.
Here we go.
it's Slogfest once again. It's more often than once a year.
That's true.
Approximately.
Yeah, I mean, we run the prize wheel stuff as well, so that's fair.
Yeah, this is true, but it's your what is it? It's Slogfestmas once again.
It's Slugfestimus. Slugfestivus?
Sure.
Slogfestivus, there it is.
There we go. Okay. So many of you probably already know what's going on here, but just in case you don't, we are about to launch. Normally we do this just after the set is launched, but we are about to launch Tales of Light. The latest in the line of commentary is Magic designed, tested, etc. sets, with your help, of course. And we're going to go through every single one of the 163 cards, plus some other stuff, just a few things, that is in this set. And you get to come along with us as we rate each of these cards by our rating scale.
But what is our rating scale, Arakat?
Well, here you go. So, card ratings 4.0. This is a combination of two things. The card's relative utility, and most cards have a deck or set of decks that they are intended to go in. And the rating that we give each card is going to be based on both of these things. So, if it's a card that just doesn't do much, then it's going to get a low rating. And if it goes in a deck that's just very meme-worthy and is funny but doesn't, tend to place well in tournaments, it's going to get a low rating. If it's really good at just being a good solid card on its own and it goes in a deck or a set of decks that are also just good and tend to win, then it's going to get a good rating.
Makes enough sense.
And so you can see some examples of various cards and where we think they'd go. On average. I still think Sphinx is criminally underrated.
You are allowed to have opinions.
It's got great utility.
You are allowed to be wrong.
It's got amazing utility, in fact.
At Tilton GP?
Correct.
Yes, but that's such a niche utility that it's really a sideboard card, right? Because it's only for the matchup against GP.
Well, yeah. So looking at our rating scale, it's the decks it is in are intended to annoy GP. Do they succeed at doing that?
That's a good point. Maybe Sphinx does need a higher rating.
This is clearly how our scale is intended to be used.
I mean, it's true. It is worth noting, because of this dual element for scoring, we're basically going to be taking the lowest score of either of those two, or at least the average between them, right? So if a card has incredible utility, has a really neat effect, or something that could be very impactful on a game, but there's really no good place for it to go, it's going to get a lower score. Likewise, if a card is in a deck that is really overperforming, but the card just, is fighting for space within that list of 45 or 50 cards, it'll also get a lower rating that way.
Yeah, you could swap it out, the deck would do just as well.
Well, yeah, it's stuff like, so I put entry in this tier 0 deck. The entry doesn't automatically get a 5.
Right, exactly.
It's just entry.
It's just entry, most of the time, unless it's Ray of Hope, and then it gets a 5, because that card's dumb.
That card is kind of dumb, but that card is what that card is.
Correct. And then, just for everyone to kind of brace for it, Ara mentioned there's 163 plus some bonus cards here. I'm guessing fewer mains this time, and a few more cycles, it'll be easy to discuss. I'm going to say optimistically 6.5 hours.
Oh, we're betting on how long it's gonna run. Yeah, okay, we'll go with that.
Until I fall asleep.
Yes, sure.
But cheese never sleeps.
You really don't, and this is me saying this. All right, this is gonna take a while. So, shall we?
Let's do it. All right.
Here's our first card.
Sprout, large and in charge. It's one of our few mains that we're discussing in this set. So he's an orange Earth Pony, home limit 3 on the boosted, home limit 3 on start, home limit 4 on the boosted, 1 power in orange on start, 3 power orange on the boosted. Start side, immediate pay 4 AT to turn this card over. You pay 1 less to activate this ability for each of the following that is true. An opponent has more friends than you, an opponent has more points than you, or an opponent has more cards in hand than you. Boosted side, at the start of your turn, if you have at least 1 face-up troublemaker, you may pay 1 to have an opponent discard a card. When an opponent discards a card, you pay 1 less to play your next card with the same type as that discarded card this turn. Alright. Start side is very reminiscent of what we saw with like Party Cannoneer, where there's a high cost to flip, but there's ways that you can reduce it, except in this way, or for this card, you really don't have to do much. In fact, the less that you do, the more likely it is you're going to be able to pay a discount because the opponent's going to play friends and the opponent's going to score more points.
Well, yeah, this is Sprout. He's very obviously envious of what your opponent is doing.
Right.
You will need to do stuff to have your opponent have more cards than you.
This is true.
But
right?
Generally stuff you want to do. So
this card went through a lot of revisions over testing, and making you have a face-up troublemaker was one of the last changes that was added, and let me tell you, it is necessary, because even though this is effectively Sweet Apple Acres on a main, somehow that's significantly better when it's on a main and not on a resource that you have to take up a card slot for in your deck.
Yeah, it's about to. Sweet Apple Acres is also one of those cards where it's just like, But then you put it on a main, and it works. Somehow.
Right. Well, you also get a discount for it. That's how it also helps, too, right? So, Sprout's going to need to slow down a little bit compared to some of the other more aggressive orange mains, simply by virtue of the fact that he's going to need to keep Troublemakers face up, and he's going to want to rely on other sources of discard there as well. But cards like Just Make It Work, or Eyebrow Raise, or Main's Melody Challenge are obviously going to work very, very well. Rarity and Trenderhoof. Remember, you will get the discount on playing your next card with the same card type for any source of discard that's here. It's not just from his own ability. And because that does not reduce the cost of the cards, it does mean that if your opponent discards the Troublemaker, yes, you do get to pay less for that action to play the Troublemaker. So overall, it's pretty good. I think the Troublemaker thing might be a little bit restricting on him. We already have a couple orange mains that are going to do well with Troublemakers. Grogard likes farming, AJ likes controlling. Sprout is going to be playing a little bit more mid-range. But I think he's going to be irritating, and I think you can go orange-white, I think you can go orange-purple, and I think you can maybe even lean into other colors if you wanted to go more aggressively. I gave him a 3.
Yeah, I gave him a 3 too. I think he's going to be interesting in some orange control, which, like, it's not going to be as hard as lockdown as purple control can be, but it's going to be interesting.
I am slightly less amused with this simply because there is an element of choice from the opponent here. So they do have some incentive to try to play games with what they're discarding. It's their choice of what to discard, which is always one of the things I hated about Sweet Apple Acres.
Yeah.
So you can have a 3, but honestly, I don't think you can really I don't think you can mess with that. You kind of have to have it this way.
I gave him a 3 as well, and the reason why he didn't get a 4 from me is because your opponent chooses what they discard, and Bugle actually makes a note here. Consider sideboarding Message of the Past against him. That's not bad advice here.
That's a good point.
Bugle gives a 4, though. So Bugle's seeing something that maybe we don't. Or maybe he's just overconfident. We'll see.
Yeah.
Bugle has made hand disruption decks before that have done really well for him, so I'm not surprised he gave it a 4.
Yeah. Without the discount, I think this is actually
Oh, this would
kinda
go down
bad.
to like
Oh.
1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it would be significantly worse. The fact that you can just pack your draw deck full of discard effects and a couple other cards that we'll talk about here in a second for a win condition, I think is the thing that's really going to boost him up.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you can. This would be mildly insane, but you can't. The discount is not restricted to once a turn, so you can absolutely sit there and just be like, ding, 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 ding.
Oh, look at my free 5-cost spike now. Thank you for having an entire handful of friends opposing aggro player.
Yeah. So, okay, I can get with it. This is also the only art from the movie because Sprout just does not appear in any of the 2D anything. Just nothing. It's amazing that the people who run the show recognize that he's kind of a twerp too. Anyway, moving on. Next card.
Alera. The good version of Alera.
The good art version.
Yeah. It's so much better. Anyway, start side. Standard, 1 power, 3 home limit, and pay 2 and retire a troublemaker to turn this card over. And so, since that says just troublemaker, it's got to be face up. On the other side, 3 power, 4 home limit. Opponents need +3 wild to confront problems where you have at least 1 face down troublemaker. If a face down troublemaker would be turned face up, you may exhaust this card instead.
So that's also very interesting because that doesn't just mean your face down troublemakers, that also means your opponents. That's a nice epic that you tried to set a trap for me for. Shame if it didn't turn up.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with that right now. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. So you can make it harder to confront just by having a face down troublemaker there, which is useful even if you let it flip up, because it does something to turn you play it. Yeah, then prevent stuff you don't want turn up.
Do you remember back in the day in like Canterlot Knights Crystal Games era where people would set up multiple layers deep troublemaker walls at problems in the event that their troublemakers were, defeated? So
and use instant flip to get them up.
An instant flip to get them up, or just have extra backup there so there was minimal amount of time where there wasn't a troublemaker at the problem.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen that quite as much anymore. People seem hesitant to run quite as many troublemakers in their decks unless they're farming. The total number has kind of decreased. So, Allura kind of gives an incentive to stack them again, though, right? Keep a troublemaker face up at the problem, make your opponent get rid of it. Pink's got enough shenanigans to work with it. If they do manage to get rid of it, cool. You've still got the face down 1 or 2, or however many there at the problem, and it's really irritating or really difficult to try to deal with face down troublemakers.
Yeah, not much affects them.
Well, one of the other things about her is, and maybe more the troublemaker meta is, we didn't really understand how to play the game back in that era. Not by modern standards. So troublemakers are seen as much more of a liability now, where if you have them, it's just like, I can put one of these down, but it costs me a token, and it's potentially points, and sometimes face-offs are valuable to the opponent. It just ends up being like, I could put troublemakers in, but I could also just put more gas.
I mean, you bring up a good point, though, right? Are you willing to spend 1 AT in a card to give a problem eccentric 3?
Yeah, and Pancake in chat also notes that her flip condition is effectively 3 AT, which is kind of expensive on the grand scheme of things.
Oh, how far we've come.
It affects all mains equally.
Don't you start with that. It'll be interesting to see what she does. Given that, well, so Pancake says it's effectively for with the need to pay the cost of a card, but that's only if you're not getting value out of stopping an opponent's Troublemaker from flipping face up, right? Yes, obviously Allura's got potential in control decks to be able to have her own Troublemaker synergy that's there, and you're going to need to get a Troublemaker into play face up at some point just to be able to get her boosted, unless you're relying on other methods like How About You? But once she's there, she's such a farm hoser, it's really, really frustrating. Because many times, unless your opponent's in blue, they're going to have to commit to which problem they're planning on challenging first, and you can just stop that Troublemaker from flipping up almost perpetually, unless the opponent is also overcommitting to having face-down Troublemakers there, laying epic after epic after epic. What do you think, Cheese?
I think 2. I think her flip is a lot, and I think there's better strategies. Just like for what she wants to, or I think what she wants to do is not the best strategy.
She's very much in, this is interesting, but is this good? So there's a ton of utility here. I'm not sure that the decks that she's in are going to perform incredibly well. Dunno, prove me wrong.
I give her 2.5. I'm a little bit more optimistic. Eccentric 3 is a lot. And much like many other abilities in this game, it's also something your opponent has a tendency to forget. So purely for opponent's lack of memory skills, I'm going to give her the extra half a point.
Oh, we'll talk about that later.
Am I really the optimist here? Not by much. I gave her a 3. I do agree that her start side ability is kind of difficult to make work, but once you make it work, I don't know. +3 to confront, that's not exactly something that you have to commit to that, and that's assuming you remember it in the first place, like you said.
I think one thing that will really help is 6 hours from now when we actually get to the problems of this set to take a look at what Control has for a problem setup, and I think that will help a lot.
That might also just be a get used to it thing.
All right. Well, that's all the mains.
Bugle gives it a 3, by the way. Other mains are better, but she's functional. Okay, next card. So we've got Lava flexing on. This is a 2-power, 3-cost, 3-blue rec dragon with magic restored. And main phase, exhaust this card and remove a counter from this card. Not a magic counter, any kind of counter, including +1 power counters, to frighten an opposing friend with power less than or equal to this friend's power. Like blue needed more frighten.
Yeah, but because blue has so much frighten, do you really want to commit to this version of it, is the question.
Well, it also says magic restored.
Yeah, that's kind of the big draw, right?
Although it does amuse me that because this can consume +1 power counters, you can sit there and make it very large, which admittedly does make it a target, but it also opens up what it can hit.
Yeah, I gave this card a bit extra on points just because it can consume other counters.
Yeah. The funny one here is you can actually consume -1 power counters on this.
Making it bigger and thus able to hit a bigger card. Yeah, it's amusing.
Wouldn't negative power counters mean that it has less power, so you can hit less?
Yes, but it's funny because you're one, you have to remove the +1 power counter, but two, you're also removing a counter with a bad effect.
Like, removing the -1 power counter is part of the cost of activating the ability, so that counter is gone by the time you check what the card's power is. So if it was 1 power because it had a -1 power counter before, when you remove it, it now becomes 2 power, able to hit a card bigger than what it was able to previously.
This is silly.
Yep.
It works the opposite. It works the opposite way with +1 counters, obviously. So don't hose yourself on this. Don't sit there and have a 3 power, lava because you've got a +1 power counter on there and be like, cool, I'm gonna hit that opponent's, minuet or whatever, and then realize that you can't.
Yeah. Have a 2.5.
Yeah, 2.5.
2 from me.
I'm also gonna go 2. Maybe I'm just bitter that it's not 3 power, but I'm sure we'll find a use in some decks. I'm just not convinced it'll go in mine.
There's certainly enough blue frightened synergy going on. The question is, can you get extra value out of the Magic Restored name? Maybe. You might be able to. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it's more options for Magic Restored. And I think that's the equally significant part of this card.
I guess we should also probably sit here and talk about the fact that it's a blue friend that exhausts, and that means you can use it with Bottled Dragonfire to draw a card off of it, which is pretty good. So, fine, she can have extra half a point.
I'm still no. I refuse.
2.5.
2.5 is probably correct. Pancake says it's a limited bomb, a 4 for sealed. Yeah, removal is king.
Bugle gives it a 3. Next card?
Okay, we have Lead Pegasnail, Sky Marshal, 3 costs, 2 blue rec, 3 blue power, critter friend with Magic Restored. At the start of a face-off, add a problem. If this card has at least 1 magic counter on it, this card becomes involved in the face-off. And this card has competitive 1 for each magic counter on it. That seems alright. I mean, it's similar to Ember's ability, except potentially larger.
Except it's only problems. Problem face off.
No,
That is
face
add a
offs.
problem doesn't mean problem face off.
Right. It'll work for troublemaker face offs too.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And very specific kinds of showdowns.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you think, Ivory?
I mean, it's not bad. We've seen Ember be used before. I mean, you're gonna need to dedicate a magic counter to this to see it really be able to be useful, and it's probably best served at home or at another problem versus the one you're probably trying to start a face-off at.
I mean, sure, but that's going to be true of anything that can remotely join a face-off. And let's be fair, this does have Magic Restored on it, so it's automatically going to have the capacity, and it's going to be 4 power in the face-off.
This is the most interesting to me for troublemakers. In problem face-offs, like, blue doesn't want to leave stuff at home to win face-offs. It just wants to confront and win.
how much would you value having 4 extra power in any face-off for farming? Right,
Yeah, that's huge.
Blue's farm has been gutted with the rotation. Right,
Yeah, it has.
Like, how
losing Plushy
important
Dad.
is the resource, the Flash Magnus' shield?
I mean, that was huge, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is basically
Kind of gets that back.
for one more AT, but
It's
it's also a body, so like,
Eh?
I don't think this is going to be the card that suddenly makes Blue Farm relevant in the competitive meta again, but it's definitely an option for them. I gave it a 3.
yeah. I gave it a 2.5 because I read it wrong at first. I think it's a 3 now.
knowing that it's not just problem face-offs,
Yeah,
but
for
any
some
face-off and a problem.
reason I read that as problem face off. But yeah, no.
Yeah. Have a 3.
I think
agree,
I
it's a
gave. I think Ember got a 3 from me, so I guess that makes sense.
Bugle also gives a 3.
A surprise visitor joins us.
Hey,
Hello.
I was asked to join in just for limited stuff. Lead Pegasnail is a weird card because it's one you actually want to see later in a draft. Because it's dependent upon if you have troublemakers. If you have troublemakers, he becomes very good as a just being able to give them a extra 4 is huge in limited, but otherwise he's probably a 2, so he's kind of a weird mix depending on the deck.
You don't think having the extra power pushing for problem face-offs without having to move him is valuable?
It can be. I mean, it puts him a little bit higher, but it's you're still talking like a 4th through 6th pick. He's advantage, but not like a card that's going to seal a game.
Okay, fair enough. And we have another guest for our next card.
Okay.
Sort of.
So this one's kind of weird. You should all feel very grateful that I chose to not put a Skype ringtone jump scare here for you. But so we're gonna get a bugle on a quote unquote call, and I'll just hit play on this.
We're sorry, but Bugle can't come to the phone right now because he's busy playing video games and or board games with friends he only gets to see 1 week out of a year. That said, Bugle is contractually obligated to read the description for Lead Raccoonicorn, so here goes. Lead Raccoonicorn, Army General, is a 0 power, 3 cost, 3 blue requirement, blue friend. It's a critter with Swift. When this card enters play, it gets plus 3 power until the end of the turn. And when you spend 1 or more action tokens, this gets plus 1 power until the end of the turn for each action token you spent. I gave this card a 3, and it's pretty good. So, as has been pointed out to me, the reason this card is so good is because it counts all action tokens you spend that turn. That means everything else you are going to do that turn makes this card better. And then you just have to pay 1 to swift it up to a problem. That said, it does have a couple notable downsides. 1, it loses its power on the opponent's turn unless you are doing something on their turn, right? It is usually going to be 0 power on the opponent's turn, maybe 1 or 2. And then the other problem is the turn you play it, it's probably like a 3 or 4 power friend for 3, which is not very efficient. So you're only really getting the good strength out of this card on subsequent turns. It's an investment that you have to pay once, and then it will be cheaper going forward. So yeah, this card's probably pretty good though, and might see it at Everfree. That's it from me. Back to you guys. Have fun with the remainder of Slogfest.
So, yeah, there you go.
I think you did a good job summing it up. Uh, I'm I'm gonna say the Boogeyman card again. Normally, you have a finite number of action tokens on your turn, and to his point, if you're spending 3 actions to play Lead Raccoonicorn, you're probably not going to have that many more to be able to spend on subsequent cards. Unless you're generating 1 AT every time you spend your last action token to play Friends with Bottled Dragonfire, and then you can effectively have double the number of AT on your turn if you've got a bunch of 1-cost friends.
This is silly.
JP's trying to get Bottled Dragonfire banned by the end of the stream.
I mean, kinda. Are you gonna blame me?
Yes.
Yes, I am actually, because this is your doing.
I like Bottled Dragonfire. I like playing with it. I also see just the incredible amount of utility with it. Yeah. The real strength in this card is not the turn it enters play, it's every turn after that. If you can afford the 3 AT to get this thing into play at the beginning, think about how often an aggro deck will find itself worried about its home limit and choosing to keep friends that have Swift simply for the AT efficiency of getting that power back to a problem. Now imagine if that AT spent to get it back to the problem and every other action you spent for any reason on that turn made it that much bigger. This thing becomes okay the turn it's played and absolutely fantastic every turn after that.
It's an investment.
A solid investment, making it a 3.
I like it
Yeah.
even more than that. I'm giving it a 3.5.
I get it, but I don't like it.
It is a flip liability, so that's fair.
One
There
and
are
a
a
half.
lot of blue cards that are flip liabilities, though. I gave this a 3.
I'm being the pessimist here. This can have a 1.5. I don't like it.
Ooh.
You just don't like critters.
I don't like having having a 0 up in the top right.
On the limited angle, you're probably right on just the amount of potential, because being able to get that tempo of the double confront a little bit later in the game that something like this is going to provide really easily means it's probably like a 2 or a second or a third pick.
Yeah, it's got Swift. In limited, Swift is bonkers.
Swift and lots of potential power when you're going for the double confronts anyways, because you're often banking.
Maybe.
Sure. Come on, give him the half a point, Aura.
Nope. Okay, next card.
Alright, Madam Taffytail, Trusted Confidant, 2 cost, 1 wreck in blue, 2 blue power, ally friend with magic restored. When this card is put into your discard pile from anywhere other than in play, you may put a magic counter on one of your cards. This is tough to grade because blue was probably one of the worst colors when it came to magic restored in new generations, and yet it's had a number of strong magic restored investment cards so far. And it has Talented, which gives it great options for just discarding stuff. I think the thing that hurts this card most is the finite number of cards that decks are required to run. Would you like free magic counters? Sure. Are you willing to take up 3 card slots to get them? We'll have to see. I gave it a 1.5. I'm pretty pessimistic here.
I gave it a 1. I don't think this is worth. I don't think this is gonna take up the card slot you were gonna use for any other magic restored blue options, sadly.
So I give it a 2. That's because well, I guess we haven't gotten to them yet, but all the other vanilla 2 cost get magic restored is a 3. And in the right decks that because there are the blue decks that like to discard, this is even cheaper and it still gets you it, and it gets you the same number. The only thing it doesn't get you by discarding is a body, but you paid nothing for it.
I guess that's a good point. Free magic counters are the cheapest that we've ever seen them be, right? So
Yeah, and you got to think about it like given our like the way we're rating this, like the decks that are discarding a lot. So either training or whatever other discard methods you're doing.
yeah,
Do you really have enough room in Shining Armor to run this though?
Shining Armor doesn't run Magic Restore.
Yeah, you're not running Magic Restore in that. And I mean that might be a point. There might not be a deck.
I think that's the reason I'd stick with the 1.5. I think the card's potential utility in a deck that cared about the magic counters is higher than the 1.5, but I think the lack of an existing deck that we're aware of right now probably lowers it.
Yeah.
I'll be generous and give this a 2 on the assumption that someone will come up with a Magic Restored centric deck.
Pancake, limited thoughts?
Honestly, it's kind of weird. The best thing about this is it's a 2-cost 1 blue entry, and so that actually puts it higher because that lets you get into your core color.
True.
It is a
with
playable
Magic
friend.
Restored. So it's entry with advantage.
Yeah, and being able to put magic counters on your cards, even just your main, starts becoming a lot more valuable in this set for reasons we'll see later.
True.
All right, have an extra half a point.
Okay.
Bugle gives it a 1.
Okay. Next card.
Misty Bright Dawn. What I was talking about. 2 costs, 2 power, no wreck, blue, and Magic Restored.
Is this an on 3?
This is an on 3.
This is an on
she's
3.
already spoiled it.
Yeah.
On the count of
1.
3. 1, 2, 3.
3.
3.
3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it can go in whatever deck. It's entry. And it gets you Magic Restored, and it's a body. Like,
yeah,
there are decks that will run this.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think Pancake had to step away for a moment, but I suspect that this is going to be it's entry. Do you like entry? Of course you do.
Yeah, I think these are going to be really, pretty commonly picked in Limited.
Yeah.
Probably so. The fact that you're going to see so many magic counters just by people fighting for entry is also going to be an interesting environment.
Seems fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I really like that, because in some of the limited environments, trying to do Magic Restored decks was just painful.
Yeah. This set should fix that. Okay, next card. Let's see. So, another Misty card. Sparkle School Graduate, 5 power, 4 cost, 4 blue rec. Alright, Thunderlane stat line. Unicorn, obviously. And Assist 4, which is the first instance of this set's new keyword. So, Assist is, as an additional cost to play this card, exhaust up to 4, or however many the assist number is, of your characters. For each character exhausted this way, you pay 1 AT less to play this card. So Misty can become free if you've got 4 other things that you don't mind exhausting. She's also hasty. And characters can't assist this card unless they have a different printed power than every other character assisting this card. So we've got us some, I forget what the subtitle of the Rainbow Main is, but some of that going on.
Oh,
Flight Instructor?
Yeah, do you like Flight Instructor? If you like Flight Instructor, you'll probably like Misty.
The difference is Flight Instructor doesn't say printed power. This does.
I said probably.
I mean, for Flight Instructor, you generally have a lot of different printed power too.
But you also have things like Fleetfoot, Traveler, and
if you're back in Sequestra, you got Caramel Apple, or whatever that one is called.
So I rated this one a 2, but that was mainly because I just don't see the current blue decks having enough different printed power characters that you want to exhaust to make this free.
Yeah. With the stat line on this, it's like, hi, you don't have to pass the Thunder Lane test, but it's pretty close.
I mean, a hasty 5-cost friend for 0, if you can do it,
If
is
you can,
real good.
if you can do it, it's bonkers. But how often are you going to be able to do it?
GP has an opinion now.
I have
saw
an
that.
opinion now. You saw that? Okay, so
Yeah.
I have almost doubled my score on this card.
Yeah.
And the reason is because I think I was letting the fact that Assist 4, to everyone's credit, and to echo what everyone has said, is unlikely to ever be hit. You are very, very unlikely to ever be able to play Misty Bright Dawn for free.
Still,
But
Assist 2 is still going to be good here.
Exactly. That's the thing. If you have 2 characters at home, you are being able to get 5 power into play at hasty speed for 2 action tokens. That is better than any other immediate speed play that Blue has right now in terms of sheer power by itself.
Fine.
The utility is lower, but if you're giving me the option to play a 5 power hasty friend for 2 action tokens, and potentially even less than that in a blue farm deck, yeah, I'm gonna consider that as a choice. Okay, 4 is a little generous. She can have a 3.5. She doesn't have Diligent like Thunderland. She can't move for free, but that's one of the biggest power swings you're going to get. And more importantly, it puts a body into play at a problem, which then lets you challenge.
Yeah. And it's not just a whatever, oh, you're not going to win the face-off. Like, 5 power is kind of relevant.
Right.
And then, like,
So yeah, I like 3.
I think in limited as well, this is if you're in blue, you grab this. This is bonkers. A 5 power friend is just bonkers. Have a 3.
Yay.
No.
Look at you.
Bugle gives her a 2.
He says she might secretly be a 3.
And she might be. But for now, she can have a 2.
But man, is that going to be a crazy deck?
Oh, Blue Farm. Wow, we're really going off the rails with this one.
Okay, next card.
Phyllis Cloverleaf, speak to your manager. That is awful.
I hate that.
Cost 1, 3 blue rec, 2 blue power. Earth Pony Friend, when you frighten a friend for the first time each turn, you may draw a card, then discard a card. Boy, it's almost like she's meant to synergize with her 3D counterpart. Anyway, it's not bad. Blue likes to frighten. Blue is probably going to frighten in the current meta. Blue also likes discarding cards.
And everyone likes
for a
drawing
variety
cards.
of reasons. Everyone likes drawing cards.
And that's a decent stat line.
Yeah, it's power efficient. Even though it's still only 2 power, it's still not bad. The 3 blue rec means you're not playing it on turn 1, which is probably fine. I think she's a okay choice for a variety of blue decks. I gave her a 3.
She seems solid enough. Have a 3.
I think deck density is going to be the biggest issue for her. She's a 2. I do like the synergy between her, Madame Taffytail, and who is it? Lava. You play Lava, and then you play this, and then you exhaust Lava and remove the magic counter, and you frighten something. So then you draw a card and you discard Madame Taffytail, and you put a magic counter back on Lava, and that's pretty fun. That's cute. She can have it too.
I like 3. I like drawing cards.
This also works well with the package of stuff from last set.
The part that Cheese is not telling you is what he likes is drawing cards and then discarding cards and giving Gallus more power.
Yeah.
All right. I'm excited about this next card because I bet I can get an extra half a point out of Arcat right away.
All right, try me.
Okay.
Now that you said that, he's not going to do it.
I mean, maybe just out of spite he won't. Twitch Popcorn Diver, 1 cost, 1 wreck, 1 blue power critter. When you play blue friend, ready this card and give it +1 power until the end of the turn. You ready? This card sees itself see play. This card is actually power efficient.
Oh my god.
Yeah!
Yeah, it's the same. What's the purple friend that goes in the Shining deck that sees itself too? I can never remember what it's called.
Dabble.
Yeah, that one.
Fine, have your half a point.
Yay! I did it. So Twitch is actually secretly nuts. In a blue deck that cares about assist, which is mostly going to be blue-orange as far as we found so far, but maybe there's some other options, being able to have a body that counts for multiple assists is really, really crazy. And the fact that this just gets bigger every time is even better. So if you are playing Blornge, this is almost certainly going in there. And it's also a cheap 1 cost friend with a relatively uncommon trait for those colors to have, which makes it good to play early if you have other entry, like a couple cards we'll talk about here, or like Rainbow to help you get, a main like Sunny flip. So yeah, Twitch is actually, I think, pretty good. Twitch can have a 3.5 from me. I think he's going to do some work.
Bugle is very optimistic here with a 4.
I would probably give it a 4 if it saw all friends, but the fact that it only sees blue friends makes me more inclined to give it a 3.
It's valid.
Fair. Next card.
Yeah, Beagle gave that one the 4. Cheese, you said 2.5 or 2.5.
Yeah.
And half a point. Yeah.
Yay!
Okay. Zoom Zephyr Wing Royal Decree. Is that really his name? Zoom
Uh-huh.
Zephyr Wing. Also, how is he reading it when it's facing the other way?
He's showing you the decree that he has. Stop right there, criminal scum.
Okay. Anyway, 4 cost, 4 power, 3 wreck. Blue. Assist 2. When you play this card to a problem, you may move any characters that assisted this card to the same problem. So it moves things along with it. Now, those things are exhausted. So it really depends on what you're moving on whether or not this card is good. I give it a 3 just based on the options that you're likely to have. There's some, like, it depends on, like, if you're running orange-blue or blue-orange, you might have some stubborn. And there are some blue cards that when you move them, you either get to, like, drag other stuff or do some other effects. And so there is some benefit you can get. Or you could be just setting up for a later turn. Although generally blue wants to like double confront that turn.
I can see this card being good in a blue-orange deck, like you said, but that's really the only thing I can see this being able to really... I mean, you got the assist too, and it's still 4 power for 2 cost, but...
I mean, yeah, the assist here is really relevant because it brings them up.
Yeah, I guess I really want to see this cause like big burst turns, and that's just not possible outside of a deck like blue-orange that has a lot of stubborn or cards that give things stubborn.
I mean, not that this is relevant to our current rating scale, but if you go back and you start moving stuff like, I don't know, Chillax maybe?
Sure. I mean, honestly, the card that's probably best with this one is the one that we just talked about, right? Play 1 cost Twitch first. Twitch gets 2 power, right? Assist Zoom Zephyring with Twitch. Twitch gets the power boost from you playing another blue friend and then also readies himself. You just got an extra 3 power at the problem.
Yep. Yeah, there are cards that work really well with this. just not a ton.
I'll give it a 3 because I'm also thinking maybe there's something that can happen. Blue-orange might consider it. Maybe there's a mono blue deck that can run it just because of the conga line stuff that you brought up, Chase. I think that's a good point.
Have a 3.
I'll stick with 2. I
So
don't
does Bugle.
I don't like these guards and their unhealthy power dynamics they create.
Lol.
Bugle doesn't like this outside of orange. Okay, next card. That concludes our blue friends, and now we go on to the orange ones. So here we've got Hitch Trailblazer Traffic Stop. 2 power, 1 cost, 2 orange wreck. Earth Pony, obviously immediate. Exhaust this card to put a magic counter on this card. That's a good, yeah, okay. An immediate exhaust this card and remove a magic counter from it to exhaust an opposing character. Pitch, of course, thinks he's stylish with those aviators there.
That's art. But yeah, so worst case, this is exhaust a friend every other turn. Or an opposing character every other turn.
Yeah. It also generates magic counters, and especially if you've got something that can consume those remotely, that's interesting, because the price is free? Well, free.
Yeah.
Asterisk.
The fact that you're exhausting him at immediate speed and that he's power efficient is also very nice, right? Because you can use his power to have an aggressive play and then exhaust him when you don't need him when he's at home to either put the magic counter on there or exhaust the opposing character.
Oh my god. This almost has the correct, pose for the it's free real estate.
I mean, kind of. I was going to give him like a 3.5, 3.5 before. Or no, I think I gave him a 4.
You gave him a 4 now.
I gave him a 4. No, he's a 4.5. Because of something that I completely forgot about. Thinking about this card and exactly what was said that, every other turn you get to exhaust an opposing character, that's okay, right? If you're dedicating other magic counters to it, it gets a little bit better, but then you have to run other magic counters. Except I forgot those also exist on problems. The magic restored problem cycle with this card is so aggravating to play against because Twitch will just end up getting this built up stockpile of magic counters, and you'll just be having your highest power character exhausted 3 turns in a row. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, if you I think if you just look at the text on the card, it's not particularly interesting. But it really depends on what else you have in the deck.
I mean,
for how hard this can go.
Okay, there's a set of interactions there, but that's not going to be applicable to every deck. I don't buy that high. Have a
Part
2
of the reason that's fair. I think part of the reason that it helps is that having magic counters on a card is one of the best methods of protection against a lot of disruption that's in core right now.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm pessimistic here.
I will let you have my 1 rating change for the entire stream on this one. I'll change it from a 3 to a 4.
Yay! Bugle gives it a 5.
I don't think it's a 5.
I don't see how it's a 5 unless Bugle has a very specific deck in mind.
Pancake played this in some orange-pink list. I don't remember exactly what it was. I think it was Grogar. It may not have been. It was great. It was stupid. So yeah, this card is sleeper tech.
All right, next card.
Izzy Moonbow, Nightmare Roommate. 2 cost 1 orange power. 2 cost 1 orange wreck, 2 orange power. Chaotic Unicorn Friend. Chaos text, when you flip this card, if your opponent has fewer cards in their hand than you, this card's power is doubled. And if your opponent has fewer cards in their hand than you, this card's power. So same ability, I think, word for word?
Just not during the
Yeah.
Yes, word for word.
I mean, this just reminds me of the Pinkie Pie that is +2 power when the opponent has more friends.
Oh,
Or
Holiday
sorry, no,
Spirit.
not when the opponent has. When Pinky has more friends.
It's fine. I just don't. It's a fine card. I just don't know if you're gonna want to run this over other things that can just in orange that have 4 power on flip anyway, or have 4 power in play anyway, because you know big orange is a thing.
Yeah, this is kind of odd. Thinking back to Defenders of Equestria, you had Snails, right? Who was a 2/1/2 that when it entered play, you could discard 2 cards, and if you did, you put 2+1 power counters on Snails. That was, in theory, costing you 2 cards, but Orange likes using and filling its discard pile, and that power was then perpetual. I think I'd actually take Snails over Izzy.
That's rough.
Yeah. So I think I had her at a 2.
Yeah, you
She
gotta
can,
see it, dude.
yeah, she can. I think I'm with Ara on this. I think she's worse than that. I think she's a 1.5. I think there's just better ways to get more power.
I mean, it is entry, and if you're orange and milling, okay, but I think there's just better options.
She can lose a half a point for the fingy ponies in the background.
Loses half a point for just being an incredible slob. Look at that. Also, I have questions about why there's a corn cob on the box and she's eating something that's very obviously Cheerios.
I mean, there's probably corn in them. I didn't see this episode. Is this just Izzy normally? Was she not?
This is Izzy doing random things around the Bright House that annoy all of them.
They ruined my Izzy.
They did.
1.5.
Did you really lower it just for that?
Yeah.
The spite plays.
I'll leave it at 2.
Beagle
Half points are for non-committers.
Beagle also gives it a 2. Okay, next card.
Hey, Philly, I'm flying here. 4 cost, 3 orange wreck, 4 orange power. Pegasus assist 2. If a character that assists this card has any counters on it, this card enters play with the same number and types of counters on it. And yes, that does stack if you have multiple characters assisting it. It will be the sum total.
That sounds like an FAQ entry.
Yep, it sure does. Yeah, this is very good. Orange likes its counters. Orange likes exhausting stuff. Orange has a lot of stubborn stuff. Orange likes being able to play 6 power friends to a problem for 2 action tokens, effectively costing nothing. I think Philly's probably one of the most likely cards of this cycle to see constructed play. So Philly can have a 3.5. I think he's very solid.
Okay, I need to find a way to start looping a couple of these to generate very large numbers of tokens.
I give him a 3.
Have a 3.
I gave him a 4.
Like, he can interplay with cool stuff, but like...
I mean, I'm just thinking all of the orange that I've seen put power counters on everything, and I'm just seeing this thing with like 8 or 9 power.
Dies to removal.
Okay, but you only anything can die.
Anything
can die to removal. Like, what kind of response is that?
Dies to Doomblade. Yeah, okay. Here, this is what it's come to.
Okay, every friend is a 0 because removal hits it.
You know what? Every friend dies to losing the game.
Yeah, it's true. Terrible. 0 out of 7. Bugle also gave this a 4. Alright, Cheese, you get a fun one here.
I do. Rocky Riff Suave Stallion. 2 power, 2 cost, 3 rec orange. Magic restored. Stubborn. Main phase. Exhaust this card and remove a counter from this card to dismiss an opposing resource. This is good because it removes resources.
So let me get this straight. You're giving me a body, and you're giving me banked resource removal.
Yep.
And it's not even costing you anything because he's stubborn. And he's in the color of Sunny, who puts +1 power counters on cards.
Yeah. And that's the biggest thing, is that you're not removing a magic counter, you are removing a counter.
This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. How are you giving this a 3.5? Come on.
I mean, this is very similar to having Big Mac, Big Eater back in the rotation.
It's as close as you're going to get right now.
Yeah, it is, because Orange did not have an equivalent at all.
Right.
And I think that this fills that role very well, while being, like, it is a different card.
It is. It's better and worse, right? You
Yeah,
have to
Depends on the
have
situation.
you have to have means of generating counters, but you get rid of the card immediately instead of at the end of your turn.
Do you just want this so we can be like on the count of 4?
Well, no. I think this card actually legitimately deserves a 4.
All right,
I
fine.
think the
On the count of
think the-
4.
All right. Go on. 4.
4.
Far.
Fire. Yeah, it's a 4. Also,
Bugle agrees.
You just pair that with Donut Joe, and it just self-generates counters and resource removal for you every turn.
Okay. Next card. Sky Silver, you heard it here first. 4 power, 3 cost, 3 orange rec, orange Pegasus friend with magic restored, and immediate during a face-off. Remove a magic counter from this card to flip an additional card. I will not apologize for the pun in the flavor text. So, not bad as far as a way to get additional flips, but that is kind of expensive.
Not Carbo Loader.
Not Carbo Loader.
It's not Carbo Loader, but it also doesn't exhaust. It reads like it should, but it doesn't. And that's why I'm okay giving it a slightly higher score here. Because you can spend 3 AT to put 4 power at a problem with a troublemaker that you're probably trying to farm, and then just get an extra flip for free.
That's true. I have it at 2.5, but
Seems too one-trick for me.
I just don't know if Farmer's really going to want to run it.
I would kind of, I mean, maybe not, right? That is going to be the question. I agree with you. Is the deck density too great that it can't afford to make room for this? But I would ask, other than like Garble, what other orange friends is Orange Farm going to be heavily invested in playing? That and like Rocky Riff, right?
Yeah.
2.
I think it's a contender.
I'll probably stick with 2 on this, but there's a good chance that it should be a 3. It's gonna depend on whether farm players want to run it, whether it's a 2 or a 3. Time will tell.
That's fair.
Yep. Next card.
Sunny Star Scout. Hope bright as the sun. 2 cost, 2 orange power, Earth Pony friend, magic restored. Is this another on 3?
Mm-hmm.
I
Yep.
believe this is another on 3.
1,
Same
2,
reasons
3.
as last time.
3.
3.
This entire cycle is just going to be 3s. Let's just
They're all 3s. Also, welcome back, Pancake. Would you please tell us about this cycle in Limited?
Entry is good. Pick early.
Okay, cool. That's kind of what we thought.
Okay, next card.
Oh boy. I have opinions about this card. Sunny Star Scout, Mistress of the Night, 4 cost, 2 orange rec, 4 orange power. Opposing friends with cost 3 or less enter play exhausted. I like token friends. I like playing token friend strategies. I don't like playing token friend strategies against this card.
Is she cosplaying Nyx?
Yes. Officially, she is now.
I am newspaper bapping you for that one. That's terrible.
You're gonna get every Nyx reference because you still won't give me my darn Nyx main.
Well, just win Continentals, then you can design a card. Come on,
It wouldn't matter. You pass it down to the non-sim people.
Anyway. Anyway. Oh yeah, this card's interesting because it's like Study Session.
It is very much like Study Session.
It costs a lot.
It costs a lot, but it's at that power threshold that makes it so that a lot of yellow shenanigans can't deal with it quite as well, or at least not cheaply.
It's fine. It's up where you'd get protection from stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to run a rack of these. Sideboard it, maybe.
I think you might run a rack of these in an AJ control list. I saw Prism Light run this in there, and I was running blue, white, yellow, like token swarm pit tricorn aggro, and
Oh, that just dies to this.
I was so sad the entire game. Oh,
can you even play anything?
I can. They just all interplay exhausted. I'm very sad about it.
Yeah.
It should be noted, 3 is a lot more than 2 when it comes to this game's
it is.
venture.
Yeah, it is.
It really is.
Yeah.
It hits. Yeah, that's 3 or less. That's really important.
Yeah. If this had like assist 1 or even assist 2,
this would be busted.
It would be crazy.
I don't even think it matters. I think the effect is so strong that, you know what? Here's what's going to happen. You're either dropping this against a deck that doesn't have great ways of dealing with it, and she's going to more than pay for herself in stall time, or you're not playing 4 AT to play this against a deck that is going to remove it immediately, and you're just going to run other stuff instead. Or
slide it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I give it a 3.5.
You could reanimate this. This would be infuriating.
Oh, yeah. I think you definitely consider this in Reanimator. I think it's a great tool. She can have a 4.
I think it's funny to give her a 3.
I'm going to give her a 3, but not for the reason Aura did.
Also, best princess cosplay.
It's Nightmare Moon, not Luna.
Is Nightmare Moon a princess?
She's
sorry. Is Nyx a princess?
No. Nyx doesn't exist and can't hurt you.
Nyx was a queen.
False queen.
She gets all the fun cards.
Okay, next card.
And it's a limited bomb. That can be a first pick out of your first pack.
Oh, yeah.
Valid.
Yeah. Xantorp? Is that his real name?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Assault and Battery. 5
That's
power,
a pun
5.
that makes me want to die.
I mean, yeah. 5 cost, 5 power, 4 rec. Orange, when one of your rock friends enters play for the first time each turn, dismiss an opposing exhausted friend with 2 or less power. Immediate, pay 2 and discard a card to put a rock friend token into play. It does lots of things. It has, in the right situation, it can dismiss a lot of things. That situation is a little difficult, or it's not even difficult, but it does require some investment. Your
that
deck
situation
kind
is
of
the
needs
previous card.
Yeah, your deck kind of needs to be built around it, and it costs a lot. I give it a 2. Just the cost is too high, and the deck it has to go in is so specific.
Yeah. 2.
Xantorp is a 2. There is a really ridiculous meme deck running around that turns your critter friend tokens into rocks instead, and then also puts -1 power counters on your opponent's friends, and then runs Birds of a Feather to make billions of frog. It's stupid, but it's very funny.
Yeah,
in a meme concept. So
with like a big enough setup, it does cool things. but that's not enough.
No, it's a meme. But it's fun, and also it's one of the most unique trait combinations that we've had on a friend.
Is that why Bugle rated it 1,006?
Yes, it
Yes.
is.
Okay.
I'm curious to hear what Pancake says about this one. How does Xantorp rate in Limited?
So he's kind of a weird one because he is a pack one, pick one, build your deck around. But like, if you see him in your third pack when you're drafting, you're like, hold on, this probably is not very good. And it's not even like 5 power, 5 strength is really good, but the immediate to turn any card that could be a dead card, essentially your pick 6 through 12, into a 3 power rock friend at immediate speed is incredibly strong. And you get, maybe to dismiss a friend with it too. So I would really think he's a proper bomb.
Interesting.
Yeah, I can see that.
The immediate ability, I think, is more slept on this guy than anything else. The fact that you have a 5-cost investment is harsh, but like that's really good in a place where cards value is a lot less.
I mean, that does make sense.
Yeah, this is a much safer investment in Limited where removal is going to be harder. Okay, next card. Comet. Oh, that's the end of our oranges and into our pinks. Of course, first up in our pinks, we've got the lovable goofball Comet, Smoothie Operator. 1 power, 1 cost, 2 pink wreck, Unicorn or Oricorn. At the start of the first face-off each turn, put a token copy of this card into play. When an opponent flips a card for a face-off, you may retire this card to get give that flipped card -1 power until the end of the face-off. He's such a goofball.
This card was very fun in testing.
That is a word for it. When this card had its first ability trigger during every face-off, that was...
I like
that got fixed pretty quickly.
Yeah, it did.
Do you think?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think Izzy made his necklace?
It does kind of look like it, doesn't it?
Nah.
Anyway.
Nah.
There are some decks that will just lose if they do not find a way to deal with copies 1 or 2 of this card soon enough.
Why? Because you're going to end up with copies like 3 through N.
Yeah,
well,
correct.
4 through.
Yeah, it will start
2 to the N.
It will start getting ridiculous. Yeah, you're not needing to retire all of them every time because you're going to be capped in terms of how much negative power they can give, but that doesn't matter, right? You can use them when they're at home to guarantee a face-off win, and when you do have face-offs that start, of any type, you're doubling the number of comets that you have in play. The token copies have this too, don't forget that, so you will just end up with billions of power at a problem in comets that will spite your flipped cards. It's ridiculous.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I am far and
Birds of
away...
a feather in pink.
Yeah, kinda.
Okay, so I am far and away the most pessimistic here. What is the gimmick here? You're going to get like at least 4 of these and then just say no to every single face-off that happens in the future?
Yeah,
No, it doesn't even matter, right? The second ability is not irrelevant on this card, but it's the icing on the cake. The fact that this card doubles itself every time a face-off happens for the first time each turn means you will just overwhelm your opponent with Comet tokens.
Yeah, because there's a couple ways to do this. The control strategy is like you use the first few to get bootstrapped on them. Like you don't use the second ability. And then once you have like 8 of them, you can start using that ability and like your opponent's not going to win another face-off.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean,
If they let it get that far.
I mean, I can see the setting up the wall argument here, but if the wall falls and if you end up with these things at home, this suddenly gets way less interesting.
If you hit home limit, it sucks. But it's like you keep 1 and then they grow again. Because if you're even in aggro, these are useful.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I think they're less useful in aggro, but they're not irrelevant. But
yeah,
ultimately, like if you have a troublemaker wall and you're controlling or you're farming, you basically are going to you're basically gonna put your opponent in a position where they have to win face-offs on board. They have to somehow win face-offs with plus whatever 4 or 5 power on board because they know they're not going to have a flip card. Well, they will, but it'll be 0.
That's a good point.
And then you don't have to pile all of these at home. You can pile them all at one problem. And then your opponent would have to either win a face-off at that problem or DFO themselves or multi-problem themselves to get rid of all of them. And that's them doing it. So you still have all of them at home that you can do with what you will. If you
Okay, fine. You've argued me up a whole point here.
Yay!
Comet,
Yeah, I mean-
Comet is dumb. Now Bugle gives Comet a 5.
I don't think so, but
No.
It's possible that Comet's a 5, but I'm definitely more comfortable giving a 4 for right now.
Yeah.
It's very good. You will definitely see this card in decks.
Okay, I can see the argument here because this is something that if you do not deal with this will get out of control.
yeah, and Bugle actually makes a point. This is also anti-farm. Like if you're running aggro and there's a farm deck, you can actually run these and with the right setup be very annoying.
Sure, because your opponent's starting the face-offs for you, right?
Yeah.
And heck, you can start it too, right? Leave one token
turn,
copy of
yeah.
Comet at the epic, and yeah, it's just going to get out of hand.
Out of hoof. All right.
Out of
Boo.
That's
3.5.
pancake.
For limited, I'm actually a lot weaker on this, like a 5 through 8 pick, just because, yes, it has the potential to explode like that, and maybe if you got lucky with a bunch of troublemakers, but like 1 AT for like 1 power at random is not really what you want in a rare as far as limited goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone else is a 4 except Bugle. It's 5. Yeah.
I think probably the best aggro analogy for this one is Pegasus Royal Guard. It's very similar.
I mean, I suppose that's kind of fair. I didn't get that card either.
Yeah.
Next card.
What do we have now? Fifi, Crash Course. 2 cost, 1 pink wreck, 2 pink power, Pegasus friend. When this card is exhausted, you may dismiss an exhausted friend.
So this is very much
Breakdown
Vinyl,
that can't exhaust herself.
except it can't exhaust itself. Yeah.
I don't like that as much.
I mean, it's not as good, but it's still very much a go ahead, exhaust this, see what happens.
If I was controlling the stream right now, I would have a slowly, opacity increasing, looming version of the Kevin Ultra Rare in the background suddenly appearing.
We'll get to
I
Kevin
don't know what you
later.
guys are talking about. Fifi was great when I tested her.
Fifi was dumb. I mean, yeah, it requires setup, right? That's the thing. You got to have her in the right deck. And it's kind of redundant because you also have Daisy Lily and Roseluck in there. Yeah, it turns out redundancy on removal is not a bad thing. If you've got the right tools for this, Fifi just gets very silly. And that's not even counting some of the resources we'll get to that give you other means of exhausting your friends. This isn't just assist. There's other things you can do.
This does get a lot dumber with assist.
Really, the one thing that you have to think about is, do you think your opponent is going to be exhausting their own cards? And if you think any number of assist cards or any number of cards that have exhaust abilities are going to see play in core, then if you have a means of getting her exhausted, she's probably worth considering. I had her at a 2. She deserves a higher score than that. She can have an extra half a point. She requires investment, but I think it's good.
Yeah, I give her a 2.5.
If people lean into it, yes, this is going to be interesting and good. 2.5.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sticking
definitely
with 2.
possible. There's some deck that just has lots of self-exhaust and a way to exhaust opponents too.
Mm-hmm.
In sealed, I actually rate Fifi probably a lot higher. One, because 1 pink entry, of course. But the other thing is that she's in a pack with a bunch of other assist being so strong, and so just being able to counter your opponent's assist stuff, I think, is really good with her.
Yes, you're going to see a lot of assist in limited, I think, so fair.
Yeah, I think she's probably stronger in limited.
Yeah, 3 through 5 pick would be probably where I'd place her.
Nice.
Okay.
Bugle gives her a 2. Next card.
I believe this is another count of 3.
On
if I remember
3.
right. Yep, 1, 2, 3. It's a 3.
It's a 3.
Yay.
I think that's all there is to say about that. Next card.
Entry good.
Entry good.
Yay, Izzy. More Izzy. Izzy incoming. 5 power, 5 cost, 4 rec, pink. Hasty, assist 4. Only token friends can assist this card. I think that this is comparable to the earlier, I think it was the blue one we saw, which with assist 4, where, yeah, if you have 4 token friends, I mean, 1 for 5 is cool. Even if you have less, it's cool. But does pink have that many tokens? Like, you got the Earth Pony tokens, but like...
Well, you have Comet, potentially. Like, there's something really stupid you could do with Izzy and Comet. Because the Comets don't care if they're exhausted when you retire them. Just saying.
Yeah.
That being said, I cannot see running this in a constructed deck.
Yeah, I don't think it makes it for a slot. I give it a 2.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, it's tough.
Have a 2.
Yeah, she can have a 2.
Yeah. Like, the assist 4 for 5 is interesting, but...
I mean, even in limited, this is probably like a 10th pick, just because you're not relying on tokens, and a 5/5 hasty is not great.
No. I just don't think you're going to get enough tokens in limited to make this worth.
Let's go back into Adventure and run this with Bodyguard. That'll be fun. Everyone loves Bodyguard.
No. You wouldn't have You wouldn't have enough space in the deck.
I wouldn't have enough space in the deck. You're right.
Okay. Next card. Kenneth. Dive Bomb, 3 pink power, 2 cost, 2 pink rec, critter, friend. Main phase. Exhaust this card to move all counters on an opposing friend here onto this card. Then, if this card has at least 1 magic counter on it, draw a card. That's dumb. I'm going to steal your things.
Yeah.
Meta the card.
Yeah, it's a little meta, right?
I mean, this very easily becomes exhaust a card to draw a card, which itself is actually not terrible. And you're also stealing counters. There's a lot of counters these days. I like this card.
It's main phase and location restricted, which it kind of has to be, because if you had this ability otherwise, it would be very, very frustrating.
Yeah. There's no way to protect your stuff.
I am going to laugh when I play this against Hithrock and steal all of the spell counters from Trixie and put them on this card, and then Trixie
not be able to do anything with the spell counters.
Correct. They're just
but also
there.
Trixie
is
right.
Yes, correct.
Spellant.
No, here's what you do. You steal courage counters off of the friends they're trying to face Triad with.
Ooh.
Oh, that's mean. That's mean.
That's rude.
So
I like it.
Trixie has some peanut butter crackers. That's a shame, because she's not going to have peanut butter crackers in about half a second. Have a 3.
3.
3.
Ivory and Bugle both gave 4s. Bugle says counter disruption that draws you cards and is power efficient is crazy. Yeah, I think there's just too many restrictions on it. It's still good. It's still a power efficient body.
Like
does sound-
three is a decent card.
Yeah.
Limited, that critter tag actually is important, and so because of the 2 cost, 3 power, and then ability to maybe draw a card with upside of dealing with Diligent, I really think that this is like a second or third pick.
Fair enough. Next card.
No, if Ivory is back yet. Pancake, you want to read this one?
Luminous Dazzle, Spin Love, 3 cost, 3 power, 4 prereq, a Chaotic Pegasus. Chaos, when the card is flipped, gain control of an opposing friend until the end of the face-off. Magic restored, and then you may remove that a magic counter to gain a control of an opposing friend until this card leaves play, becomes frightened, or you use this ability again. That is a heck of a card.
We're still on the stealing things kick.
We're
I
on the
would
stealing-
like to
So
gain control of the friends and then retire all of the friends.
Why? Why are we still doing this?
Be-
It's been like 4 years.
because it's
You
good.
started it.
I didn't. This wasn't my design.
No,
This was
but you
Bugle.
started
This
the
was
meme.
Bugle's fault. Yes, I know. That was Aura that started the meme.
Okay, well then it's Aura's fault. Then.
Yes.
Blame Aura.
Okay,
Blame Aura.
Remember when this card didn't say here?
Yes.
that would be silly.
It was
It
not
would be silly. Who would do that?
Hi. So
We'll make sure whoever decided that will be dealt with.
okay, so this is actually really ironic on a flavor scale too. So Luminous Dazzle is a fan character that was submitted to Hasbro's Get Your OC Into the Show contest. The problem is they didn't read the fine print, and they had to give Hasbro full copyright control of the character.
Oh.
Yeah,
I
this
rem-
is the
I
person that they
remember
like
hearing
gave
about
up
that.
the OC. I don't actually know if they needed to or if that was just their interpretation of it.
No, they actually had to. Otherwise,
Uh,
like,
their new OC looks a lot better, but
So this gets a little meta here.
Kids, learn your color wheel theory, please.
they did. The new one's very nice.
Good.
This one is very colorful.
But the bubblegum pink.
it's not Sparkle Dog levels of what are these colors, but
Is it not?
no, it's not, because Sparkle Dogs is every color plus colors you didn't even know existed, all in one character.
Yes.
Yeah.
That being said, yeah, if you have a retire engine on this and the ability to make additional magic counters, this thing gets done.
Even without that, 3 costs, you're on power, steal a friend, and especially in limited, that's really good with a bonus chaos ability.
Yeah, I mean,
This is obviously not as good as Drinking Duo, but this is still up there.
yeah.
3.
Just solo, this is a good card. I think I had 3.
3.5 actually.
Oh, no, I had 3.5.
Yeah, 3.5 from me as well.
What did I give this? Oh, I gave it a 3.
Yeah, I think the extra half point is just because of the interactions this card has.
Let's go.
It is pretty
Pink, purple.
expensive.
Let's go pink purple with this portal effects and amusement factory. So we'll steal the thing,
Yeah.
shuffle it into the opponent's deck, gain an AT, flicker this thing, and steal something else.
Rude.
Why are you like this?
What do you want from me?
A pony.
A pony.
No, it's my pony. Now it. See it?
No, it's Hasbro's
My
pony.
little pony.
This is how you get mains only, no friends.
Ouch.
Yeah, kind of. This is how you get antisocial. Is this?
Yeah. I think this is the worst part about this in limited is probably just the high rack.
Yeah, it's a force simply because of that. Otherwise, it would be a bomb. But you want entry over this in limited.
Yep.
Yeah.
Next card.
She's so annoyed.
Oblique Arcana, Lockaded. 1 cost, 3 rec, 1 power in pink. Eccentric 2. Players play with the top card of their draw decks revealed. Immediate, retire this card to have each player draw a card. Now, almost all of us are in agreement here. Bugle thinks this is a 1. I think the rest of us think it's a 2.
Yeah.
Eccentric 2 for 1 cost perpetually is okay. It's not great. It does give you perfect knowledge of what top decks are. And having each player draw a card is the best effect ever, which is why Berry Dreams is the strongest card this game has ever seen. So I don't know why people are hating on that. But I'm going to say one word that I hope gives Cheese and maybe Ivory an incentive to give this an extra half a point. Do you
You're
know
not
what
even
that...
giving it an extra half a point.
I'm not even giving it an extra half a point because I don't play that deck.
Okay, what?
Do you want to guess the word?
This is like a deck and core?
No.
Okay. I mean,
is it?
This card is better because of Pile, but
Yes, it's Pile.
yeah, like you might run this in Pile. I don't know if that's the slots.
What are you gonna take out to run
Yeah, that's
this?
the question. What do you take out?
Like, I'm not running this in Pile. Pile already has its deck kind of figured out.
Yeah.
I mean, theoretically, you'll get to know every card in your opponent's hand and what you're going to draw too if you get this into play first, right? So it's not that bad.
Mosh Pit is bad, but I would maybe run this in Mosh Pit.
Sure, you ran the Silver Stream that retired to give Eccentric 3 once. This thing just has Eccentric 2 forever.
Well, yes,
I think
because
Mosh Pit definitely runs this.
Silver Stream is the sword of Damocles card, because you're just kind of sitting there being like,
what do you care if your opponent knows you have a whole bunch of one-cost friends in your hand?
Yeah, true.
Well, the other thing that's fun about this is like you can actually play face-off chicken with this by dropping it when you want to. Each draw a card, but that eccentric 2 is no longer there, and so both players are now confronting.
Yeah.
There's a lot of very screwy things you can do with this, especially if you've also got a why am I blanking on this stupid card's name? Pinky Sense.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty funny.
That's what it looks like on top of my deck.
What's actually on top of my deck?
This is very, very niche, though. Have a 2.
It's a 6 through 10 pick in draft, but like one that you're actually kind of okay to get at 6 through 10. Although that SR, you're really disappointed that you pulled this as just secret rare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah. Next card.
Who is this one? This is Cheese, right?
Ah, yes. Seashell Philly Scout. 2 power, 2 cost, 3 rec. Magic restored. Main phase, exhaust this card and remove a counter from this card to put a Earth Pony Friend token into play at a problem. If there is at least one face down or face up Maker at that problem, put 2 Earth Pony Friend tokens into play instead. So yeah, this is another of the remove a counter, not magic counter, cycle. And it makes Earth Ponies. I don't think I was super positive about this one.
We were all.
I gave
I
gave it a 3.
This is actually an on 3.
It is.
Yeah, it's a 3.
Yeah.
It's magic restored. It makes dudes.
I don't think you'd ever use the main phase ability on this, but
Oh, I think you would. If you're up against an opponent's like troublemaker control deck, this is 4 power for 2 cost.
Yeah, getting the 2 tokens per exhaust is pretty impactful.
This is how you play the Pinky that only requires token friends to pasty in.
Oh, the Izzy? Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, you do
Yeah.
have to exhaust this, so it's 4 power eventually.
Sure, but if your opponent's got a troublemaker at the problem anyway, it's not doing anything the turn it enters play, so it's not actually costing you anything. Also, the fact that you get to make them from home.
I think
Yeah.
that's maybe more relevant. I don't know. I'm kind of middling on this one. I'd almost knock this down a point.
The magic restored adds some.
Yeah, it's
This is the most interesting if you can repeatedly put counters on it, which there are decks that do that very easily. I don't know if it goes in those decks though.
yeah.
I might run this with Sunny Pink. That's tricky.
I think you're just running out of card slots for most decks for this to be valuable.
Yeah, I actually kind of want to knock it down.
Hooray! I'm arguing people down.
Sure, she can have a 2.5. That's
Yeah, I think it is a 2.5.
Like in draft, this is probably a 6 through 10. I mean, you're not terrified of playing it if pink is your main color. You can use your main to get an extra bonus 1 token from home after you face off, but like it's nothing exciting.
Yeah, it's just okay.
the Magic Restored is nice, right?
It
It's
is.
probably a better Magic Restored effect at a 2-cost pink friend than we saw in the previous set, and I think that's why it gets an extra boost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's entry, Magic Restored.
Yeah.
Yeah, but everyone's gonna take that.
Okay. Next card. Senor Butterscotch. It's TUES Day Celebration. 4 pink power, 4 cost, 3 pink rec, ally, assist 2. When you play this card, draw a card for each different trait amongst characters that assisted this card.
I like drawing cards.
I am reevaluating my rating on this because if you do this right, you are drawing somewhere between 4 to 8 cards.
You don't even need that many for it to be valuable. If you're drawing 3 cards off of a 2-cost, 4-power friend, it is incredible.
This is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like if I had a friend that was 2 cost, 4 power, draw 3 cards, draw 4 cards. There are aggro decks that are very excited to see that.
Remember, it counts your main as well. You can use your main. So, Pancake, you did some good work with this with Princess Cadence, right?
Yeah, who's Royal and Alicorn, which is not popular types at all, and so any other friend, and you've got 3 cards off that.
This is dumb.
And also cares about drawing cards or putting power counters on stuff, right? It's very silly. Also, can we please go back to actually, hold on. Can I find a way to include this? Hold on. I'm looking for the card. How many are on there? Yeah, there we go. Legion of Doom, Frightful Foes.
Yeah, because that's got, what, 5, 6 traits on it?
6.
There's also the pink, purple triple terror, which is like
the
4 types.
The pipsqueaks.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's Sunny and her dad from last set, which also have 4 types. And is in blue pink, so that's crazy.
The thing is like, it doesn't need to be that good, because it's already 2 cost, draw 3, 4 power. Like, you can hit, if this only said draw 2, then that alone is already nuts on what it is.
Right, but we can go further.
You've argued me up to a 4.5 on this.
Like, I am glad that we are not constantly playing draft, because this card would define the meta of this set as draft.
You want this card? I want it. You want this
First
card? I
pick,
want it.
every
I
time.
want this card. Yeah, card's great. This thing's at least a 4.
Bugle gives it a 4. Jeez, Ivory.
3.5.
I probably should give it a 4, but I'm still going to give it a 3.
Understandable.
Man,
I
imagine
already gave my one rating change. I can't give another one.
I was going to say, imagine not liking cards.
Unfortunate. Next card. Into our purples.
Cake Dragon. Om Nom Nom. 2
Okay.
cost 4 purple rec, 3 purple power. Chaotic Dragon. Chaos. When this card is flipped, you may move a face-up or face-down Troublemaker. And regular text during a Troublemaker face-off involving this card has competitive X, where X is the point value of a Troublemaker involved in the face-off.
This time, guys, this time Purple Farm will work. Surely.
I mean, Zip is doing okay. It's just
Zip is actually doing well. It's fine. It goes in Zip.
the
I give
biggest
it a 2.
problem with this is that you can't cheese Flash Bee's Queen with it.
Yeah. Like, this would be ridiculous if it actually paid attention to how many points you will get rather than just the printed number.
Right.
What did I give this? I gave it a 3? Yeah, it can have a 3. It goes in Zip.
It goes in Zip. It's also power efficient.
There's a place.
The chaos is not mandatory, so you don't have to hose yourself. It's not like Ever Vigilant.
It will do some fun stuff, though.
I'm sad. Can we change this to send a face-up or face-down Troublemaker?
No.
You really want to say no to that?
No.
You really, really want to say
Jeez.
no to that?
Geez, you said 2?
Yeah.
You don't like Zip
Not-
Farm?
I mean, Bugle
No.
also dissents, so...
I mean, I don't particularly like Zip Farm, but I acknowledge that this goes in it.
The big thing is that only costing 2 is pretty much what sells it on Zip Farm, because 2 is not too hard for Zip to hold up and then play off or flip.
It's true. This is very good to play off of Zip's boosted ability.
Yeah. Is this dragon actually cake?
Yes.
It was a weird episode.
This is what happens when Sparky burps on a giant birthday cake and then events occur.
Behold the miracle of life.
Okay.
Basically.
Let's go with that.
In draft, this is probably like a 5th or 6th pick. Like it's good, anti-troublemaker, but 4-rec is rough.
Yeah. Next card.
All right, Dazzlefeather, Tiny Trot Field Reporter, 1 cost, 1 rec, in purple, 1 purple power, Pegasus Foal, Studious. When
That's
you
a
gain
keyword
1,
we haven't seen in a while.
we see it every set. We just don't see it that frequently.
Yep.
When you gain 1 or more action tokens for the first time each turn outside of your action step, put that many +1 power counters on this card. This will not be a 1 power card for very long.
Nope.
This will be big.
Do you play this over something like the Banished Celestia because of how much it ramps up, or is Celestia's instant power just more important?
You play both.
Fair.
Play Dazzlefeather, play Celestia, play Rufus, who we'll get to later. Much, much later. And you got purple aggro cooking. Play some AT generators, and this will also get big. It's also worth noting this triggers both on your turn and your opponent's turn.
Oh no, that lets you use Glimmer better now.
Yes. Maybe you're running Dapple as well. Like purple aggro's got a lot of power efficient stuff, and it has the ability to make money. It makes the money. There are a couple of decks that Dazzlefeather definitely goes in. and I think it's worth at least a 3.
I also gave it this a 3.
3.
And I think Ara was slightly more pessimistic and gave it a 2.5.
I think it can get big.
Bugle gives it a 3, not as crazy as Twitch, but still potentially can get very efficient. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, in draft, like, this is a 6 through 10 pick. That's okay, 1 power, 1 pick, but like, unless you've got a AT gem, it's not really. And then you have to draw both of them. So
I think if you are playing any type of mid-range or faster deck with the Starlight and Trixie main, which we will also talk about later, then this card should definitely go in there.
that's true. There's a couple of mains where this is a instant slot in for purple.
All right.
Now we shall bide our time.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah. I said. What?
Next card.
Next card.
Durgan Council. 2 power, 2 cost, 1 rec. Your exhausted friends don't count against your home limit. Immediate. Exhaust this card to look at the top card of the player's deck. So the second ability is I don't really care about. It's interesting, but whatever. But exhausted friends not counting against your home limit in purple is kind of big. Like,
look at all these action token generators.
There's
Correct.
so many things that purple has that are happy being at home and want to exhaust, and having to choose which ones to keep sucks. What if you didn't have to choose?
That seems pretty good.
Agreed.
Conversely, this is going to be very unfun if it gets removed during your score phase.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that.
And this card itself doesn't count against your home limit, so...
Right, because you're using its ability to keep it exhausted.
Yeah, even if you don't care, like...
I mean,
I think you underestimate the value of tilting on an instant speed inspiration.
But it's not inspire. You don't get to control it. You just get to look.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
well, see, it's much different because you're actually going to remember this.
Right.
Yeah, because you're going to go to end of turn, or like, about to go, and then you'll be like, oh yeah, I need to exhaust this. Let me look. Okay, cool.
And you know what? If my opponent wants to waste a piece of removal on this instead of wasting a piece of removal on one of my other cards at a more impactful time, deal.
Yeah.
I mean, still,
Cause...
this really matters because if you hit this with removal at the right time, this is way more devastating than just taking this one card.
Sure. And like, you need to be aware of that when you're playing this. But there's just so many times with purple where you're like, I could double confront right now, but then I lose everything. And if you didn't have to make that choice, you can speed up the control decks.
Have a 3.
Sure. Yeah.
I give it a 3.5.
I gave it a 3.
You can have a 3. You can have a 3 because of a purple event we will talk about later.
Cool.
Bugle of Descents, giving it a 2.
Draft, you're annoyed that it's an SR because it's a 5th pick. Well, 1 prereq on power card.
Uh-huh. Next card. Alright, Elderberry Blossom. Relaxing Spog Day. What's a Spog? Don't worry about it.
I'm worried about it.
5 power, 5 cost, 2 purple rec, Unicorn Elder. Assist 2. Immediate. Exhaust this card and banish a card from a discard pile to look at a number of cards equal to that banished card's cost from the top of a player's deck and put them on the top or bottom of the deck in any order.
Here's your inspired pancake.
Why?
Here's your ultra inspired.
Why do you get to control my draws for the next 3 turns?
Because I put Apple Monster into my discard pile and now I am going to look at the top 8 cards of your deck and control your fate.
Here's your 4 entry cards that you're already overloaded on, and everything else is at the bottom.
If you can repeatedly fire this, this is what Inspired wishes it could do.
And with assist 2, it's really not that costly at 3.
Yeah, I think the cost and just the fact that this is going to be a hate magnet are its like biggest downfalls.
It's gonna be pretty good. It is expensive, to your point, right? Just cheat it into play. This is worth including in Reanimator. You have 3 copies of one of your Tricorns in there. You don't need 3 copies. Take a look at the next 5 cards of your deck, or fate seal your opponent for the foreseeable future. It's great.
Yeah.
I mean, this also counts, quote unquote, for meticulous effects as well. So it's just like, I'm putting cards on the top of my deck.
Yeah.
It sure did.
I like this ability is really good, but I still give it a 2.5 just because.
I don't know where this goes.
Even at 3 costs, it's a lot.
You know what? I'd also just remove key cards from my opponent's discard pile. If my opponent's playing...
That's why it's also good.
Yeah, play to the margins, and opponents trying to keep different card types in there to fuel Canter Love, or they've got Golden Parachute in there. Yeah, I'm just not dealing with that, I don't need that in my life.
Yeah, I think Control, like Purple Control considers this.
Maybe. I think this is still too niche. 2.5.
I need ways to make more token copies of Troublemakers so that I can have token copies of Troublemakers at one problem, and I can perpetually farm the same Grogar over and over again at the other problem by beating it up, putting it in my discard, banishing it to look at nothing, and then putting it into play at the end of the turn. Such a relaxing day.
That's what you call a spog. In draft, this is a pick one. Like, this is a massive bomb that can just go, oh, was my opponent looking for any kind of entry? It's all at the bottom now. And it's 3 AT for 5 power on easy to hit wreck. Very strong.
You do need to get stuff into the discard pile quick. Like, I don't know. Playing this early to deal with entry isn't really a thing. It just costs so much.
This is one of those things where if your opponent doesn't get off the ground by like turn 3 in limited, they are not getting off the ground if you have one of these.
Which is, what, 33% of decks in limited? Like, it's not that hard.
Nobody gets enough entry. But yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say it if no one else will. Spoggers.
Oh, okay.
And the other thing is this is because it's immediate, you can face off chicken with it too and do other, like, it's a strong card, even without looking at the ability beyond exhaust this card.
Yeah, you do have to have stuff in the discard pile to use that though. That's nice. Who's messing with their car? Good job.
Or the opponent does. You can banish from any player's discard pile.
Yeah.
It only takes one.
Anyway, next card. Oh, that's cute. Did it get all mad? Lovely. What changed?
I don't know. What changed?
I don't know. Please hold.
All right, that's it. That's all of them.
Yep,
Good job,
that's all the cards.
There is no yellow to be concerned about.
Wait, what do we do for the rest of the scheduled time?
We're going to talk more about, I don't know.
How to deal with Pokemon scalpers in your area.
Oh, jeez.
Don't
All
buy.
right.
Don't buy
Okay, that's
Pokemon product.
weird. It is
That's how I
actually
deal
like
with it.
incredibly upset here.
All right, while you hose that, fun story, right? So we all know exactly how in demand MLP CCG cards have been on the secondary market recently, especially overseas. I think people have seen the craziness of And it's easy to forget just how lucrative some CCG games have gotten. So I think we had this discussion a few days ago. Recently, for those of you who have played Magic, there was a set themed after Final Fantasy that released, and this was a very popular set. It was heavily allocated. Most game stores couldn't get the full quantity that they needed. They couldn't run more than a couple of events before they ran out of product, and the boxes are going for crazy values on the secondary market. Magic's had a pretty good run of sets recently, and not that long ago, they also had a Lord of the Rings themed set. And that one obviously had a big draw as well, drawing people from outside. In the first 6 months that the Lord of the Rings set was commercially available, I think Wizards sold or made like $200 million in revenue from that set, from Lord of the Rings. Final Fantasy did that in 1 day.
It's like it's popular or something. Okay, I don't know. OBS is being weird. Anyway, we're back.
Okay, well, did I stall for time successfully?
Yes.
Yay!
Okay. I
It's
think this one's me.
It's gonna do that again in 30 cards. Watch.
Angry. Glory, main redo. 2 cost, 2 purple, wreck, 2 purple power. Pegasus full friend. Magic restored. Main phase, exhaust this card and remove a counter from this card to draw a card. Then each player puts a card from their hand on top of their deck. So I get a card, and then I lose a card, but you don't get a card and you lose a card.
That's mean.
It's not terrible. It
And
is
then-
repeatable if you're running it's any counter. So yeah, this is pretty
Yeah, this is part of the
fairly
cycle.
fairly reliable hand disruption. It's not bad. I gave it a 3.
Can anyone say the create a card from BabsCon?
What, you're talking about the
Summer chills.
either Summer Chills or the
Yeah, Summer
oh
Chills,
oh.
because you get to put that on top, and then you can use this card to put it in play, essentially.
That's true. That's interesting. I just like the fact that you get to deny your opponent a card draw at the start of their next turn. Doesn't matter what they put on top, you just denied them a draw. That's pretty nice.
I mean, I think that's the best argument I've heard for this. I had to have this explained to me, and I'm still just kind of like, okay, I guess.
Oh yeah, the card draw denial is going to be really painful. I know there's a lot more card draw right now, but this is going to be rough.
Well, does this have a? I guess it's got magic restored. Okay, fine. You can have a 3.
Also, I'll play it in Sunny Purple. What the heck? Let's add some power counters on here, and I'll keep drawing cards and putting the worst card back on top, but then, you'll keep denying yourself a draw.
Yeah, tax you 1 AT for your draws.
Oh, man. Okay. So, So, Sunny Purple in harmony with Deep Darkness and 2 of these. Is interesting.
How hard is it to get in a situation where your opponent just can't have cards in their hand?
Yeah, or never gets to see a new card in their hand. Yeah. Interesting.
Eventually, they'd have enough AT to just draw through everything, but because it is main phase.
Not with Deep Darkness, they won't.
Oh, in Harmony? Okay, yeah.
This is a scary card.
And you know what? If we're in Harmony, let's put some YPS in there too, because every Harmony deck is made better with YPS. So
15 sets later.
I will build that deck for the next Harmony tournament.
All right, you heard it here first.
Still wins games.
We're not doing Harmony at Everhurry, right?
Technically. You can bring a Harmony
No.
deck.
No.
You can.
Ciderfest usually does Harmony, so
All
probably
right,
Ciderfest.
are gonna be gone all Friday.
Okay. Yeah, Glory can have a 3.5. I actually really like Glory.
Yeah,
Three.
I give her a 3.
Bugle gives her a 4, because this is mono purple repeatable hand disruption. Potentially actually really scary.
Yeah, I agree on the potentially very scary here.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think there's going to be enough slots.
So honestly, in draft, I think this is a 5 through 8 because like it's on cost, it's low entry power and whatnot, magic restored, but that ability just like is less impactful in draft. Where yes, card draw is important, but like it's not as AT value isn't as tight in limited format.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean this whole cycle I think is a lot less valuable in limited.
Yeah. Next card.
Show me Onyx and Dapple, Music Makers, 3 cost, 3 rec, 4 power. It's power efficient. I like that. Magic restored. When you put 1 or more magic counters on this card for the first time each turn, banish that many cards from the top of your deck. Then you may play one of those cards with cost less than or equal to the number of magic counters on this card without paying its cost. This lets you play stuff not for free, but it lets you pay stuff without playing action, or play stuff without paying action tokens. Also, if you run this with Prisbeam Lantern and some type of magic restored thing going on, this can interplay with, let's see. So you'll put 2 magic counters. Okay, so with Prisbeam Lantern, that doesn't work particularly well because the magic restored triggers twice. But the next turn it'll be good. And it still lets you play stuff for free. I like free value. They can have a 3. With
Yeah,
the
I think I agree with a 3 here.
2.5. I don't like blowing up the top of my deck.
3.
So consider this, right? If you can find a way to protect this card, and you have Message from the Past, you can play Message from the Past on your opponent's turn, and as long as this card already has at least 1 magic counter on it, if you end up banishing a 2 cost or less card from the top of your deck, you just get to play that card instantly for free. And then the next turn, 3 or less. And the next turn, 4 or less. And the next turn, 5 or less. And Message keeps coming back.
Yes, but you're also blowing up the top of your deck every time you do that. Like
1 card. One card from the top. Yes.
It's banish that many cards from the top of your deck.
Read it again. That is, banish a number of cards equal to how many magic counters you put on it for the first time each turn. The total cost of the card that you can play is based on however many magic counters are accumulated. The number of cards you banish is only equal to the number of magic counters you put on it in that instance.
Yeah.
Oh.
That needs an FAQ entry then.
Yeah, that's not how I read it.
I did not read that way. Okay, sure. Where are you? 3.
Alright.
That is a very significant change.
In draft, it's kind of interesting because like 3 cost 4 is what you're really looking at this for, with maybe upside of being able to play things depending on how much magic restored you get. This is definitely a card that how quickly you're going to pick it is based on how many packs you're in and how much magic restored you already have.
If you have a ton of magic restored, this card gets dumb real fast.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like you can play any card that comes up.
Yep.
Pinky sense to decide what card you're going to play.
Yeah.
You don't even need Pinky Sense. You can run Glory to put the card right on top in mono purple.
Oh, frick. And she's got magic restored as well.
Silly. Okay, next card. You know what? Are we even going to give this thing the time of day? It's got Sparky on it. Have a 0. Go away.
You didn't even give it a 0.
I agree. I think it's a 0.
It's
What did I actually give that card?
it's a 1. It's not good.
Oh, I did give it a 1. I kind of forget our difference between 1 and 0 right now, but
Actively
0
harmful.
is 0 is actively harmful to run.
There is
Yeah.
a place.
I don't think this is a 0.
It's not a 0. It's like a 0.5. And we should actually read this card. This is huge.
Yeah. 2 power, 3 cost, 1 rec. Immediate. Pay 1 to give an opposing friend here -2 power until the end of the turn. Then, if that friend has 0 or less power, move that friend home.
Okay. There is a place for this. There is exactly one place for this, which is in the meme version of GoHome.deck.
Yeah.
I actually don't think that this card is terrible. Like, there's a lot of friends with 2 power. And immediate, pay 1 to move an opposing friend here home. Like, that ain't bad.
And even at 4 power, it's 2 AT to move them back, so you're not losing anything. And if you're protecting like a troublemaker, you're still AT advantaged.
Yeah, I think that there's room for this. Like, if I'm drafting Go Home, I will pick this.
Oh yeah, no. In
and
limited,
not feel
absolutely.
bad about it.
Yeah, well, limited, I still think it's like a 5. Like that 1 helps it a lot, but it's one of those things where you want the troublemakers already in hand, so this is one that its value goes up as you're later in the draft and know what you're doing.
Yeah, I just don't see purple control running this card.
I see purple control running this card if they're running Preserving the Evidence and one other magic counter on it, because then they can just send everything home from that problem forever if it's 4 or less power, and that's hilarious.
All right, fine. Have your half a point.
Yay!
On the count of 1.
1.
Yay, 1.
Dumb.
We're so bad at counting.
I mean, when the count is what the number is, you know.
So dumb. Okay, next card. Thunderflap, Philly Guide, 4 purple power, 4 cost, 3 purple rec, Pegasus friend, assist 2. When you play this card, you pay 1 less to play your next event this turn for each character that assisted this card.
Now, Bugle has the highest rating here, giving it a 4, saying that 0 cost 4 power friends are probably good, referencing the fact that you're getting 2 AT value off of assist and 2 AT off of the ability. But I disagree, because purple is already strained finding cards that don't want to exhaust themselves for their own ability. I think that's the biggest issue with Thunderflap. Thunderflap's value is great, but there are so many purple friends that already want to exhaust to do something else that finding additional characters to be able to exhaust to support this assist makes it not as valuable as some other colors.
And this is just competing for slots here. This is... Ugh.
It also has the requirement to have a event you want to play in hand.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, I give him a 2.5.
2.
I gave this one a 3. I think he's a little bit better than a 2, but not by a whole lot.
2.
It might just be a 2. I don't know. I'm just gonna stick with 3 though.
I don't see purple wanting this in general.
In limited, I give it a 4th pick, but that's just because of the cost to power ratio. Like, and sometimes you get an event advantage.
I mean, you could do something very stupid with this and do like a blue-purple aggro where you do this for the body, then you pop a
Let's make our mark together.
read the manual.
Oh, sure, that too. Either one of those. Yeah, okay. Still, 2.5.
Yeah. Next card.
It is probably blue-purple aggro, though you're probably
Zip Storm on 3, next card.
great.
Entry.
On 3.
3.
Next card.
All right. We have
White cards.
Yep, Allura, Colder Shoulder. 4 cost, 2 white wreck, 4 power. Ally, Magic Restored. When this card you got the text for Magic Restored. Main phase, exhaust this card and remove a counter from this card to banish a card from a discard pile. Then you may banish up to 1 card your opponent controls with the same name as the card you banished. This is an expensive friend. This
It's
is
a
4
very
cost.
good friend.
This ability is very strong. In the right circumstance, probably in the mid game, and you need to have a way of getting stuff into your opponent's discard pile in white, which is not the easiest thing in the world to do.
I mean, if they put something in there, they're cycling something that's got unique or...
Sure. Obviously, those are going to be the best ways, is if your opponent does it for you. But if you can even activate this once, it's probably worth it to be able to banish any type of card, right? Friend, resource, troublemaker, doesn't matter. All very strong. Ara, I would like to please have a way to change the name of a card in a discard pile to a different card name.
No.
No.
Please.
Okay.
I have nothing nefarious in mind with this.
I want to point
I
out
would like to play Old Bunny.
that that kind of stuff is how you get Turing machines in Magic the Gathering.
I understand this.
No.
I'm not trying to make MLP Turing complete. I'm just trying to banish my opponent's main character.
Nothing nefarious, huh?
Look, for years, we've said problems can't, go into other areas, and we'll get to that here in a second.
God, you are
We're
breaking things.
Don't worry about it.
I'm worrying about you are legally obligated to not tell me to don't worry about it. 3.5.
Why your opponent's main? Just get rid of all the problems in both decks.
I think I gave it a 4.
Yeah, she can have a 4. This is fine.
She's terrible in drafts.
What
This
did,
is a 6
what did
to
I
8.
even give this? Oh, I gave it a 4 as well. That makes sense.
Bugle also gives it a 4. Okay, next card.
Alphabetical Haven. 1 cost, 1 power, 2 cost, 2 rec. When this card enters play, give another one of your friends plus X power until the end of the turn, where X is the number of action tokens you gained during the action step this turn. So, Allo-ish that gets better the later it is in the game.
I'm somewhat sad that this didn't say during the ready phase, because then you can do some very stupid things.
There may be reasons that it was not ready phase.
So,
Anyways,
early game you get 2, late game you get 5.
Zip and Pip hate this.
This is a weird card.
It's a little odd. I not a huge fan of it myself. I gave it a 2.
Like, it's a decent amount of power for 2. Don't get me wrong, but like,
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 2. It's
White has much better ways of giving other friends power than this, and it's just going to run those instead in most circumstances.
unreliable power gain. I mean, most of the time, it's gonna be like 3 or 4.
Yeah, I think you're right. I guess this is kind of like, it's almost like Aoizotl. Meh, have a 2. This is actually on the count of 2.
Yep.
in draft, I think we're talking about a 4 through 6 pick, just because like in the mid game it is 2 for 5 power, which is a double confront often. So like it's got value there, but it is only a one shot. You're not investing anything.
Yeah, I think it is pretty good. And
Then it's just
Limited.
exhaust fodder.
Yeah, this is stuff for that.
Yep.
And it being 3 types is important for what would be draft's biggest card.
All right,
It can have a 2.
next card. Alphabettal Blossomforth. 3 power, 3 cost, 2 white wreck, unicorn friend, assist 2. When an opponent moves one of their characters to a problem, if you have 2 or more exhaust characters, you may exhaust this card to send that opposing character to its previous area.
Alright, if no one else is going to say it, I'll say it. This is a potential 1-cost, repeatable, forced movement if you're running enough assist or other ability things. In white-purple, this thing is crazy.
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, in draft, like you're talking a second or third pick just because it's 1 cost, 3 power, and then it has upside. Oh my gosh!
yeah, I get the 4. I like moving things back to their previous areas.
I think this thing's main problem is it's not in purple. 3.5.
I think it's a 4. I think it's great.
I gave it a 3.
Is this the first card we've seen that can assist down to 1 that doesn't cost like 5?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah,
Next card.
Okay, Dahlia, Homegrown Goods. 3 cost, 3 white wreck, 3 white power. Earth Pony friend with unique. Your opponent's home limit is reduced by 1 for each non-attachment resource at their home. Your opponent may retire non-attachment resources at their home as though they were friends when resolving their home limit. That's interesting. There are a lot of resources around right now that like to sit at home.
There's a lot.
Boo!
What? What are you sad, farm player? Oh, feed
This is
Pip.
like-
Excuse me. I want my Wrath of Gilda-proof army of resources.
No, feed Pip your delicious farm tears.
this is a very weak form of resource removal.
It's not the worst thing that White has available, though.
No, I give it a 2.5. I guess there's a question of like, does White have much better options for resource removal?
White has typically, I mean, I could be wrong on this, and I'm sure I am, but I've never been super thrilled with Mono White's resource removal options.
Yeah, I mean that's always been the thing. We don't give White great options.
I am surprised you're all sitting here looking at this card as resource removal and not friend removal, because that's really what this is.
Yeah.
You are forcing the opponent to choose. If
I mean,
they
yeah,
think-
they need to make a choice, but
You're not This is not targeted resource removal. If you wanted to run fashion overload or fashion disaster, right? Then yeah, you're gonna run that card instead, or you'll run Claude, or you'll run another card that we'll see here later on. This is just, you do not allow your opponent to build up a board beyond a certain point across 2 different card types. And then you get to run 0 bars to just hose them anyway.
Yeah, it's a real squeeze on the like control players. I build my board into an undefeatable thing.
Yeah, it's very impactful. I don't know if the pip lists are still going to be a thing, but this sounds annoying. And not that I think that these are particularly good decks, but if you go and start playing the meme game with Bonate and a couple of other things.
Sure. She can have a 3.
I'm just going to randomly give her a 3/5.
I think I gave her 3.
6 through 10 in draft, just because it's not really relevant most of the time. And it's your rare.
Yep. Next card.
Alright. We got Jazz Hooves, Love Struck, 2 cost, 4 rec, 3 white power, magic restored. At the end of your turn, for each magic counter on this card, you may ready one of your resources. Saddle Row Storefront, some of the accessories that we'll get to that exhaust. Bugle points out Poison Joke, which is really rude. What else do we have that's also kind of silly at immediate speed? Consolation Prize.
Pinky Sense.
Pinky Sense. Yeah, there's enough out there. Even if it's just a single resource being ready, this is pretty nice. She can have a 3.
So you're doubling the fire rate of all of my resources with that say immediate all of them. Cool. Have a 3.
3. Yeah, everyone said 3.
Like, this is fragile. That's its problem.
Third pick in draft too, just because that 2 cost with 3 power with upside, and 4 rec is kind of rough, but like in white, not so much. You typically hit higher recs in white.
Yeah, and it's got magic restored, so.
Mm-hmm.
Next card.
Misty Bright Dawn. Bright Eyes. 4 power, 4 cost, 3 rec. Assist 2. When you play this card, put a Unicorn Friend token with prepared into play for each character that assisted this card.
I'm going to call you out right now. You are cracked giving this card a 2.5. Ara, this thing is insane.
Fine, have a 4.
There
Thanks.
we go.
I give it a 3.5. But, I mean, 2 AT for 6 power, and
with 2
like,
prepared.
Yeah, and with prepared, which is actually can be pretty relevant. It just seems good.
This card, not quite by itself, but in conjunction with a number of other cards that already exist or are about to exist, is actually one of the reasons why an existing card is having to be changed.
Yeah. Like, this is definition of second pick in draft. It's like just so power efficient, so capable. It does everything you want on cheap. This card would be the other card that would rule the scene if it was commonly done.
Mm-hmm. This thing is spectacular. And as Bugle points out, somewhere back in Adventure, Octavia is drooling and she doesn't know why.
Also, all of these cards are. I'm just going like, where was this when Ocellus was around and needed like random unicorn tokens or random overpowered cards?
We intentionally didn't print any good cards for white except for Miss Main, specifically because no one likes Ocellus and Nara was mad.
She is in fact a traitor to the Hive.
Ara likes Ocellus. It's okay.
Okay, hold on. I need to go look this up. I have a like Queen specified ranking of treason here, and Ocellus is on it specifically.
Let's see where she is.
Okay, so the ranking goes from Thorax at first place, Pharynx at 8th place, and Acellus gets number 7 simply because she had the excellent judgment of imitating Chrysalis at one point, but that's also like having the absolute gall to imitate Chrysalis. How dare.
It's high treason, but I respect you for it.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Valid.
Anyway, next card. On the count of 3.
It's a 3.
3.
Pip Pedal Confidence is her song on the count of 3. 2-2 entry.
I almost put this at a 2 because it's Pip, but it's 3.
There's entry.
Moving on.
I mean,
Alright, get to the real Pip card.
royalty
So-
as a tag is relevant because of the pink card.
See, this Pip is fine because she knew that the proper course was to hide her face. Pip Petals, pint size.
Ooh.
2 cost, 1 white wreck, 2 white power. Pegasus friend with royalty. When a friend leaves a discard pile for the first time each turn, add that friend's printed power to this card's power until the end of the turn. I don't want to get myself in trouble by continuing the joke, so I'll just say I gave this a 3 and leave it to the rest of you.
I mean, 3 is the closest to pi.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a 3.
Yeah.
White has Fit a Peak, and that's probably good enough. White also has Mod, and that's also probably good enough because Mod's 4 power. So, yeah, enjoy your extra power, White Aggro.
Third pick draft, simply because 1 wreck with really good upside and on power.
I think I did actually give this a 2.5 because Pip is small.
Yeah. Takes off half a point.
Next card.
Who's got this one? Oh, it's me.
I
It's
want
Sunday.
to eat her hair.
It's Sunday, tea time. 1 cost, 1 wreck, 1 power in White Unicorn. Immediate retire this card to put a 1 power White Unicorn friend token with Prepared into play. If you are playing White Aggro, this goes in there. If you are playing Pip, that's a bit of a stretch, but you can play Pip Aggro and this goes in there. But like, this is a Yonabar card. It's great.
I guess it doesn't
And-
have to be exhausted, so you can exhaust it for assist and then blow it up to make another unicorn token.
Exactly. It's fine. It's good.
This poor
It's
pony,
okay.
her horn is an ice cream cone.
Yes. I'm just looking, like, everything about her hair is, like, edible.
Like, Pinkie Pie's hair looks like cotton candy. This one's just like, do you wash your mane with syrup?
I kind of don't want to know the answer to that.
2.
She can have a 2.5. She's a little better than that.
Have a 2.
I gave her a 2. Bugle gave her a 3, but that's because he's a Yonabar player.
Also, if we're going back into Adventure, Octavia once again loves this card.
Oh, yeah. This is
Shenanigans.
great with her.
It's a 5th or 6th pick on draft. Like, if you're in White, you'd be happy to have this, but it's nothing to write home about.
Next
I guess-
card.
I guess kind of the question is, would you pay 1 AT for a 1 cost White Unicorn token with Prepared? Like, and then also get some side perk with it. I don't know if I'd run a card slot for it in every single deck, but I might run that in more than I thought.
Without the extras now. Like,
It
it's
also
like
has
summoning
free
bell costs
movement.
1, right?
Yeah,
And
That's
that's a lot. Yeah. Like,
with the extras.
yeah.
Ooh, you know what? Would I run this with White Izzy, the 4 cost Izzy that can get this back into my hand from the discard pile and put a token copy into play? Maybe.
Next card.
Yep.
In the yellows.
Cloud Puff. 2 power. 2 cost, 1 wreck. When you exhaust this card, put a critter friend token into play. But she doesn't exhaust herself. Yeah,
Can you say assist fodder?
yeah. I mean, everything in this cycle is kind of, do I get something cool for assisting? I forget what I rated this. Oh, I gave it a 3. Yeah. Critter friends are impactful. Like when you have enough of them. And it's decent on color entry. Get there early, assist to get some other things, and you get a benefit out of it.
I think my question here is, do you run this in one of the lists that's running Birds of a Feather?
Yes. Yes, you do.
Oh yeah.
Specifically because yellow has some of the better options for assisting cards between Hitch and Stroller Bunnies, which we will get to here shortly.
Oh, God, that card. All right, fine.
Yeah,
Have another half a
she's
point.
a critter herself. Makes more critters.
Yeah, 2.5.
Cool.
It was almost an on 3.
In draft, third pick like the rest of the cycle's been.
Yeah. Next card. Grandma Figgy, Baking Fiend. 3 power, 5 cost for yellow wreck, Earth Pony Elder. When you play a friend, draw a card and give that friend +1 power until the end of the turn.
I feel like I've seen that ability somewhere before.
Why?
What do you mean, why? Haven't you missed it? Haven't you missed... Don't you hear it way off there in the distance? Choo choo.
The breezies are coming for our souls.
I think several of us actually have split ratings on this. Put simply, if you are playing this traditionally with like fair aggro in mind, it's pretty bad. If you are playing this in combo and it fits in the combo deck, it's going to be great. So this is a 1 or a 5 from me. One or the other.
Yeah.
I am going to point out that these ratings are typically based on core, and in core, this is a 1.
This gets a 1.5.
I mean, maybe you could find a combo in core, but yeah, I give it 1.5.
Like, there's a thing that you can do with this. It's not necessarily going to be good, but none of that matters because this was really just an excuse to put my shortbread recipe onto a card.
Fair. In draft, it's an 8 through 12. Like, you're never making good use of it in draft for that cost.
Yes, it's
Yeah,
so
that's
expensive. Yeah, I think what I was thinking, like, if you had assist, it would be much more interesting, but it also might be a little broken.
You need to make an FAQ entry for this that converts the measurements into metric.
Yes.
And yes, this annoys me just as much that it's a baking recipe that uses volume measures. 0, let's see, Bugle says 0 except when 6, and then says, did I stutter?
Sounds about right.
Oh,
Yeah.
It mixes weight and volume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, next card.
Count of 3 for Hitch.
On
Count
the-
of 3 for Hitch.
On the count of 3.
3.
4. JK. 3.
What?
What? What?
Not having the royalty tag means it is actually less valuable.
Alright, next card.
Let's see. Is this me?
Yes.
It is.
All right. We have Hitch Trailblazer, Nature Expert, 4 cost, 3 rec, 4 power, assist 2. When you play this card, for each character that assisted this card, you may return an exhausted friend to its owner's hand. This thing is great. There's a
I
bunch
love
of
this card.
There's a bunch of exhaust going on right now. White loves power efficient plays, which this becomes just because of assist in there. And you know what? If you want to bounce one of your own things, you are totally free to do so. And if your opponent is kind enough to exhaust their own stuff for you, you can bounce theirs instead. And if you really want to be mean, you can, assist this with a zipper will and then bounce it and drain your opponent's action tokens.
Mm-hmm.
This
Yeah, I
is,
mean, there's a lot of like low cost friends that you would much rather see in your hand than in play.
Mm-hmm.
So hitting yourself is good.
this thing is actually kind of like cracked. I have a 4. This is actually on the count of 4.
Yeah, this is a 4.
Yeah, and the interesting thing because there were plays with the Sea Pony the transform cards, but they were very restricted because it was by name. So this kind of opens that up.
Yeah, assisting this into itself to bounce it back when it's at home or something. Like,
That alone is actually pretty good. All right, I am almost going to. I'm not going to do anything. I want to see someone break this.
Sure. I don't even know if it has to be like straight up broken. I think you can just get such good, like, breaking it might just be finding the best way to get value out of it, not even trying to do a combo thing, and the value is just so good.
Oh, Anamoy asks, how do I rate the recipe on Grandma Figgy? It's actually pretty good.
in draft, Hitch is the third best of this cycle, and that cycle is literally what would define this set. So very, very good at a probably second pick.
All right, next card.
Peach Fizz, 3 power, 2 cost, 3 rec. Magic restored. Main phase, exhaust this card and remove a counter from this card to move one of your characters to a problem where you have no other characters. You get to move things. Wait, why does Bugle think this is sorry, the best in the cycle?
I don't know.
I mean, it's free movement, right?
Yeah.
It's free movement and overcosted.
Undercosted? Overpowered? It's power
yes,
efficient.
That. Thank you.
I think it's good. I think it's a 3.
It's very strong. It's also power efficient, yeah, like you said. I think the fact that it's power efficient is the thing that helps it quite a bit here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just discount Thunder Lane if you squint at it.
If you squint at it very hard.
I mean, really, what are we talking about here? It's 2 cost for 3 power at a problem one turn, then 3 power at a problem the next turn, at least 3, right? Moving your main. If you move Hitch or Birds of a Feather, then it's 4, so...
Yeah, but how are you getting the other counters on it in yellow?
Playing Hitch for Magic Restored.
Do you even need it, though? That's the thing, right? Like, exhaust this, move something back up, then bounce this to your hand with Hitch.
Yeah.
It's exhausted.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you're only getting 1 shot off of that, it's still pretty decent. Have a 3.
I also gave this a 3. Maybe I'm just bitter at yellow friends that aren't critters, but it's good. I just don't know if it's 4 good.
3.5 from me.
In draft, I'm actually having some issues because I do not know if I would pick this over entry. Like, it is that close to being a second pick, but I think I will say it's a second pick, and this might be worth it over entry.
Spicy. Alright, next card. Queen Haven, Welcoming Ruler. 3 power, 3 cost, 3 yellow rec, Pegasus Royal Chaotic. Chaos. If you would put this flipped card on the bottom of your deck, you may put it into your hand instead. Not bad. Magic Restored. Immediate. Remove a magic counter from this card to choose one of your flipped friends. If you would put that friend on the bottom of your deck, you may put it into play here instead.
Nice.
This was fun to theorycraft with, obviously with Pinky Sense. And it's entertaining to think of all the cool, expensive stuff you can get into play. But orange...
If you're going to reanimate, just reanimate. Quit messing around with this.
Yes, but we got a late edition in Glory in purple, and that would put this in a yellow-purple deck, which often has a lot of very expensive cards, and also happens to have Alpha Biddle, who we will get to, that makes your royalty friends cheaper and protects them, allowing you to keep this in play. So I think this got better because of one of the last cards that got added to the set.
And Zip was already looking at yellow as a secondary color too, so this is not that crazy to slide into that deck.
I don't think it's that much better. Like, I think it's still a 3, but I like this more leaning into purple than I do leaning into pink.
Maybe. Don't buy it. 1.5.
Oof. Understandable.
3.
I have 2.5.
Bugle says 2, but it might secretly be a 4, and then is just like, well, this kind of cheating stuff into play has never really worked.
Not in this manner, anyway. It might be a 2, but we'll see.
In draft, kind of the interesting part is that the actual chaos and getting it to your hand, like it's a free draw, so to speak, with Magic Restored. So I actually think it's like a 4 or 5 with a minor upside off of like a single face-off, but maybe.
Interesting.
Interesting. Okay, next card.
What do we got here? That is certainly a design. Shortcakes, Strawberry Delight. 4 cost, 1 yellow wreck, 4 yellow power, Earth Pony Friend. Calming. While this card is in play, calming X on your cards means when an opposing friend enters play here, put X -1 power counters on that friend. Well, that's mean.
You don't like permanent calming?
No, not really.
This is just cruel.
This is also kind of
really
dangerous.
Like permanent calming.
This is also kind of dangerous for you to use with all of the things in this set that say remove a counter. So be careful.
Have some counters.
Your opponent's like, oh, calming makes counters? Thank you. I'm going to put all of this into play here.
Oh man, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's the real
Calming
scary thing
10.
about this, is your opponent just being like, alright, bet.
That being said, permanent calming is still annoying, so that's why I still gave this a 3. But you definitely don't want to set yourself up for failure by playing this. Also, what is going on with this character's design?
I assume it's another one of the submitted characters.
She fell into a pizza.
Yeah.
I think she fell into a watermelon.
But
In
apparently it's supposed to be strawberries.
That is certainly end design.
In draft, this is actually a bomb. This is a first pick. Like, I present you to you, turn 1 bank. Turn 2, I confront Buckball on my opponent's side, and now they have to play into any...
This mess.
Yes.
Yeah, valid.
This is a massive bomb.
So this is very annoying, but I don't see this being run in a constructed deck too.
Oh, Brandon Pagano will run it.
I
Fair.
gave it a 2.5 or something. Yeah.
All right.
Next card.
I'm excited about this one.
Are
This
you?
is the hardest
I don't
card
believe
to
you.
grade in the set, apparently.
Sparky, sharing is caring. 2 cost, 2 yellow wreck, 2 yellow power dragon, unique. At the start of each player's turn, each other player gains 2 action tokens.
So I'd like to play this in a multiplayer game.
Yep.
You and the 2 other people who actually do that can have fun in your corner over there.
We'll go enjoy ourselves.
There is so much. This is such an interesting card because it does accelerate the game for both players, and that's not generally the worst. You are getting 2 power out of this, and then you are getting the value out of it first, right? So you're basically spending a card to get 2 power into play, and then you will be gaining 2 AT, alternating with your opponent perpetually for the rest of the game as long as they leave it in play. And because this is the opposite of Jerkface, where it's not harming both players, it's benefiting both players, your opponents might be somewhat loath to actually get rid of it because they see, hey, this potentially gives me some extra action tokens. Just make sure that you have a way to get more value out of that first. There's a couple of ways you can do this. You can punish your opponent for having action tokens by taking them away from them. You can remove this card after you've gotten the refund on it before your opponent does, so that you get value and your opponent does not, even if it's just soft removal like Frighten, or you can bounce it. It's just really, really interesting how to use it. This is probably one of my favorite cards in the set. I have to give Sparky a 4. I think Sparky is great.
Words said
Yeah.
never again.
I give them a 4. I've seen what Sparky can do.
This gets a 3. I know there's a gimmick here, but the skill cap on this just seems incredibly high, and you've got to have like a massive planet-sized brain to keep track of exactly when you're going to blow this up to make this work out in your favor.
Let me ask you a question, since you bring up a good point, right? It is difficult to evaluate the true value of this given what you are also giving to the opponent. When you would, well, you wouldn't play this. When a player would play Thorax in Adventure, okay, how much of their concern was their opponent having the action tokens to disrupt them or to outrace them, and how much of it was them just having the appropriate card? Because if your opponent having an extra 2 AT is not actually relevant, or not meaningfully relevant, compared to what yellow aggro could do with 2 extra AT and also having a body that boosts your main in play, then I think this thing is insane in Adventure. I know we're not talking about Adventure, but it's interesting to think about.
And so I like my alternate interpretation of this, where you play this during the Chrysalis Villain Challenge, and then each of the challengers' turns, plural, starts, so I get 6 tokens.
Oh, that's horrible.
Correct.
So in draft, this is a last pick card, but not because you don't want it, but because no one else is going to pick it. And so if you want this card, you just wait until it's the last one coming around to you.
Interesting.
That's a galaxy brain strategy. All right. Sure. Have a 3. I see that. Yeah. Just have a 3. Next card. Ah, this one.
Stroller buns.
Speaking of high skill caps.
2 cost. Just kidding. 2 power, 3 cost, 2 rec. Assist 3. So you can, assist down to 0. When you play this card, if no action tokens were spent to play it, put a token copy of one of your critter friends with cost 3 or less into play.
So many changes on this card from Bugle and I going, oh, hey, do you have this card? I win. Do you have this card? You win.
What, you mean you didn't like being able to make copies of fresh birds of a feathers?
Or even just being like, here's 0 AT, 6 power at that problem.
Yeah, that was a little silly.
Even with cost 3 or less cap, this is really good. In Adventure, it gets even worse, but in Core, it's still really good.
Valid. Lead Raccoonicorn is a critter with cost 3 or less. I would like 2 of them. That seems fun. Can has?
Did this ever say when this card enters play, or did we dodge that one out of the gate?
No,
I don't remember.
We dodged that one, but it used to do something else that was incredibly stupid. Oh, it used to return itself to the hand and then put a token copy of itself into play, and it turned out that was not allowed. That was very illegal.
There's a good amount of great targets for this. Antoine is the first one coming to my mind. Token copy of Antoine seems pretty good.
But Antoine just does what Antoine does. You don't need a second one of him to get extra value.
Yeah, but Antoine creates another body, which then is more things to feed to Antoine to play more of these, more Yellow Friends.
You can make
It's
token copies of Bunyip with this. That's dumb.
Yes, you can. As long as Bunyip is unfrightened, you can. This is a 4.
4. Sure, fine.
Yeah.
As a second pick in draft, I'm starting to think that yellow is the way to go in draft instead.
Interesting. Is it not blue and orange for the first time?
Blorge.
Yeah, I think pink and yellow are that much ahead of things.
Oh, wait till you see one of the multicolor pink-yellow cards, then we'll see what you think.
Alright, next card. Into our multicolors. Misty and Alphabettle, Daddy-Daughter Day. Blue-orange. 4 power, 5 cost, 2 rec in each color. Unicorn, full unique. Assist 2. Your characters here have Stubborn. The first friend you play each turn other than this friend has Assist 1.
Are you sure you don't want to play Blorange? You can still play Blorange. It's right there.
It's valuable, but the problem is that you're gonna run out of cards to play.
Yeah. This is a constructed card.
Yeah, that's you best make sure your gas tank's big, because you're gonna run out of gas real quick.
This is the thing that I think Blue Orange has wanted for a while. It's a...
Your characters here... Okay, I can't read. Almost...
Your characters here have Stubborn.
Here have Stubborn. I thought I messed that up.
No, you're good.
Here for Stubborn?
Here for Stubborn. This card with Donut Joe is crazy. This card with Sunny Mane is crazy. This card with Twitch or other assist cards is crazy. This card with Kevin is crazy. This card is crazy.
But not as crazy as it used to be, which is why it's only a 4 now.
Correct. It's still very, but it is a 4.
I think this might be the card that might push blue-orange into seeing maybe some competitive play, hopefully.
I think so.
I will dissent here, but sure, maybe this might be what Elves needs.
What's funny is in draft, I don't think you're ever picking this. Like it's a big bomb for sure, but just because it's 2 colors, that means it's likely no one else is in your 2 colors. So probably just wait until the second round pick. So this is honestly a 5 through 8 at all times.
Even if you want it, you don't actually want it.
Right. I mean, and that's just kind of the nature of draft sometimes, because like how many other people are going to be in specifically blue and orange, and I don't think this is a first pack first pick either. I mean, it can be, but there's enough other commons that are really good in this set that I don't believe it would be.
All right, next card.
Flare, Beach Day. 2 cost, 2 blue and pink rec, 3 blue and pink power. Pegasus friend with Chaotic. Chaos, when this card is flipped, you may discard a card to add that card's power to your power total in the face-off. Immediate, discard a card to move one of your characters with power equal to the discarded card's power to this card's problem. It's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
What is the meme, Ara? I don't understand.
The entire card is just beige.
It
It's
is.
just
It has pink and blue.
It's just beige and hot dog stand theme.
There's
like Windows
there's
3.1
red.
hot dog stand.
Ow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good card. I give it a 3. It might be better than that because the power efficiency and the move and being able to discard and move it.
I think this card is good enough to justify Shining Armor considering splashing away from purple. I think the presence of this card giving you free movement is and having discard synergy is enough to make Shining consider a pink variant. Even if it's not just as aggro efficient, you might be leaning more into like a Still Partying or a Crown of Grover list, but I think it's great.
Yeah.
And the best part is, you're not even sad to draw multiple copies of this because you can just pitch them to themselves.
In draft, I honestly think that this is if you're in pink and blue on the second pack, this is a pick one. But otherwise, it's a 5 through 8 because you're trying to find guaranteed good stuff as opposed to multicolor issues.
3.5.
4 from me.
4.
Ivory says 3, as does Bugle. Next card.
Argyle Starshine, quick recall, 6 cost. Haven't seen that in a while. 4 rec in blue and purple, 3 power blue and purple, hasty. You pay 1 less to play this card for each card type among cards in discard piles. This card enters play with a +1 power counter on it for each card type among cards in discard piles. So if there is one card type, one unique card type among cards in discard piles for both you and your opponent, you will spend 5 to play this card, and it will be 4 power when it enters play. If there are 2 card types, you'll pay 4, it'll be 5, thus making it Thunderlane. At least Thunderlane costed and, statted. If there are 3 card types, you're paying 3 and getting 6 power. If you manage to get all 4 card types, you are paying 2 and getting a 7 power Hasty Friend. Good luck.
This is situationally very good. I don't like situational things. It's not
I
consistent.
think it's a
too.
pretty common situation.
Yeah, there's several decks that could want this. I think the 4 blue and 4 purple is going to hold it back.
I think it's going to hold it back until the mid game. I know you're probably talking about limited pancake, but I think this actually fits very nicely into the existing shining purple list that we have right now. That deck loves discarding cards. It loves discarding cards of different card types, and getting 3 power or 3 cost for 6 power, pretty decent. That's enough to confront most problems solo by itself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The wreck here is painful, but
It kind of has to be, though.
yeah.
I mean, if you've just got one Daybreaker out, then all of a sudden this is, you're essentially there.
He can have a 3.5 only because he doesn't do anything else besides be power efficient, but sometimes that's good enough if he's also cheap. And I feel like...
I mean, he's hasty, too.
Yeah.
I have him 3.
Last pick in draft, he's just not guaranteed enough.
And I believe that Ivory gets a 3.
Yep.
And Ari gave it a 2.
Yep. Bugle gives it a 3 and says it's probably not as good as it looks. Next card. Hello, Discount Rainbow Dash.
Oh my god, this art, I hate it. Zipstorm, yes, yes, and yes, exclamation mark. 3 power, 3 cost, 3 wreck in blue and purple. Hasty. When this card enters play at a problem, choose one. Move another character to this card's problem, or move another character away from this card's problem. If this card entered play during your main phase, choose both instead.
Did you pick the order for us reading these cards specifically so that she's got the gohome.deck card, Ari?
No.
Yes. I secretly told them. I mean, yeah, it's a little go home. Like, I don't even know if I'd put it in go.deck. I mean, maybe. But I think that from an aggro perspective, immediate speed, like however much power you want at the problem, depends on how big your friends are. Like very commonly, you could get like 6 or 7 power, or immediate speed, move something away. So pretty efficient card. I think it's a 3.
Yep, you can have a 3.
Yeah,
Graphic.
3.
This gets a 3.5 because I know this will go home and go home.deck.
Draft, I think it's a 4th pick. I think this is a huge enough effect that you want it as soon as you have your entry. Once the entry's gone, this is a big pickup.
I think you're probably right. Having the versatility of either control or aggression in a color combination that typically plays to both of those ends is probably pretty good.
Yeah, or can do both at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next card. Let's see here. Eggman Bunny Royal Extravaganza. Ugh. 2 power in blue-white, 2 cost, 1 wreck in those colors, ally. Formerly a critter, because it turns out that critters normally don't speak. Swift, showy 1, and while there are no opposing characters here, this card has +2 power. This just, this reeks of, what set was that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just EO blue-white, massively efficient shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
This really is EO blue-white in a nutshell.
EO block anyway. Marks had the multicolor, but Daisy, Lily, and Roseluck were EO, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's also interesting because this thing gives you massive color wreck if it actually goes home, because there will be no opposing characters at your home.
Oh wow, yeah.
Not that this is going to stay at your home for long with Swift.
No, but it is interesting to think about this in Flight Instructor because this will be 4 power at home when you move it, right? Then you can also move a 3 power character to the problem because of Flight Instructor. If this is the first thing you move, it's Swift, so you're only paying 1, so like that's pretty good.
Not that Shoei
Yeah.
really counts for much, but yeah.
It's not the worst, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I think it's a 3.
You can have a 3.5.
Yeah, 3.5. Alright.
And draft, I think it's big enough that this is another post-entry. You snatch it up at a 4th pick.
Okay.
Next card.
Electric Blue, ready to rock. 3 cost, 3 blue and white rec, 7 blue and white power. Pegasus friend. Persistence. This card enters play frightened. When this card is unfrightened, opponents must pay +2 to play events this turn. Sorry to call you out, but Ara, how is this a 2?
I don't get it.
What?
What? Explain.
I don't get it.
Like, you just don't understand how this is useful, or you don't understand how this is good?
Like, okay, you can unfrighten it and then it's protection, but does that make... I don't think that makes this a 5. I don't get it.
So, a lot of that has to do with the fact that there are other cards in this set that synergize very, very well with allowing blue to either frighten its own cards or to unfrighten its own cards. So you're not just getting an effect out of this once. You're getting this effect multiple times, and when you are getting it, your opponent is taxed to the level that Cadence Family Matters used to.
Uh-huh.
And that tax was good enough to get that card banned, in addition to, the regular discount shenanigans that were there.
Yeah.
So the biggest example that I can think of is this card in conjunction with Attempted Dragon Grab and Board Trot means for 1 AT, you can frighten this thing, frighten something the opponent controls, unfrighten this instantly, and tax your opponent for 2 AT all at immediate speed. Or tax your opponent for 2 AT on every event they would play for the rest of the turn. And you are not splashing more than 1 color for white to be able to do that. And then, you know what? Even if you don't have that, right, this card has protection. It has protection on a 7 power body. Forget getting the effect multiple times. You're spending 2 AT in colors that generally have to spend multiple cards to get that much power at a problem, just having a 7 power body. And every time your opponent chooses to spend removal on this, you're going to be able to tax them again on a subsequent turn. This card is crazy.
If they try to nail it while it's face up, sure.
Right, exactly. They have to hit it while it's face down.
Right, but given the nature of this thing, it's also going to end up being face down fairly frequently. If you give them a window in which to hit it, they will hit it.
It's true. I still think the tax is good enough.
Dice to removal is not a good argument when it has 7 power.
Dice removal is not the argument I'm making here. My argument is that the nature of using this thing repeatedly is such that there should be a window where they are not being taxed, where this thing is face down for a short period of time. They will hit it during that window. I don't think this has as much protection if you're using it for the taxes. Maybe it looks like it does.
I think the fact that a lot of removal is going to be conditional on things that don't apply to this friend while it's frightened makes that much harder. There's a lot of removal that cares about a character being exhausted. Can't happen if this is frightened. You'd need a piece of removal that says something like, dismiss a friend that has no counters on it. Or banish a card. And again, your opponent better hope that you don't have a means of frightening something to immediately unfrighten this and then hose it. So,
Yeah.
I see where you're coming from, though. I understand it's a big investment, and because it has such a big target, you don't know how much use you're going to be able to get out of it repeatedly. I think it's very, very powerful. But I get what you're saying.
I think this is one of those cards too that is going to, the first time someone plays up against it, is going to go, what the heck? After they see the pattern to how to deal with it, also, things might be different, but I think for the first entry into meeting this card, people are just going to be unable to deal with it.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. The first time that you see a properly weaponized version of a deck that uses this, oh, it's going to suck.
In draft, this is a pick one, like instantly. You go into these colors, 7 power on a body that has protection is just crazy in draft.
And in draft, I don't even think you care that much about the third ability. Like, yeah, it's going to be annoying, but
it's somewhat convenient, and that's all it is.
You can have a 3. I'm not convinced that it's a 5. There is maybe a place, I don't know how effective it's going to be in terms of getting all of the pieces that you need to make it effective.
Fair enough.
Next card.
So
Next
sad.
card. It's Altero, Careful Kitten, 2 cost, 1 wreck in blue and yellow, 2 power, training 2. When you it's an ally. When you confront a problem, any problem, give this card +1 power until the end of the turn. Then, if that was the 3rd time you confronted a problem this turn, score a point. So this works well with extra confront step. It works well with extra problems to confront. It works well with dilemmas.
It says score a point. That means it's good.
It says score a point, so it's in aggro. Sure. I think Hidden Strength. I can never remember what her name is. Yeah, Hidden Strength can have this.
What?
And be pretty happy about it, because more point gain is very nice, and also it's low rec.
What, the card that we had to ban twice? The card's so
Yes.
nice we had to ban it twice?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Have a 4. On the count of 4, actually.
4.
4.
4.
8 through 12. This is terrible in draft.
Ouch.
Oof.
Next card.
Violet Rainbow.
Violet.
3. Violet.
Is it Violet? I have not heard her name.
Let's go with that. 3 power, 3 cost, 1 wreck in orange and pink. Stubborn. Main phase. Pay 1 to exhaust this card. Immediate.
That's an
Ready to
ability.
What?
Pay
Pay
one
one to exhaust this card.
That's it. No other ability. Immediate. Retire this card to exhaust an opposing friend, resource.
Hold on. Not retire this card.
Ready this
Ready.
card.
Sorry, not ready. Ready. Ready this card to exhaust an opposing friend, resource, or troublemaker. Activate this ability only during an opponent's turn. So if you have other ways to exhaust this card, say assist or whatever, then it's even better.
This is certainly a card. Like, you have to stop and look at this and just be like, okay. First of all, you look like a bucket of ice cream.
She really does. Oh my gosh.
It's not the first one either.
Right? So poor Sunday, continuing the trend of unicorns that look like food.
Second off. Or
That
was
is-
that it?
That is certainly a set of abilities.
The weirdest part about this is activate this ability only during an opponent's turn, which it makes sense as to why, but like just reading that breaks something in your brain.
I mean, this is combined with Hitch. And Daisy, Lily, and Rose Luck. What do we want to say? This thing is great.
Yeah, it's gonna combo well.
I mean, the cruelest part about this is you can still use this poor thing to play face-off chicken. So it's just like, oh, that's exhausted. I'm not gonna cause it. Oh.
It's stubborn.
No, that it is. Forget that.
It kind of has to be.
I mean, it would be. Yeah, it's fair. It would be way funnier if it wasn't, but yeah.
It is simultaneously a buff and a nerf to give that thing stubborn. So it is kind of amusing.
Yeah, like I said, this card just jams your brain for a while.
In
It
draft,
does
I think
things.
it's really good just because it's consistent disruption, and that's for only 3 AT, and then maybe you pay 1, but you've got other ways to exhaust it. That's a pick 2, like maybe a pick 1 even.
I'm pretty big on orange pink this set, and this is one of the many reasons why. But that card is very strong just because orange pink already has so many things that it likes assisting anyway. So you're really not having to use that first ability as often as you might think. So let's call it a 4.5, just barely short of the 5.
I have a 4. I don't remember exactly why, but I have a 4.
I'll keep it at a 4.
Or
Bugle also gives it a 4. Next card. Sunny's mom, and yes, that is the only name she gets. I don't know. Whatever. Dogged Adventurer. 3 power, orange purple, 2 costs, 3 rec in those colors, Earth Pony unique. Prepared. When an opponent discards a card for the first time each turn, gain a token. Gee, I wonder why that's unique.
It's not like we literally just had another card that had to do the same thing.
An emergency reform that we'll talk about at some point? Yeah.
Yeah.
It says gain a token on it, and given that we had to reform something, have a 3.5.
She can have a 3.5, yeah.
These colors, like this is the stat line for Time Turner.
It is.
Yep.
And it has,
Time
and it
loop.
has prepared.
Silly.
It can have prepared too. As a
Silly.
treat.
Draft,
AT
she's
Gen, I like it.
she's a 6 through 8. Like, not AT Gen you can really make use of in draft, and double color. Also a sad sight at the rare.
Kinda. Okay, next card.
The royal family. Matriarchy.
Boo.
You can thank Diamond for that one.
2 cost, 2 orange and white rec, 2 orange and white power. Pegasus critter, friend with royalty. Stubborn. When you exhaust a card, give one of your other characters +2 power until the end of the turn.
+1 power.
Yeah, +1 power till the end of the turn. This seems pretty good.
That says when you exhaust a card.
Any
Yep.
type of card.
Ridiculous.
Any card.
So all your exhausty resources.
When you exhaust an opponent.
And assist, and...
And when you're exhausted.
And your main.
And your problem.
And consolation prize, so you give your main another +1.
Why? Why would you do this?
And your staff.
No, I don't. No more stabs.
And the
And
person
your
playing next to you.
Dragonstone.
We're
Given that there's 3 of them, I give it a 3.
we're not playing Chaos here. I don't think there's room for this.
They can have it. Orange white aggro, maybe. Like This could go in Sprout, maybe?
Maybe. I still don't think there's room for it. 2.5.
I gave it a 3 because I don't actually know. It's either a 2 or a 3. I just don't know which one it is, and I leaned 3 because it has stubborn at least.
You're probably right.
Stubborn's going to be important. In draft, this is probably a 5th pick. Yeah, it's valuable, but you want to get other stuff that actually you're going to be able to use.
Animoy
No.
says, and that card that lets you double exhaust.
Oh yes, Angry Mob. Yeah, or any type of readying, right? Also works well with readying.
Like, Violette. Silly. Alright, next card.
All right, Sunny Star Scout, shining bright. 5 cost, 4 orange and yellow wreck for 0 power. What is this trash? It's an
Wow,
Alcorn Earth
terrible.
Bunny unique with assist 2. Oh, I'm even exhausting other cards to play for it. When this card enters play, you may move any number of +1 power counters from your other characters onto this card. While this card is ready, it contributes its power to confronting each problem.
Okay, I like this card.
Doesn't matter where.
Doesn't matter if it's on your turn or the opponent's turn.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That part could be bad for you.
it could be. But it's real big. So find a way to protect this card. Run this card with Brayburn every single time. Literally every time.
This card is actually always very bad for you on your opponent's turn.
It depends on how big it gets.
And whether or not it's
True.
exhausted.
If it gets big enough to solo confront, then they can just solo confront a 2 bonus thing.
Right. Oh,
'Cause
because you're not in the face-off.
Yeah, because you have 0 power in the face-off.
Yeah, that's okay. That's a fair point.
Unless you have
But-
like a way to exhaust it or
That's fair.
something. I don't know.
I mean, you're in orange. You'll find a way to make this work.
Probably.
Okay, so this does dumb things when it works. I think that getting it to work is annoying. Have a 3.
I think the payoff for this card is very high. I think the level of protection and investment you're going to need in order to get consistent value out of it is also pretty high. But I think even a single turn with this card, if you can catch the opponent with their shields down for just a single turn and then, run a couple of dilemmas and have a quintuple confront is worth it alone.
Yeah.
Use this in a burst turn and probably don't invest too much into trying to keep her around for significant value beyond that. If you get 2 turns out of her, you've gone above and beyond, but her real value is going to be in just one massive swoop.
I mean, you could use it as a finisher, but then you're not just investing in this in terms of action tokens, you're also investing in this in terms of all the +1 power counters. Because if you expect her to get removed, you're going to lose all those power counters too.
Yeah.
That's true.
Now you do get to choose how many move. It doesn't instantly steal everything, but yeah. So that's the big question is like, you have a whole bunch. How many do you move?
Right.
In draft, you're disappointed if this is the last card handed to you because no one else took it as a bait.
You should be very disappointed because this means you're playing with skilled players.
Exactly.
Or maybe happy because you have some interesting opponents to play against. Who knows? Next card. Ah, okay, it's doing the thing again. So, I know why it's doing this.
Because it wants us to talk about Glory more.
No,
Memory is hard.
It's doing this because I'm using the print resolution images. And they are very, very big.
Too much RAM or not enough RAM?
Not enough VRAM, I think.
Download more VRAM.com.
Get a 5090.
I can't for love or money. Do you know how expensive those things are? Okay, we're going glory to...
When has that ever stopped you?
Right now.
Valid.
Okay, and then I have to reload the folder because it's still very mad.
So while we're waiting for R to do that, you were talking about Magic the last time this happened. Where were you when you realized that Magic is now just the card game version of Fortnite?
Sorry, now that I know what's going on, it's much faster.
Dang.
Why is my soul being
Why-
absorbed into this card?
Why are they judging me?
Cheese, this is you.
Yeah, this is you, Cheese.
Pipsqueaks. 3 power, 3 cost, 1 wreck in pink and purple. When you banish one or more cards from anywhere for the first time each turn, draw a card and give this card +2 power until the end of the turn. When you shuffle your deck for the first time each turn, draw a card and give this card +2 power until the end of the turn. I like this card. It's got a lot of traits. And it draws cards and gives power.
This is...
It does, in fact, do both of these things.
This is silly. I think if you are consistently triggering either of these abilities, you are up to enough stuff that you don't need this to win. Because you're already, like, in the middle of getting up to stuff.
Yeah.
This is the card that lets you win, though. That's the thing. This is pink-purple aggro is what's going on here. The amount of power and the amount of card draw...
Hold on, I need to read that again. It says draw a card. Never mind. This score just went way up.
Okay.
So, you have Grogar out. You play this. You banish Grogar to go search for another Grogar, draw 2 cards, and this is up to 7 power.
I don't think I care about the 7 power. I care about the draw a card, because you're drawing cards off of shuffling your deck.
Yep.
Once.
But then Grogar flips up the next turn, and you
Return.
banish Grogar and go searching for Grogar, and this thing's at 7 power, and you draw 2 cards.
Okay. I need to read that again in 3.5.
Okay. That's a little better. I think Pipsqueaks is crazy good, and is one of the reasons why Pink Purple is going to do very well. Actually, both of the Pink Purple cards from this set are also just very nutty. So they can have a 4.5 from me. I'm that confident in what they're going to be able to do. Also, fun fact: if you play this with the Izzy. The discard Izzy to reshuffle into your deck, she triggers both of those effects by herself.
Yep.
True.
Have fun.
Izzy, Grogar, what else do we got that triggers both?
I guess I'll be the dissenter here. I gave this a 3, but it's also probably because I haven't seen the card used in the way you're described, so I'm probably wrong, but I'll keep it at a 3.
Yeah, I have a 3.5.
Draft rating?
All of this hype, and then draft, it's like an 8 through 12, because those aren't things you can consistently pull off in draft.
Rip.
Okay, next card. Oh, pink-white. My least favorite color combo.
At least this one doesn't say unicorn token.
Yeah, at least it doesn't say unicorn token. Alright, Dr. Frankenstein. Give him a jolt. 2 power, pink and white, 2 cost, 2 wreck in those colors. Earth Pony. Exhaust this card to choose a resource in your discard pile. Until the end of the turn, you may play that resource from your discard pile. I don't want to see golden parachutes coming back.
Too bad.
I mean, at least they need the orange rack to get it out, too.
You mean they needed the pink wreck to play this?
They still need the wreck to play the resource.
Yes, you're gonna be in orange white, and you're going to splash into pink for this mess.
Yeah.
That.
I would like to play Heart's Desire.
Is this going to be the new white card that F-Stop?
No, probably. No. Oh, it's a 3.
Think so.
3.5.
3.5. This is going to be annoying. I don't know how, but it's going to be annoying.
I think I gave this a 3. I think it's going to be annoying, but we'll see how annoying it can get.
In draft, this is a 1 or a 4, depending on what kind of resources are available in the packs you've got.
I think the most concerning thing about this one is Bugle's comment where he gives it a 3 and then just says, someday he's going to have so much fun with this card.
Well, yeah, his Invitational's resource reanimation deck was great.
Ugh.
And
Okay.
This fits right into it.
Alright, next card.
Opaline Arcana, Home Alone, 1 cost, 1 pink and white wreck, 1 pink and white power. Alicorn Friend, when a player retires their first card each turn, put a +1 power counter on this card. And when you put 1 or more +1 power counters on this card, you may exhaust this card to draw a card.
there we go. There's the pink-white value engine that I was wondering about. Also, Opaline is kind of adorable in this. And may I never say that again.
It kind of helps when her whole head is covered.
It does.
In draft, this is actually... I nailed this as a 6. Like, it's nothing you want, but like, mid-game you get this out and your opponent has to retire off of home limit and you've got a 2-power friend and a card draw, and maybe you get another one later, so it's okay in draft.
I gave this a 3. I can see this this value engine. I don't know. Maybe it's good enough to be a 4. Not sure yet.
I think it's a 3.
Yeah, I might be a little optimistic with that. There used to be another retire engine. If you have the right retire engine, it's great. We're just not going to talk about adventure and bodyguards in that card. Because I need to preserve some element of sanity.
I'm just not going to think about that.
Yep.
The retire engine is what makes this work, and I guess I don't play enough of these colors to know what that is, so I'm probably giving this not enough credit. Have a 2.
Belly
Trying to think of
flop.
what the retire engine is. I mean, yeah, but we don't have that anymore.
Well, that's his player, doesn't it? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, if both players end up retiring something, which there's things like the resource that enters and each player retires a friend.
Oh, that's terrible. There's also Sprouticus. Ugh.
Yep.
Ugh. It can have a 3.
Okay, next card. Shooby-Doo.
Should be. It's Destiny. It's 1 cost, 1 power, 3 rec in pink and yellow. Very simple. When you play this card, search your deck for a friend with printed power 2 or less, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle your deck. This is Gyro for small power friends. It's minimum of 4 by default. It has to be.
Yeah.
Bugle makes... Oh, I hate this pun. Consider splashing for her.
I don't even know if that. I don't think that was a pun. I think
It's also a pun. It's also a pun.
It is also a pun. But yeah, seriously consider splashing for this. The tricolor entry is good enough right now, or like the multicolor entry is good enough right now, that getting one of those additional colors is not that hard, and being able to find most utility friends is going to be great.
Yeah, this card's a little
Toolbox
nutty.
friend.
Fine. Have a 4.
There we go.
Okay, you know what I really appreciate about this art? If you cover up her face, you could mistake this for Gen 4 art.
Oh yeah, totally good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, true.
Actually,
mouth's a little bit.
Bean mouth.
but-
If she closed her mouth, you could still mistake it for Gen 4 art.
Bean mouth.
It is only the bean mouth.
It is the bean mouth.
The bean mouth.
I know.
In draft, I think this actually fights for off-color entry at a spot of 3 because it can go and get your entry or get you what you need if you've already got entry.
Beans are for pobs, not for mouths.
Bugle gives this a 5.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I don't.
a tutor.
It's good.
I understand where
It
he's
is.
coming from here.
Yeah.
It's a 1 cost tutor.
Like,
And it's a pretty broad tutor too.
yeah, like this. He's not wrong. Like, we have
And
just
then it's an assist body.
we have just hard banned cards for this before. So yeah,
I'll stick with 4. It is very good. I'm not denying that.
all right. Next card. Not mine.
This is cheap.
Yeah. Hitch and Sparky. Hug time. Why is he small? 4 power, 4 cost, 3 rec in pink and yellow. Hasty. Immediate. Banish this card from your hand to choose a problem until the end of the turn. Characters of that problem have -1 power. Opposing characters here have -1 power.
That's a whole lot of stuff that it can do, but it's really expensive.
What do you
I'm-
mean?
Well, it is and it's not. I'm really curious to hear how Pancake rates this for limited.
I'm docking this a half point for the art. I hate it.
Yeah.
I do too. Pancake.
Like-
How is this card in limited?
As soon as you have entry, you grab this, right?
I figured.
Because the thing is in limited, anything that you can do for free is always valuable but this is more importantly free color rack. You don't have to have any
Yeah.
on the color rack, and you have I win a problem face off, that's 2 points, right?
This is
Well,
ridiculous.
provided your opponent has more characters in that problem than you do.
Yeah, this is still ridiculous as a limited card.
It is very, very strong. Like, it's not a bomb. You don't take it immediately unless you're already in those colors. But, like, as soon as the entry's gone, you smash this up.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a spot for it in constructed, but it is. Yeah, I kind of figured this was going to be a high pick in entry or in limited.
Yeah,
in
this
constructed,
is-
I've only got it as a 2.
Yeah, I have it as a 2 as well.
1.5.
Yeah. 2.
Next card. Allura, Curious Kitten. Purple, white, 3 power, 3 cost, 2 rec in those colors, ally. When one of your troublemakers is uncovered or moved, you may move an opposing character at that troublemaker's problem. Cheese is already just being like, yes. Main phase. Exhaust this card to move one of your troublemakers.
Now Cheese is doing the M. Bison. Yes! Yes!
No, he's doing the sickos thing where it's just like, yes! Yes!
So
I
I'm gonna
mean,
go on a limb and say in draft this is a pick one. Like, you grab this, you grab the troublemakers, and then you just start pushing your opponent's stuff back all the time.
yeah. And when you move the troublemaker, it's the problem that you moved the troublemaker to that you get to move an opposing character at.
Yes, because it fires after the move.
Yeah.
Which makes it pretty good, too, because you've just removed the ability for your opponent to challenge that troublemaker wherever it was previously.
Should probably an FAQ entry for that. Just to clarify.
Sure.
And made it harder wherever it landed.
Yep.
It's an interesting card.
It's pretty good. It can have a 3.5. I like this in purple-white troublemaker control. I think it's definitely worth including.
Yeah, 3.5.
I have it at a 3. I think it's good. It definitely has a deck, but
Purple-white TM control.
yeah.
That one.
Yeah, that one.
And that's about it.
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah, probably not going to be used anywhere else.
Zip White Farm.
All right, fine, Zip White.
Go ahead and build that.
You probably can.
Honestly,
But-
there's actually some good stuff for that.
I was going to say, that deck
I
has
mean-
the ability to put troublemakers into play face up at immediate speed.
Well, so there's an even dumber reason for that, which is you build up on one problem, right? And then the epic or the villain uncovers that the other problem messes with your opponent, you beat something up, and then you use Allura to drag the troublemaker over to the problem that you're built up on and just punch its face.
Oh, that is kind of mean.
Right? Like, that's kind of stupid.
All right, those two decks.
Sure. That's a sufficiently dumb interaction that you can have another half point. 3.5.
Bugle also says 3.
Okay, next card.
Pip and Zip, Sisters Forever. 2 cost, 1 purple and white wreck, and 2 purple and white power. Pegasus Friend Royalty. Inspired. When you gain 1 or more action tokens outside of your ready step, you may exhaust this card to gain 1.
I think I need to ask the obvious thing. Does this need unique?
No.
Are you
Probably
sure?
not.
It's an AT
Yeah, it's just-
generator.
It's got
It
exhaustion.
It has exhaust. It's fine.
Yeah, but I can play multiple of them.
That's fine.
Sure, you can play multiple Starlight Glimmer Guidance Counselors, too.
Yeah.
All right, just making sure.
I think this is obviously going to go in pretty much every purple-white deck. It may even just go in any deck that runs an AT generator and you just splash for it.
Don't run this in high tier constructed. You're going to screw up the inspired.
True.
You stole my comment. I was going to say the first ability doesn't matter because you'll never remember it, even if you write it in Sharpie
No,
on your wrist.
the first ability absolutely matters. That's a missed trigger.
He can make the judge upset.
It is mandatory. Damn it.
You'll be all right.
I won't.
I love
I'll
how-
never financially recover from this.
All the keywords from, not all, but like a bunch of the keywords from Premiere, how their text has gotten so long.
It's because we had to keep rewriting inspired. There's like 5 different versions of the reminder text.
Yes.
This is stupid. It's an AT generator, but it's competing for slots. I think these decks are already hard pressed for slots. You'll look at this. I don't know if you're going to run many of it. Have a 3.
Every single time. Every single time. 3 copies. Starlight and Trixie. Yes. Just right away.
X to doubt. Have a 3.
In draft, this is like a 6 through 10. The
What did
inspired's
I
nice
give
if you get it
Pip and
out,
Zip?
but
Let's
you're not.
see. Oh yeah, that's a 4.
not
I
guaranteed
agree
on
with
it.
my future, or sorry, my past self.
Your past self from like 3 hours ago.
Not
Yeah.
even that long. This gets my vote for like most DAW art though.
I really like this art.
The art is very good.
Next
Happy
card.
ponies are fun to look at.
Okay. And then we have this whiplash.
Alright, I'll do it, I guess. Alphabettal Blossom Forth, Royal Suitor, 2 cost, 1 wreck in purple and yellow, 2 power. Unicorn Chaotic, Chaos when this card is flipped. If you control a royalty friend, gain 1 action token. You pay 1 AT less to play your first royalty friend each turn. If one of your royalty friends would be dismissed, frightened, or banished, you may retire this card instead. I hate the flavor text on this card, but I like everything else it does.
Milady.
It is.
I rate this card cringe out of 5.
It is extreme cringe, but it is protection and discount and off-color entry. And it is a card trait that we generally care about. And I think this is likely high up there on the list of cards that Joking Luna will be including in their Perpetual Alicorn deck, even though this is not an Alicorn. And for that reason, Alphabettal can have a 2.5.
Alphabettal can have a 3.
I also gave it a 3.
Cost reduction is fun.
Okay, if we were still doing like really high frequency spoilers, this absolutely would have been yet another card that I go into Discord and my comment is, behold, paste image, lights match, drops.
That Chaos is actually pretty good too, if you've got like a main that fits it.
Yeah, I mean the big question on this card is what royalty cards are there that are good?
I'm a little disappointed that this isn't in purple white so that you could get shots off of it for Pip.
But Zip and Pip are also in yellow.
Not as often, but yeah.
Last
for
set they
Pip.
were.
I mean, yeah, they do show up sometimes, but Pip's color identity is white. Like, we try very hard to not let her out of it.
It's almost like this card is trying to be shipped with Queen Haven.
True.
I know it.
But I think it fits best in Zip Farm.
Why do you think it is best in Zip Farm?
The Chaos is gaining you AT, which makes it lets you play it all.
No. Chaos is not character.
Oh.
Can I edit this card to make ability 1 be Harmony Royalty?
Yeah.
So
I'm not gonna do it. This is dumb. This is Flash Sentry level dumb. This is gonna find a place to live. I hate how I phrased that. 3.5.
Spoilers, it's with Zippo. It's living with Zippo.
6 through 10 on draft, it's fine, but double color entry for something that's not hitting a lot of stuff.
I can't believe you made me read that card. It's okay, I'm sure Cheeses will be just as cringe, right?
Yep.
There you go. Next card.
Mix snips a lot. No touchy. 1 power, 1 cost in white and yellow. If an opposing card would be put into its owner's hand from play, banish it to beneath this card instead. When this card leaves play, put all cards banished this way into their owner's hand. Bedtime at home?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
3.
I hate it.
What happens if you have 2 of these out? Do you choose which one it goes under?
Yes.
Yeah, by trigger ordering. Or sorry, because that first was not a trigger, but
Replacement modifier.
replacement ordering.
You both would apply at the same time. You choose which one to apply first. Another FAQ entry.
It's a
I
3.
think
Now,
Bugle said bedtime at home.
if you frighten this card,
Those
it
cards are
doesn't
gone forever.
leave play. Those cards are just gone.
Correct. So if
No,
you want to,
Bugle says bedtime at home, except when it's not a problem.
bad pun is bad.
Yeah.
6 through 10 in draft. Like, this is probably a higher one if you've got some bounce cards, especially because of the yellow assist, so it might be a little bit more valuable, but you're still not happy for it.
But it's a critter. It works well with Hitch. Kind of.
And a color that doesn't work well with Hitch.
Yeah, there's still a lot of changes we're having to deal with.
Okay, next card. Breezy Swarm, Rainbow Riders. Our first colorless card. 3 power, 3 cost. Return of the Breezy. Assist 1. And as this card enters play, choose a color. This card is that color. It's entry.
It is entry. It's also assist.
It's entry that can be slightly cheaper. If you already have something.
Like a main. That's all you need.
Love Vampire is going to feast.
Yeah, except she shows up so rarely. She just can't get any food most of the time.
Yeah, but when she does, she
Ranking?
hoses you.
So if you're ranking just the colorless friend entry, I feel like this is the best one.
I mean, it does get to 3, which is significant.
Just that we've ever had. It's 3, and it stays 3.
That is true. I gave this a 3, and I think no, it's probably not good enough to be a 4. I think it
No.
probably stays 3.
It'd be real hard for this to be a 4.
But effectively 2 costs for 3 power and a color of your choosing is definitely a good option for a friend-based colorless entry.
I mean, I feel like it's on par with entry. Like, you can't be too creative with entry simply because you don't want to push it to stupid places it constructed, but every set needs at least one piece like this. Have a 3.
Yep, it's a 3.
So normally when I do my rankings, 2 is where I have entry behind a bomb, like colorless entry like this. But this one I actually think is so good, being a 3 power for 2 that's actually permanent, that's a lot of power. This, I believe, is you might pick this over some of the bombs. It is that good of an entry, so it's a 1. First pick.
Checks.
Nice. Next card.
Critic Pony, Fine Artist. 3 cost, 3 power, Earth Pony, friend. This card can't be canceled. If an opponent would make you pay more to play or move a card, you pay the same amount less to play or move that card instead to a minimum of 1.
It's the anti-pip.
It's the anti-chrysalis.
I like this card a lot more before you said that second part of your sentence.
Well, she shouldn't be such a pricey yay.
I want to understand your ranking on this one.
In regards to who? GP?
GP, yeah.
Oh.
I mean, it's not really that useful outside of like certain matchups.
My reasoning for this one is that it is a sideboard card, that it is a very impactful sideboard card, but it's only really going to be brought in against one deck in particular, which is mono white taxes, because I just don't think there's enough taxes in any other deck to justify the card slot for it. And so, because of that incredibly niche application, I brought it down to a 2.
Oh.
I think when it's used, it's incredible. When it's not used, it's literally worthless.
Yeah, it's a sideboard card that you do not run unless you expect to go up against this, and if you're not, then it's just a dead card.
Yep, that's why.
This is giving Sketchbeam hope that he can play the game.
No.
That seems a little loaded.
This card allows you to go on Twitter.
Zitter.
As far as draft goes, it might as well not have any text. Actually, it has some text against Shoei, but like it's a 5 because 3 costs for 3 power that it's not color coordinated is actually okay.
It's a body. I guess it being resistant to Shoei is actually kind of significant and limited.
Yeah,
it's more than resistant to Shoei. It's actually effectively swift. And in fact, if there is enough Shoei in limited, this actually becomes very good because then everything has swift when moving to that problem.
Yeah, but there's not a ton in Shoei at the moment. There's a few smatterings here and there.
That's funny. Limited meta dependent. Wow.
There are some really funny things you can end up doing with this that will likely involve donating a tax effect card to your opponent.
That is... wow.
Which is very funny.
Have this pip. It still taxes you, but now I get the bonus off it.
And that is the reason why it has to have the threshold on it. The minimum floor, because if it didn't, it would be very stupid.
We know what happens when you reduce costs to 0, and we don't do that anymore.
Correct.
Well, but like, it's your opponent's fault.
2.5.
Did you just victim blame?
I am the victim of Pip.
Look at ability 1. Okay, this card is meant for Twitter. Anyway, let's move on.
Okay. Opaline Arcana, Dragon Fired Up, 4 cost, 2 power with assist 2. When you start a face-off, put a +1 power counter on this card. If that face-off is a showdown, draw a card. We haven't even gotten to the showdowns yet. We're about to.
So many face-offs.
There's some little warning siren in the back of my mind from years ago, something about showdowns and drawing cards, but I'm sure it's probably nothing.
Hey, whatever his name was never banned, so it's fine.
Harmony, what's that?
What was his name? I can't remember right now.
What, Globetrotter?
Globetrotter, yeah.
He was absolutely banned. Are you kidding me? He's still banned.
The only reason he's banned is because he got framed by Twilight.
Oh, that's true. It was Twilight that wasn't banned until much later. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Like, she doesn't reduce costs. So, this is a little silly, but okay, whatever.
The power is fine. It's not great, but the card draw could potentially be good. It's only going to go in a combo deck, though, and for that reason, I have her at a 2.
I have her at a 2 as well, and I don't even think she'd be that impactful in the combo deck, because she's not going to be doing anything but getting power counters on her. I don't know what combo that would be contributing to, but...
2.5.
you're going to be drawing, I guess, helping you draw cards. I don't know. I just don't see it, so I gave it a 2.
Doesn't have a place unless it goes in a combo deck, so it's either a 2 or a 6.
I think it might actually have a place in like a chaos control deck, but as far as draft goes, it's like it's a 6th pick because it's a card you can play guaranteed, as long as you have one other friend out for on power with maybe an upside.
I guess the assist isn't bad. It helps bring it down a little bit, but yeah, it's still.
Yeah. Next card.
Jeez.
Venus Flytrap. 2 power, 2 cost. Immediate. During a face-off, exhaust this card to choose one of each player's flipped cards. For each of those cards, if that card's owner would add that card's power to their total in the face-off, they subtract that card's power from their power total instead.
So there's very weird tech by countering this by ignoring the card.
Yep.
You don't
So-
get your card, and I ignore mine.
If you flip a 1 and your opponent flips a 7, seems good.
Queen Nova
That does
called.
seem pretty good.
She wants her gimmick back.
It's a little related to Novo.
It is very strong as an anti-farm card.
Yes. If you have the lower flip,
And this is the powered down version of it too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually really stupid. You run this alongside Novo.
I mean, yeah.
That's dumb.
Yep.
Certainly could.
In draft, this is actually kind of high. I would put it like a 4th pick after potential color entry because one, it's colorless, but also you can steal face-offs with that, and that can be very valuable.
Yeah. 3.5.
I'll go up to a 4 on this one.
Yeah, this one can have a 3.5.
Bugle gives it a 4.
Yeah, I think I gave this a 3.5.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, quick 1-minute stretch break before we get into events.
You can sit there and read this while we take the stretch break. We've been at this for 4 hours now.
And we're almost exactly halfway through the set. That does not bode well.
No, it does not.
We're going to have to pick it up. That's fine. We can do so. You want me reading this instead of you?
I think Ara was saying that
Oh, yeah, he's going to go do that. That's fine.
the viewers can read it.
Oh, okay.
Really should have found something to throw up as an intermission here.
That wouldn't be bad, Animoy.
Whirling tunes. This has okay art.
Except for Sunny's face. It's like
That's the best part.
it looks like it was pulled straight out of a meme.
Their faces kind of always look like that.
Yeah, but like that, all I can think of is like the singing orange from early years of the internet.
Kind of.
What did we say about it?
So look at Sonny's face,
Mm-hmm.
right? Okay, you looking? Singing,
That's the reaction.
singing orange.
Annoying
Singing-
orange.
Oh, annoying orange.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Anyway, are we ready to go?
Yeah.
This one's Zara.
Yes, it is. The first of our events, Alicorn Clash. 4 power, 1 cost, 1 purple wreck. This is a showdown. Main phase. Start a face-off involving one of your characters and an opposing character with equal or greater power. The winner may move an opposing character involved in the face-off home. If they do, that character can't be moved again until the start of your next turn. Windmill slam into go-home.deck. Thanks.
Go home.deck doesn't exist in core yet, so it gets a 2.
It's a face-off. It's a showdown. It gets a 2.5.
3. I liked this. I think because it sent things home. I think that's why I gave it a 3.
Risky removal, it's a 6. 6 pick.
But if you're using a showdown, it's not that risky.
But in draft, you're at a lot more risk.
Yeah, true.
Okay, admittedly, if you're purple and you can't get, or at least heavily incentivize yourself to win this, then what are you doing?
Yeah.
That being said, I think there's too much slot pressure. Have a 2.
There is a lot of slot pressure. We have a lot of 3s. Or above. I think we have more than 45.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens.
Yep.
And then there's all the existing sets. Yeah.
Yep. Next card.
All for the Love of Trash. 2 costs, 2 pink and purple, wreck, 4 power. Song. Main phase, retire a friend or resource to dismiss an opposing card of the same type, then choose 1. Pay 2 or less to play the next card, your next card this turn, or banish a card from your discard pile, then put that card into your hand at the end of the turn. This is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to do the honors, GP? I think this is your deck.
I mean, this becomes good enough just cycling itself there. Just have 2 copies of this, and it's crazy. Pink purple, this thing plus this banishes from a discard pile, which means it triggers Pipsqueak, or Pipsqueaks, which draws you cards and gives you extra power, and its removal. Like this is, I don't know where to even start with this card other than, yeah, this is a 5.
Is this
Yeah,
just
I gave
because
this
of
one a 5.
the cycling? Because you're...
No, the first ability, the mandatory one, is by far the strongest part of this. It's just the fact that you also get the ability to get back this at, like, baseline. You can get back another copy of this if there's nothing else that's more desirable. But the fact that this hits both friends and resources...
I mean, it's also mandatory, so it's if you don't have fodder, this will just shred your home.
Mm-hmm, it will. So don't play this if you don't have fodder.
Okay, I don't think I can give this a 5 then. The backside of this has too much, like, edge. Like, a 3 is probably too mean, but I'm not giving this a...
At worst, this is belly flop.
Repeatable belly flop every turn.
Yeah.
And hits resources.
For more expensive in 2 colors. Okay, sure, you can have a 4.5. It's not getting a 5.
All right, that's fair. I'll
That's
take a
fine.
4.5.
I think I did give it the 5.
You did.
Yeah.
Second pick draft. It's not a bomb, but man, is it good.
All right, next card.
Okay.
GP.
Oh, this one's
Yeah.
mine. Nice. I got 2 5s. Oh, attempted dragon grab. 1 cost, 3 blue wreck, 2 power, immediate, frighten one of your friends, 2 frighten an opposing friend. It's softer belly flop. You were asking about electric blue. This is part of the combo. It's also incredibly mean with Sparky, where you play Sparky and say, thank you for the value. Now, please be frightened, and you get nothing. It is a 2 power because the effect is so good and the disruption, the cost is so minimal that we cannot allow Farm to play this without suffering in their flip out. That is why this does not have belly flop stats.
Boo.
No, you know it's true.
I know it's true.
It doesn't mean you have to like it.
This card is spectacular. And I think it is the single best piece of removal that we have in this set. And I don't really think it's close. It's a 5 from me.
I give it a 4.
Have a 4.
I gave it a 4, but I'm pretty sure it's just because I haven't seen all it can do yet.
Bugle also gives it a 5, so
Pick 3. You want entry over this, but it's fighting with off-color entry.
removal's still good.
Yeah.
Removal's still good.
Next card.
This next one is somewhat polarizing. Berry Battle. 4 power, 1 cost, 1 wreck yellow. Main phase. Start a face-off involving one of your characters and an opposing character with equal or greater power. The winner puts 2 critter friend tokens into play, and that player's token friends have +1 power until the start of your next turn.
This can backfire really hard. Have a 2.5.
So if you're playing showdowns in a constructed deck, you are not going to play them when it's likely you'll lose. And also, if your opponent isn't running a critter deck, then yay, you get, or a token deck, then like, oh no, you have 4 power on my turn. Or I guess you have it, it's until the start of the next, so it's on their turn too. But
I agree with
you
Cheese
can
for exactly that
do
reason.
a lot with this card. And it's the, like, just getting 2 tokens is kind of whatever. It's the +1 to everything, or to all your to all of your token friends.
Having the +1 to all your token friends in a color that obviously loves making tokens more than just about any other color out there is great. And I think you hit the nail on the head saying that, yeah, there's a risk you're going to lose the face-off. It's more reduced when you're in constructed. But this is one of the softer downsides of losing a face-off. Or losing a showdown.
Yeah. Like, if your opponent has a board full of tokens, then yeah, and like you're not guaranteed to win it, then
Don't play it. But then it's
you're
a deck
just not
card.
going to play it there. But I also think that's like a pretty rare case. So
Meta dependent. Bugle doesn't like it. He gives it a 2.
10th pick draft. You don't want to be giving your opponent assist friends.
I
Fair
think I
enough.
gave this a 3. Yeah, I gave it a 3.
Next card. Cutie Mark Sync. 3 power, 3 cost, 4 blue wreck. Main phase, move any number of your friends. Your friends have +1 power this turn. Until the end of the turn, if one of your friends would be sent home from a problem, retire that friend instead. So, use this as a finisher. Don't move your valuable things if you expect to cause a face-off. Or use it to set up for a troublemaker or something. I don't know.
It is interesting. This is a really difficult card for me to rate just because I don't know exactly which deck I would run this in, but I can see the value it would make for a deck.
Yeah.
But only on like turn 5 or 6 or beyond.
There's value here. I don't know what it goes in. 2.5.
I'm willing to give it a 3.
6 pick draft, it would be higher, but that 4 blue rack is kind of rough on when you're often in 3 colors.
Yeah, it would almost be on a count of 3, except I don't know what goes in. Next card.
Cutie Mark Trail. 2 cost, 4 purple rec, 4 power. Main phase, exhaust any number of your non-token characters to gain 1 for each character exhausted this way. It's AT generation on an event. It's not bad.
Well, the non-token is very significant here. So this is only, I think, really going to be useful in a later stage of a control match after you've built up a bunch of stuff at problems and just need a bunch of resources to punch through.
Yeah, quite often in purple control you'll have like 5-6 characters.
Yeah, I think this is probably a card that you'll see in some decks and not others. It might be a playstyle preference for some. In some cases, it's probably a 3.
3.5. There's a place for it.
Bugle doesn't like it. He gives it a 2.
I give this a 4, mostly because I agree with Cheese. There are enough places where you would want to use this. It's also a 2-cost card, which has a lot of synergies with a lot of like recursion effects. Being able to run this with White Izzy, for example, is very, very powerful. I think this suffers more in a purple deck that is already leaning heavily into action token generation, because a lot of those cards are going to exhaust to do that. Like I said, a lot of purple cards already exhaust, and so it's difficult to find a reason to want to exhaust them even further. But when you can, and the fact that this can include your main character, like I think Twilight runs this.
This is like a 5 through 8 in draft because you actually do have turns where you're just sitting back and banking, so sitting back and getting even more AT than normal banking could be good.
Fair enough. Next card.
Next card. Oh boy. It's Dada. It's 0 cost. That's dangerous. 1 rack, 2 power. Event, main phase until the end of the turn. When one of your non-token friends enters play, put a 1 pink power Earth Pony friend token into play at that friend's area. Beagle says he's looking forward to me breaking this card. Yeah, probably.
There are certainly.
I give it a 3.
I give it a 4 because I don't know how thrilled I am with. I don't know how thrilled I am. What do you? Well, maybe I'm wrong. You don't think that Still Partying would want this?
Still Partying does want this. Where it becomes scary is where Still Partying wants this for an OTK deck, and your opponent starts off the turn playing this. And then proceeds to go off. We will have to see. I think this card is tremendously good in combo. I think the fact that it is also an event that can be played early is extremely good for having a blast. There you go, Pinky. You can have another value tool. Not only does it let you get a card out of your hand, but it can get you additional power requirement if you can play one other friend. So, enjoy. Also, don't sleep on this in pink-yellow token aggro. There's a Cadence deck out there that runs pink-yellow token swarm, and this is just extremely good in that deck. So yeah, this can have a 4.5. There's just so much. The top end power of this card is great.
Well, this is obviously combo bait, which
Yeah.
there are probably combo decks that exist. I don't know they exist until I see something broken with them and it turns into a 6, have a 2.5.
Draft that's a 5 through 8, a couple extra power, it can be crucial to getting a double confront.
Oh, why is Hitch making the Plogger's face though?
Next card. More Hitch. This is cheese.
Jesus is you.
Edge. Extreme case. File age.
Mm-hmm.
Why file age? 3
File age.
power. I know file age, but why put an apostrophe? 3 power, 1 cost, immediate. Or 3 rec. Immediate. Put a friend with cost 3 or less that interplay this turn into its owner's hand.
Partially satisfactory work.
Nice. I gave this a 4. If it was unsatisfactory work, it would be a 5.
Yeah, I gave it a 4.
Like,
because it has to be the same turn.
Yeah. Have a 4.
Draft, it's a third pick. It's any kind of control is good.
It's a 4. Also, pro tip: just bounce your own stuff with it.
Yeah, it doesn't say opponents. That actually might unlock something. Next card.
Yeah, it unlocks Zipper Will, by the way. That's what it does.
Oh no, what have we done? Facing Xantorp. 4 power, 1 cost, 1 white wreck. Showdown at start a face-off involving one of your characters and an opposing character with equal or greater than power. The winner may banish an opposing friend, resource, or troublemaker with printed power less than or equal to the amount of power they won the face-off by. I'm giving this a 2 simply because that's way too unpredictable.
I disagree because Yonabar is a card.
3.5.
I gave this a 3. It's a Yonabar card for sure. But
go ahead.
I'll just say, but I don't know how good that ends up being. I don't know. I'll stick with 3. I'm sure it does things.
I think Yonabar is in great shape, and I think this is an easy auto-include in that deck, and I give it a 4.
I'm thinking about splashing it in Dragon Farm, but as far as draft goes, it's a third pick. Just being able, any kind of removal is good, and hopefully you win. Maybe a 4.
Interesting. Next card.
First, before I read this next card, stop using Starlight Main. Now, onto the card. Harvest and Hugs Feast. 2 costs, 3 white power. 3 white rec, 2 power. Immediate. During a face-off, add a problem. Put a friend from a discard pile into play under your control at that problem. At the end of the face-off, your opponent gains control of that friend.
Hey, look, it's that donation mechanic you wanted.
I do not know what deck would run this. So I gave this a 1. But I would highly advise players find something different to run in this slot.
So
this goes to meme status, unless you're doing something stupid and broken with a combo, in which case it's a 6. But that's the whole thing, isn't it? It's if combo needs it to make something work, combo doesn't care what the rating is.
I think the real value in this card is being able to pick friends that have either powerful enters play abilities that will swing a face-off in your favor, or have effects that they can use that will prevent the opponent from being able to gain value out of it, like immediate speed exhaust. I think perhaps one of the best examples of this is the unique Spike Dragon Lord that we got last set. Bring a Spike into play from your discard at immediate speed for 2 action tokens, spend every magic counter on it, and your opponent gets a 3-power colorless friend at the end of the face-off. Deal.
1.5.
Hey, I got a half a point out of it.
No, it was always
1.
1.5.
Oh, okay. It's a 2. It's very niche.
Bugle wants to give it a 0, but it gives it a 1. Because Bugle doesn't believe in 0.5s.
I'm glad old money doesn't exist anymore.
I want to play old money.
This is 8 to 12 in draft. Like, it's a neat trick that might win you a face-off, but it's 2 AT and low flip.
Next card.
All right. We have Head Disc Interact. 3 cost, 3 rec, orange and white, 5 power, chaos. While this card is flipped, characters involved in the face-off lose and can't have abilities. That's mean. Immediate until the end of the turn. Opposing characters in play and cards in opposing flip zones and discard piles lose and can't have abilities. Just no. This is no.
Now the card.
I feel targeted.
Yeah, a little bit.
Bugle
Nope.
is wrong, and not because of their score, because of saying it's the best art in the set.
It's pretty good.
It is good art. It's not the best, though.
No, the card can have a 3 because it says no to things, and that seems useful.
No, the card can have a 2.5 because it is expensive.
It is expensive. 2.5. Next
Yeah.
card. Oh, sorry, go.
Late pick draft, it's not good.
But it's got a 5 in the corner.
Yeah, but like blanking a board, it's not often in draft that abilities on board matter that much, and flip zones and discard piles really don't.
Oh, that's fair. If it gets flipped, something bad's probably going to happen. Okay. Next card. Hey, look, a song.
Is it a good song?
I don't know, it's your song.
I liked it.
Let out your light. 4 power, 2 costs, 2 rec in white and yellow. Main phase. Score a point. Then choose one. Draw a card for each of your non-attachment resources, or move any number of your characters with attached resources. I like it. White likes resources. It does things. I just don't think that any of the resource decks are still that crazy.
It does say score a point, but 2 for a point is not good enough anymore.
2 for a point that might get you at least a card or 2.
Yeah, I think that's probably worth it.
The rest
I
of
mean,
it,
that's why I gave it a 4, is because at the very least you're getting a point, and you're not going to play this if you don't have at least a resource already.
Yep.
I don't know. I think this competes for slots too hard. I don't particularly like it, too.
I don't know what my yellow looks like. We'll have to see.
This is either a first pick or a last pick in draft, either depending on what resources they're looking at that time.
I want to run this in mill. Mostly because Pancake was worried about this card going in mill, and I told him not to worry about it.
What's the next card?
No, that song.
Yeah.
The song mill. I don't actually know if it goes in song mill or not,
Uh,
but I just want to give him conditions.
Okay, next card.
Score a point. Rock it triggers 4 times.
I believe that's you.
Lip Gloss Collab. 3 power, 2 cost, 2 white rec. Main phase, you need -X to confront each problem this turn, where X is the highest power among characters you control with that problem. So what this actually wants to say is confront every problem this turn.
Yeah. Yes, it does want to say.
It comes close to saying that as long as you have characters at that problem.
Yeah. So you have to be careful about how you word this to make it so that you don't punch through troublemaker walls accidentally.
So here's my issue with this card. I think this card is pretty good. And I think it is a very powerful trick, very similar to Orange's stunt dive in allowing you to pull face-offs out of nowhere with the 2-cost event. But I think the distribution of confront requirements on aggressive problems right now makes this a bit awkward for White to want to run and spend 2 action tokens to do that, especially given how many other ways White has of generating power right now. I understand this also gives a boost with Yona Bar as well, but many times any cheap White card that you would be able to play, a 0-cost or a 1-cost, is going to give you the necessary power that you were lacking at your own problem. I feel like this is mostly only useful for dilemmas or for your opponent's problems, and even then I feel like there's a lot of power, so it's good. But I think it's one of the ones I might consider bringing down below 3 copies in a Yonabar aggro list.
I'm giving this a 2.5 because there is a deck that would use this. I don't think that deck is a thing.
3.5. This can be a lot of power you don't need to confront.
I gave it a 4 for the same reason as Cheese. I just think it's... I don't know. It just seems like you could... If you could get an easy DFO here with like maybe only 1 character at each problem.
I also know how the sausage of the art was made, and I hate this card.
Oh, well, you heard it here first.
In drafts, this is something that you're probably on a 4 to 6. You're okay picking it up, but the problem is you want kind of consistent threats. This is just like 6 AT double confront, which is a little bit cheaper than the typical 8 AT. So
yeah. Next card.
Mirestream Melding. 1 cost, 2 purple rec, 4 power, immediate. During a face-off, double the power of one of your flip cards. Seems good.
Purple's got a nice face-off trick. On the count of 3?
On
1, 2,
3.
1, 2,
Yep.
3.
3.
Next card.
Monster Party! It's a song, 2 cost, 2 blue and yellow rec, 4 power, main phase, choose a problem. Your friends at that problem have +1 power until the end of the turn for each frightened friend in play. Then choose one. Frighten up to 2 friends at home, or put a friend from your hand into play frightened. I don't know how often you're going to use that last verse. You're going to use that second verse a lot. A lot. Getting a power boost and frightening your opponent's 2 most impactful friends at home, especially against a mid-range or a control deck, very solid. Can blue and yellow afford to spend 2 action tokens to play a song? Maybe. It can have a 3.
3.
3.5. Bugle gives it a 3.
Would I give this a 3? Yeah, I gave it a 3.
2 AT for 2 frighten. Seems good.
Okay.
power and entry 4 to 6 would be what I would put it at.
Next card.
Room Makeover. 5 power, 1 cost, 2 rec. Main phase. Choose one. Dismiss a resource with 1 or fewer colors in its play requirements, or dismiss a non-epic troublemaker. So conditional resource dismissal and troublemaker dismissal. Why is her bed so big?
They're little ponies. Bugle the sense here, but this is on the count of 3 otherwise.
Yeah, 3.
Yeah, it's a 3.
Yeah, 3.
Solid, whatever.
Yep. Bugle says 4.
Cheap removal. It's good, especially on troublemakers, so it makes it about a 4 through 6.
Yep. Next card. Secret of Shake. 5 power, 1 cost, 3 orange wreck. Immediate during a face-off. Put a +1 power counter on one of your friends. Then, if that friend has higher power than one of your flipped cards, flip an additional card. Weird conditional additional flips. I guess you get a +1 power counter out of it, which is nice, I guess.
You get a 1 AT orange extra flip event most of the time if you're playing a big enough orange friend. It's not bad.
The
It's a
condition
face-off
out.
trick.
Yeah, you won't play this unless you're going to get something useful out of it, probably.
Or
I
I
would
mean,
like
if
to
you
play
did flip
this
a
on
7,
Garble.
like, why do you care? You flip the 7.
Right.
+1 power counter out of it. On the count of 3.
3.
3.
5 through 8. Tricks are okay, but this is probably not the greatest one.
Fair enough. Next card.
Surprise Ascension. 2 cost, 3 white wreck, 4 power. Chaos. While this card is flipped, you may play it as though it was in your hand. Immediate. Banish a Troublemaker. Troublemakers can't be played this turn. It's kind of like cracking the case, which was good. So this is also good. Have a 4.
If you don't like
Yeah.
troublemakers or are trying to do aggro things and are in white, you want this. Have a 4.
Yeah.
4.
It's a 4.
It's on the count of 4, in fact.
Not cracking the case, but still good.
That's not what he wrote.
Is that not what he wrote?
No, what he
He wrote-
actually wrote is not crack, still good.
I'm glad to know that this card is not crack.
6 through 10. You want troublemaker removal in draft, but it's not the finest thing you want.
Removal good. Next card.
Is this with me?
Yes.
Yep. They're so small.
Tiny Trot. It's the blue showdown. 1 cost, 1 wreck, 4 power. Starter face off. Normal showdown stuff. The winner may pay 2 less to play their next card this turn, and may play that card as though it had haste. So it's potentially AT acceleration, and it gives you hasty shenanigans. And I don't really care about the hasty shenanigans so much as I care about the fact that this is probably the first card I ever want to play if my main is Misty. This card and Misty are so good together.
Misty is the only reason I gave this card a 4. It was
Yep.
going to be a 3 otherwise.
It's too good with Misty to not give it a 4, though. It is the single best card to have in your hand with Misty, and I think it opens up the Misty face-off based aggro deck, so it's a 4.
Have a 3.
3.
10th pick draft.
Ouch. Next card. Oh, Bugle gives that a 4.
Probably for the same reason.
Mm-hmm.
Tsunami Threat. 4 power, 1 cost, 1 wreck in orange. Main phase. Start a face-off involving one of your characters and an opposing character with equal or greater power. The winner exhausts one of the loser's characters involved in the face-off and puts additional exhaustion marker on that character. So, bail out whoever loses, except it's main phase, so you don't get the coolest bailout effect. But, I mean, I think it's good. I think it's 3.5.
I gave it a 3.
It's a 4 from me. The fact that you can also target things that are already exhausted, and the fact that it works really well with Apple Bloom, Seedling Seeker, is strong.
Yeah, I don't like that the obvious way to use this is on things that are exhausted, which guarantees you'll win, but then you're wasting half of it. 2.5.
Fifth pick, just choose one of your stubborn characters.
Fair enough. Bugle gives it a 2. Next card. Unicorn Food Fight. 4 power, 1 cost, 1 pink wreck. Showdown. Usual showdown stuff. The loser may retire one of their friends involved in the face-off. If they don't, the winner draws 3 cards. That's kind of amusing. On the count of 3?
3.
Yeah, 3.
3.
3.
Pretty good.
Which is the number you'd be drawing.
It's a 4 in draft, just because of the amount of different ways you can angle that, what your win or lose potentiality on it, that makes it really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you might actually play that to lose sometimes. Next card. It did the thing again.
Yay, the thing.
They have come for our souls.
So which one was it, GP? Was it SpongeBob, Marvel, or Sonic, or Final Fantasy, or Lord of the Rings? When did you learn that Magic was Fortnite now?
Actually, it was 40k. It was the 40k commander.
That was one of the earlier ones, wasn't it?
Or was it when they made when they added Walking Dead cards into a non-silver bordered set?
I mean, that was kind of the start of it, admittedly.
There we go.
Okay. Unwanted Makeover. 0 cost, 2 blue wreck, 3 power. Immediate. During a face-off, choose a friend not involved in the face-off. That friend becomes involved in the face-off. If that friend's controller loses the face-off, they retire that friend. Don't play this unless you really think you're going to win. Also, this gets a... What did I give this? A 4? Yeah, I think this can get a 4 because I don't remember why.
Yeah, you don't play this unless you're going to win, but then they retire it so it punches through almost all forms of protection. 3.5.
3.5.
You can also use it to help you win the face-off. But yeah, it's like a 5th pick because it's an immediate trick that's also removal somehow.
Bugle gives it a 4. Next card.
Work. 2 cost, 2 orange, 2 pink. Song. Main phase. Problems can't be replaced until the start of your next turn. Then choose one. Exchange control of one of your friends and an opposing friend until the end of the score phase. Or add an exhaustion marker to an exhausted character or resource. That first verse seems really niche until you remember that problems are replaced as part of being solved. So this actually just lets everything you have stick at problems after a double problem face-off, and that's crazy.
Yeah, that's huge.
It's a card that can win you the game in draft, but it's still not like bomb level. It's still like a 4 pick there.
I think I'm dissenting here. I think I gave it a 3. Yeah, I gave it a 3.
I gave it a 3.5.
It's a one weird trick. I don't think you run 3 of these. You have to be in the right position to use this.
I agree. It's probably 2, but I think the effect is good enough that you can consider running it.
Have a 4.
Yep, it's a 4 from me.
Bugle calls it a 3 and says, yes, it's niche, but it's good at that niche. Next card. Indoor Resources.
Right.
Amateur Magic Act. 4 power, 2 cost, 2 wreck, 7 wild on both sides. Because it's a dilemma. When you play an event, double the power of one of your friends here until the end of the turn. Bonus 2. So, as I've always said with purple dilemmas, they kind of start at a 1 or even a 0 and have to justify their existence from there. And I don't think this justifies itself, so I give it a 1.
You're not wrong.
I can see where you're going with that, and I agree. I don't know if we've ever had a set that's given as much density and as much value to purple aggro as what we've seen here.
Yeah, there is a lot.
It costs
And-
2 though. This is like I think you have to be running around in blue purple aggro for this to even begin to make sense. And I'm still not sure it makes sense there.
What's kind of interesting is that I think purple aggro is one of the few examples of a purple deck that may not just run a billion AT generators by default. I think it's probably running a couple things, and it's running restricted section, which are exhausting, but I think that's a good target to run the Cutie Mark Trail to give that big burst of AT. You'll take a turn off, but your burst turns are going to be huge, and because of that, I think the AT cost is not as steep as it seems.
Understandable. Still not buying it. Have a 1.
It can have a 2. It's neat.
I think I gave it a 3.
Yep.
Bugle also
Yeah,
gives
gives
it a 3.
it a 3. Like, if the purple aggro deck exists, then yeah, maybe this makes sense, but it's asking for a lot, especially with bonus 2. It's just like the risk of someone else getting it is so high.
I think you just have to save it for a burst turn, and I think the fact that you can't just play it to get around a troublemaker easily, yeah, I get where you're going with it.
Yeah.
10th pick. Dilemmas with high powers are just bad in draft.
High cost?
Well, high powers, because you have to pay the cost and then you have to move up to it.
High confront requirements, got it.
High confront.
Yeah. Like 7's annoying to hit even in constructed, so go figure.
I mean, admittedly, the problem does give you your own method of being able to get that power there, right? So
that still involves at least a 4-power friend, so that's expensive. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Next card. Board Trot Ferris Wheel. I have serious questions about the structural engineering practices in Equestria. 4 power, 1 cost, 3 purple rec asset. Played your home at the start of your turn. Put a magic counter on this card. When this card leaves play, redistribute all magic counters on it amongst any number of your characters and resources. Main phase, exhaust this card to banish it.
Well, there's your answer to structural integrity. It's here for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah, 8 through 12 slot in draft. You either want it and it will come around to you, or you don't want it.
If you're going to do magic counter shenanigans, I think you look at this. There is a place for it in some magic restored magic counter deck. Have a 4.
Yeah, Anemoy wants it.
5 out of 5 Anemoys love it. Everyone else gives it a 3.
Yep.
Next card.
Bridal Shine. 1 cost, 2 orange rec, 3 power, accessory. Play on a friend. When this card enters play, put a +1 power counter on that friend. When you win a face-off involving that friend, double the number of +1 power counters on that friend.
Who remembers Rockhoof?
I remember Rockhoof.
I like Rockhoof.
What if you had Rockhoof as a hat?
If you had Rockhoof at home.
Rockhoof on your head.
Rockhoof on my head seems like it would be a 3.
Yep.
I agree.
3.
You said 2, though.
I did say 2. Mostly because I don't know where.
It's no Granny Juggernaut, but 4 through
Granny
6, you're looking at it.
I do not know exactly which deck this goes in. I'm sure there's probably something, but I can't find the home for it yet. So
Fair. Next card. No, this is not the same art.
it's Bridalwood's Fog, It's a tricolor resource. Orange, pink, purple, 5 power, 1 cost. Play to your home. Main phase. Pay 3. Banish this card. Dismiss each friend and resource without at least 1 magic counter on them. Then remove a magic counter from each friend and resource.
Cozy Glow called. She would like her gimmick back.
This can very easily be a one-sided board wipe.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, it can.
Thus 4.5.
Location unique.
It's a 4. It's tricolor, it's niche, it's powerful, but yeah, that is very, very good.
There is a deck that this goes in. Have a 4.
Yeah, the board wipe potential here is why I gave it a 4. Bugle gives it a 5.
Bugle likes board wipes. That's understandable.
It's because he wants to retire all the friends.
This feels like it could be really good, but it requires you to play super slowly, which is not always the greatest in draft, so I don't know. 3 or 12 at this point.
Something.
Rip. Next card. This is cheese.
Alright. Common Cold. 3 power, 1 cost, 1 rec in orange and yellow. Play on a friend. Immediate. Exhaust this card to choose highest or lowest. Set that friend's power to the highest or lowest power among its controller's other friends until the end of the turn. Immediate. Pay 1 to reattach this card. I think it's a 3. It does things.
I think this is actually very funny with the Sunny in the same color set. You don't even have to move the power counters over. You can have the power counter sitting on one of your other characters, make it big on your turn, and then it's small on the opponent's and doesn't do the DFO vulnerability you were worried about.
That is actually really cool.
There is a place for this. I think it's too gimmicky. Have a 2.
I think I gave this a 3.
Yeah, this can have a 3.
This is really good in draft, like a third pick, maybe even a second pick, just because it can be control or aggro, whatever you needed at that time. And can swap between the two by paying 1.
Yeah. Okay, next card. Coronation Statue. 2 power, 0 cost, 1 white rec, asset. Play to your home. When an opponent pays 3 or more action tokens to play a card, you may retire this card to gain an action token. When an opponent spends their last action token, you may put this card into your hand from your discard pile.
I see its use. I just don't see the deck space for this particular version of that use, so I gave it a 2.
Oh, this thing goes in Yonabar so quick.
I think, yeah, if you're playing white, you probably look at this just in terms of messing with your opponent and making them, like, putting them off their game.
If you're playing Chrysalis, this goes in there instantly. It's worth noting this doesn't say that they have to play a card with cost 3 or more. They just have to pay 3 to play a card. Make their cards more expensive. Get paid.
Yeah. This will go somewhere. Have a 4.
You can have a 3.5.
5 through 8 in draft, you're happy to have this, but you're not looking to grab it up quick.
Next card.
Crafty Crown. 1 cost, 5 power, accessory. Play on a friend. If 1 or more counters of any type would be put on that friend, put that many counters plus 1 of that type on that friend instead. As one of your friends enters play, you may pay 1 and exhaust this card to reattach it to that friend.
It's a weird timing on that ability. It means it can see counters that will be put on a card as that card enters play, or it can already have it on there if there's like a when this card enters play trigger.
Probably another FAQ entry there.
So, fun with Magic Restored shenanigans. Also fun with Spike. Yeah, let's just run more Spike. That seems fun. Everybody likes Spike, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
This can have a 2.
Yeah, it is pretty niche though. It can have a 2.
This is probably an 8 through 12, although there's probably some decks in draft where you're like, oh yeah, this is definitely what I want to help amplify some of the stuff on it.
Yeah. Like if you value Magic Restored, putting magic counters on stuff at 1, there you go, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I have a 3.
2.
I think everyone else gives it a 2. And next card.
Ooh, I'm the odd man out on this one. Okay, Crystal Ball. 2 cost, 3 rec, 3 power in pink. Resource, asset, unique, chaotic. When this card is flipped, give your characters +1 power until the end of the face-off. Play to your home. Your characters with competitive, diligent, eccentric, meticulous, showy, or calming have the value of those abilities increased by 1. The most impactful of those is almost certainly meticulous.
Yeah.
And I get that. Show me the deck.
Yeah.
It's a 1.
2 costs is a lot.
5 costs
Well-
of Celis.
What tech would not be better with something else? Yeah. I give it a 2.
I gave it a 2 as well, but it might be a 1.
1.5. There's probably something there.
Fun cube draft card, though.
Cube, yeah. But you'd have to have kind of the cube around the abilities. In a normal draft, it's probably 10th pick unless you've got something like that yellow bomb that you want to have calming 2, and then you put 2 -1 counters on things.
Next card.
Next card. This is cheap.
The Crystal Tea Room. 5 power, 1 cost, 2 rec in blue, white, and yellow. Play to your home. When one of your non-token friends enters play, put the associated color token into play for blue, white, and yellow.
Good summary.
Yeah, basically.
I like, you can get a lot of tokens.
I like tokens.
If you're
I
spamming
give it a 4.
non-tokens, here's some tokens.
Yeah.
More
Especially in decks with like cheaper friends.
And more than that, those colors have some very, very excellent multicolor friends too. And I think that's the thing that helps a lot. Is blue yellow especially just has some really, really stellar picks, and being able to double up on those tokens is great. If you do
Yeah.
happen to have some white stuff, then the prepared value you get off of the unicorns is good, but it's going to be used less commonly, I think. Though Eggman Bunny is pretty decent, it might fit in there now. And the Pip Tricorn just goes nutso with this card as well.
I'm not going to say show me the deck because I'm pretty sure there is one, but I
There
think
is.
this has very niche applications.
Oh yeah.
3.5.
It's like that one tricolor aggro deck, but I think it's very good. It can have a 4.5 from me. I really like what it does. Maybe I'm a little too warm on it, but still.
In draft, this is a 1 or a 12. You either want it or it's too many colors to deal with.
Everyone else is a 4. Next card. Excessive Sherbert. 3 power, 1 cost, 3 blue and orange rec. Condition. Play on a character. That character can't lose abilities. Immediate. Exhaust this card to ready that character. So it's your own personal weather leader. Cool.
That seems good. Can I play this on my main?
Yes, it's his character.
Can I play this on my Sunny?
You can play this on anything and run it alongside Luster Dawn, and that sounds neat.
Ooh, that does sound neat.
I don't know why you would, because that's a weird color combination, but there you go.
Luster Dawn's colorless, just like Aloe.
I was waiting for it. I gave this a 2.
You're just all kinds of treaty violations today.
A little bit. What are
I
you gonna
never
do about
signed
it?
a treaty.
I think there's enough value in this that in draft you're on like a 5 to 8 pick, but it is definitely you're aiming to hit certain cards you've already picked up.
Let's assume elves exist 3.5.
It's still a tough card inclusion just because of the density of things you want. It's a 2.
Everyone else is 2. Next card.
Family Blanket, 2 cost, 5 power, artifact. Magic restored. Play to your home. Immediate. Remove a magic counter from one of your cards to choose a color. Reduce the play requirements of the next card you play this turn by 3 of the chosen color.
Hello, entry. It's expensive entry.
Yeah, kind of.
Notably, this does not require you to remove the magic counter from this card.
It doesn't, but Bugle says he thought it was very bad until he played with it, and it's possible that I would give it higher than a 2 after I used it more, but I'm sticking with 2 right now just because
2. This is temporary
it-
entry. It has too much competition.
there's really good entry resources right now.
I
Ray
think
of
a
Hope,
lot.
I'm looking at you.
I think a lot of this is going to depend on if you have found a 3 or more color deck where the entry cannot be met by Get Prepared. Ray of Hope is still going to be king here, but if you need more than 2 rec and you need multiple colors and you're not sure which one and you have any type of magic counter synergy in there, which admittedly is a bit to ask, but even just a message from the past isn't the worst thing in the world, then yeah, you can run this and be pretty happy with it. It's a 3 for me.
3.
Second pick draft, like it's colorless entry. You want it?
It's still entry. Entry's still good.
Yep.
Alright.
No friends though. Sadness.
Yep. Next card.
Alright. Flight School Obstacle Course. 1 cost, 1 purple rec, 5 power. Play on a problem. When you play an event, give a character or troublemaker here plus 2 power until the end of the turn. If this card would leave play, you may discard an event instead. Sure. I like being able to defend my troublemakers or being able to boost my own cards to punch through a troublemaker wall, and I like the fact that I can discard a single message from the past to keep this around after a problem face-off. And I like the fact that this cost me 1 action token and it flips for 5. I will run this in Purple Farm / TM Control probably. Have a 3?
How about 2?
I'm going to give it a 2 as well.
I need to go glare at something because there's an FAQ entry that I think needs to exist here. Maybe not.
I just don't like play on a problem resources.
Even one that can stick around beyond replacement.
That's why it has the last ability.
I know.
But you still don't like it. That's fair.
Like it literally solved the problem that you're talking about.
It solved the problem.
At the cost of an event from your hand that you probably wanted to use.
I mean, there's plenty of events to discard.
Yeah. That's cute. Whatever. 2.5.
It's actually decent enough that I think it's a potential build around card in draft, but it's probably like a 8th pick.
Everyone else gives it a 2. Next card. Hitch's Chin.
Death Chin? What is it? Oh, it is a chin.
It's
No, it's his neck.
It's
Hitch's neck.
It's Hitch's battering ram of a chin. This is also cheese.
Hitch's suspicious neck.
This is not a suspicious neck.
It's a giraffe neck.
Suspicious necks are horizontal.
Cheese?
Jeez.
You'll need to read it.
Okay.
Sure. Hitch's sheriff. Go ahead.
Yep. Hitch's sheriff's badge. 4 power, 2 cost, 2 rec. Yellow. Accessory. Plan one of your friends. Main phase. Exhaust that friend and give one of your friends persistent and agile. Or the other way around, whatever, until the end of the turn. If you control Hitch, we need to fully qualify that name. Draw a card.
We need to do that for everything in this cycle.
I think this is probably a 3, I think. I mean, you probably only use it in the Hitch deck, but it's not awful.
Probably. And it is worth noting, read these resources carefully, okay? All of these ones that care about the main 6 names have you exhaust the friend, not the resource that they're on. Or not the resource itself, rather.
Right.
And that means that everything that cares about being exhausted for value likes these resources. But it does mean that friend's not going to be helping you confront problems or win face-offs unless it's tough. That being said, Agile and Persistent isn't too bad for something. And if you get to draw a card out of it too, yeah, it's okay.
Persistent is a little bit weak when it's at main phase, but
Yeah. Have a 2.
You can have it too.
I think this is it's like a 3 if you know you have Hitch available, but otherwise it's like an 8 because like the actual ability is not too great unless you get the card draw out of it.
Yeah. Bugle and Ivory give this a 3. Cheese gives it a 2. I need to have the correct window selected. Izzy's Craftmobile. 4 power, 2 cost, 2 pink rec, accessory. Plan one of your friends. Exhaust that friend to pay 1 less to play your next friend this turn. If you control Izzy, draw a card.
This one is much better. This one literally turns any of your friends into a Cloud Chaser from Premiere.
Yep.
And then also gives you a card to boot.
We got our Cloud Chaser hat finally.
And it also cares about you having an Izzy, that main that can bring resources back from your discard pile. This thing is great.
Oh, yeah, oh man. We definitely need to fix that because this automatically lets you draw a card. This is stupid. Oh well.
I want to draw cards.
In all of draft, these cards are about the same, where the card value is there. I mean, this one's a 4 as opposed to like Hitch's base 5, but they're about the same value.
I think I gave this a 3.
Yeah.
Also, when does Dragonstone get that if you control a Starlight, draw a card?
No.
No.
Bad.
Stop using Starlight main.
Bugle gives this a 4. Next card?
I think it's a dilemma.
Oh, what?
Lost in the Woods.
It is a dilemma. Lost in the Woods. 1 cost, 2 white power, 7 for the opponent, 5 for you, 1 bonus, 4 power. Problems with names other than Lost in the Woods can't be replaced. That is interesting.
So, we just talked about something that's just like you can't replace problems. Same thing. This means that you get to sit here on your current problems for another, face-off or turn cycle or whatever.
Except this one.
Oh, is that how that works? Oh, that is how that works.
Yep.
So you could, in theory, triple confront, do the face-off. This will go away, and the friends and characters here will go home, but everything else stays right where it is.
Yep.
You don't even need to do the triple.
I think I was using that wrong. That's much better.
I still only give it a 3, though.
3.5.
Yeah, it can have a 3.5.
4 through 6, but this is a dilemma I would actually play in draft.
Wow, high praise.
All right.
3's otherwise. Next card.
Next card is Magic Telescope. 2 costs, 3 orange and purple rec, 5 power resource asset. Play to your home. When you put 1 or more +1 power counters or magic counters on one of your friends, you may exhaust this card to move an opposing character. I think there are enough interesting ways to create +1 power counters, even at immediate speed, that this becomes pretty valuable.
This is... I am the dissenter here, otherwise it's 3's. I think there's too much slot pressure.
What does orange-purple control look like, is the question. And I don't know. But I think it can try to find room for at least a couple of these.
In draft, this would be incredibly powerful. I think it's a second pick if you're in the colors. Otherwise, you're down at the bottom. You don't care about it. But that could be a very strong build-around card.
Yeah, I think that's basically the same story as Constructed. If it exists, it's going to be good. Otherwise, meh. Next card.
Main Melody. 4 power, 1 cost, 4 white rec. Play to your home. You may play resources as though they had hasty.
I'm sure that's not going to break anything.
This
On the count to 4?
Yeah.
is a 4. And I like it because in Pile, you play Pile on hasty speed.
Oh my god.
No, don't. But you have to splash 4 white rec.
Yeah, I don't think you actually would, but
Stop playing pile at immediate speed. Don't
But
do it.
you could.
But you could. And what's even worse is you can run it with Dr. Frankenstein, so that even if they get rid of your pile, you can exhaust Frankenstein at immediate speed and then play pile from your discard pile at immediate speed.
I like it.
No, stop.
This is gross.
Boo this man.
This is 12th pick in draft. It's absolutely terrible in draft.
Understandable. Have a nice day. Next card. Misty's Magic Book. Oh, go for it.
I need to go. This has been fun, you all. Enjoy the rest of Slogfest. I'm heading off to work.
All right, Elena, thank you for the advice.
Bye.
Yep. Thanks. Bye.
It's Pancake. Much love for the draft ratings. Okay, Misty's Magic Book. 4 power, 2 cost, 2 blue rec. Accessory, play on one of your friends. Exhaust that friend to give one of your friends Traveler until the end of the turn. If you control Misty, draw a card. Kind of niche. Simply because the friend that's getting Traveler is... Oh no, because it's a different friend. Yeah, this is actually kind of silly. This could be very good in Limited.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe this does exist somewhere in Constructed. Have a 2. Prove me wrong.
I'll prove you wrong with a 2.5.
What did I give this? A 2.5?
You give it a 2.
Yeah, I can have it.
A Traveler, there's just situations where you get free movement and Traveler becomes dumb, but...
Yeah.
Is this one of the things that we're not allowed to... it's probably fine, whatever.
Traveler Hat? We've done it before.
On
Yeah, we've done
Thunderlane.
Traveler.
On Thunderlane.
Yeah, we've done Traveler Hat on Thunderlane before.
So he's just going to sit there and, vibrate. Okay.
Yeah, he does that with Hoof.
Yeah, who far was the previous way of doing it?
Yeah, but he can only do that once. This lets you do it every turn. This is silly. Okay, well, maybe watch out for that. Bugle gives this a 3. Next card.
Next card. Who's on this one? Is this Ivory?
This is Ivory. Ivory is letting their dog out. Doggo.
Doggo's important.
Yeah.
I'll read it. That's fine. Mysterious Portal, 1 cost, 2 blue rec, 2 pink power, 4 power. As this card enters play, choose another one of your problems. This card enters play as a copy of that problem, except it's a dilemma.
So most of the numbers on this are not always going to be the case. So just, be mindful of that.
Usually. But they might sometimes, under very rare circumstances, usually with the Izzy Moonbow trouble. That being said, I like having multiple copies of Rules Technicality. I like having multiple Magic Restored problems that can be dilemma. I'm going to be really mean and find a way to include this card alongside Resource Reanimation in white to make multiple copies of Blackmail. Yeah, sure, why not? That sounds fun. It can have a 3.5.
Yeah, 3.5.
I'll give this one a 3.
I think I wrote 3.5 down. 3.5, sure.
3.5, yay! Okay. Let's go 2 in a row.
Yeah. Let's see. Bugle gives it a 3. There's probably some stupid combo in Adventure. I'm way more concerned about Harmony. I'm sure this is going to do something dumb. Next card. Ivory, why don't you do this one?
Okay. Nay Fever Outbreak. 1 cost, 2 pink rec, 4 power, 6 on both sides, 1 bonus. When this card enters play, put a 1 power pink Earth Pony Friend token into play at each problem.
I heard Industrial Revolution was a good dilemma.
Industrial Revolution is a pretty good dilemma.
This isn't it, but it's close.
It's close, but whereas Industrial Revolution was definitely 4 to 5, I think this is a comfortable 3.
Yep, seems fair.
Yeah, I give it a 3.
Yep. It can have a 3.5. There's quite a bit of pink token synergy, and we're in an assist-based set right now. I like extra bodies that end up at home.
Yeah. Bugle says 4 and asks if this is Industrial Revolution. No, it's not. This is merely the invention of the steam engine. Next card.
Opaline's Locket. 5 power, 1 cost, 3 blue rec. Play on a character. That character has competitive too. When you win a face-off involving that character, put a magic counter on that character. I want a magic power counter.
It's stuck at 0. Magic doesn't exist, sorry.
Yeah. I think just kind of base level, this is an interesting card. Get more magic counters. There's plenty of showdowns and stuff now. And just other ways to have face-offs.
Seems fine, have a 3.
In testing, I found that this card wasn't as useful as I hoped it would be, so I put this at a 2.
What were you playing it in?
I played it in Misty, I played it in Sunny Blue. I think it was just those 2 decks. I don't remember what else it went in.
Was Misty farming?
One version of it was, yes. The other one was not.
I think that's probably the version that I'm most excited about to see this is in a blue farm, and I'm sure Misty is probably one of the top choices for that. I don't think Sunny has room to be able to run this thing, but giving your main competitive 2 and then allowing them to have a magic counter put on them as a defensive option against a lot of other cards is awfully nice. And that's assuming that you don't have other cards that want, extra magic counters for even more shenanigans, like, for example, the orange friend that spends magic counters to flip cards to help you win face-offs. It's also a really high, so it can have a 3 from me. I'm pretty okay with that.
Bugle gives this one a 1. Interesting. Next card. Pips Royal Microphone, 4 power, 2 cost, 2 white rec. Accessory, play on one of your friends. Main phase, exhaust that friend to give a friend with printed power 2 or less, plus 2 power until the end of the turn. If you control Pip, draw a card.
I like extra power. How many pips are we going to have? I mean, Max will probably run this. Extra power, boosts, draws, helps the pip aggro list, so seems decent.
I suppose
I think I gave this one a 3.
2.5.
Yeah. I give it a 3. I could see 2.5 though.
Bugle gives this a 4, so I don't know. Okay. Next card.
Road to Bridalwood. 1 cost, 2 yellow rec, 4 power. Location and unique. Play to your home. If one of your non-dilemma problems would be replaced, reveal the top 2 cards of your problem deck instead. Put one of those problems into play as a dilemma, then replace the original problem. That's not an awful ability.
This requires a lot of planning and foresight into what is going to happen over the next couple of turns in order to use this effectively. It then also doesn't give you a whole lot of control over what you're going to be flipping up, because unlike, say, you're locked in here with me, you don't know what one of the things is going to be. I don't particularly like this. I suppose there is a place for it, but I just don't like this. 1.5.
It goes in hidden strength as a means of supplementing dilemmas. I think it's a little better than that. It can have a 3.
Yeah, I think it's probably either a 2 or a 3. I'll lean more on 3.
Bugle gives it a 3. Next card.
Alright, Royal Palace, it's my fave. 2 cost, 2 purple and yellow, 5 power. Play to your home. When you spend your last action token, you may exhaust this card to have each opponent lose 1. When an opponent loses 1 or more action tokens, put that many treasury counters on this card. At the end of the turn, remove all treasury counters from this card and gain 1 AT for each treasury counter removed this way. This card accurately describes the entire deck that it goes within. I have played this deck. It generates crazy amounts of action tokens. We've talked about it on stream before. It looks like a meme. Maybe it's a meme. It's worked pretty well for me so far. I like it. I'm going to give it a 3.5. I really, really like this. Don't expect that you are going to be able to drain your opponent of a significant number of action tokens without also giving them those action tokens in the first place. But even just disrupting their playstyle by forcing them to spend every last AT they have so as to not give it to you is many times worth it. In my mind. But I am a meme lord.
Do it for the memes.
Do it for the memes.
2.
I gave it a 2. I only see the meme.
I could see this working, but we've had, incriminating evidence.
Mm-hmm.
that just never worked. So I don't think this is going to work either.
We didn't have Sparky before. This card is Sparky's best friend.
Sparky doesn't have friends. Next card.
Not after playing this card, he doesn't.
I don't like the
Moogleberry.
name of this card. Moogleberry.
Moogleberry.
4 power, 1 cost, 3 red and orange. Play to your home. At the end of each opponent's turn, that opponent puts the top X cards of their deck into their discard pile, where X is 4 minus the number of cards in that opponent's hand. Immediate. Retire this card to banish all cards from player's discard pile.
No, you
So
cannot
you-
mill negative cards. Sorry.
Summon cards from the ether to put on their deck. Anyway, I give it a 3.5. I think this last ability is very interesting because you can just view this as 1 AT, banish all cards from a player's discard pile, which is pretty impactful. It's also impactful that it's immediate speed.
Yes.
The
the
first part is they have to have very few cards for that to start mattering.
Yes, this is... I feel like this is just pressure to try to maintain your hand and force your opponent to spend tokens on drawing cards. The name on this thing gets 0 out of 10 for me because this just reads like one of the writers went and asked their kid to name the thing.
That's giving him a lot of credit. But
3.5.
it's real good with Sprout.
I gave this one a 4.
They can have a 3.
Bugle gives it a 4, mostly for the last ability. Secret Canter Gifts. 3 power, 2 cost, 2 yellow rec asset. Play to your home. As an opposing troublemaker enters play face up or is uncovered, its controller may pay 1 token. If they don't, dismiss that troublemaker. Okay.
Cool story.
It's okay and limited. It's a little too expensive and constructed and not quite impactful enough.
That costs
Yeah,
too much. I'd
2.5.
rather just blow up the troublemaker. That does not seem... This seems like a losing AT value proposition. 2.
I think I gave this one a 2 as well.
Yep,
Yeah,
Google also gives it a 2.
It's a 2.
Next card.
Sunny Smoothie card. 2 cost, 2 orange rec, 4 power. Accessory, play on one of your friends. Main phase, exhaust that friend to reveal the bottom 2 cards of your deck and put any friend revealed this way into your hand. If you control Sunny, draw a card. I gave this one a 4 only because this could potentially be 2 cards or 1 card at worst in the Sunny list, which probably has a lot of friends anyway.
Yeah, it's 3 cards actually with Sunny. A lot of the times, this thing is the best in the cycle, just because of wanting your cards exhausted anyway. And this is just great. It's hilarious when you drop one of these and suddenly draw 3 cards effectively.
This also has a lot of potential for combo shenanigans. Because you can pull chaos cards off the bottom of your deck and potentially set them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, we had a whole deck.
We did.
Didn't he get banned?
Yes.
Yes.
He's still banned.
Yes.
Yes.
In fact, we banned a card
You're
for
not
this.
getting
So,
it back either.
well, okay.
Why can't I have time loop?
Okay, but Time Loop also set it. You can still do that, but now you need 2 pieces. So whatever. Have a 4.
Yeah,
On the count of 4, in fact.
4.
fours.
Nice. Next card. I am refusing to acknowledge the fact that this should be Board Trot, V.
This one's me. Nice. Okay, so here you go. Here's the last part of the combo. 1 cost, 2 blue rec, 3 power, a resource location chaotic. When this card is flipped, turn a friend over. It does not frighten or unfrighten that friend. Play to your home. When you frighten an opposing friend, you may unfrighten one of your friends. There you go. This and electric blue. This is why you should be terrified. Also, because I couldn't remember what the name of the card is earlier, it's tactical maneuver. That's the thing that's so terrifying with electric blue. That card by itself activates electric blue again and also gets to move it for 7 AT. Or for 7 power for 2 AT. There's your reason to be terrified.
All right, fine. I'm not going to go change my rating on it.
Okay, that's understandable, but that's the reason why.
Have to find it. Yeah.
I mean, I know where it's at.
Yeah. This is great. I really, really like the deck that's built around doing this, so this card can have a 4. I think the Frighten package is very strong, and unfrightening a lot of stuff can also be good.
It is
Mostly electric play.
I also gave this a 4. I am really getting nervous about what Blue Frighten is going to look like coming up here in a month.
There is one-ish deck. We'll see. 3.5.
Three and a half.
Okay. Bugle gives it a 4? Yeah. Okay, next card. This is different than the event that uses almost the same art.
Trolley car. Izzy is doing something. 5 power, 0 cost. Plan a problem. Main phase. Exhaust this card and pay 1 to start a face-off involving all characters here. The winner may move their characters with the highest power among characters they control to this card's problem. So I give this a 3 because it's a bit situational. Generally, you're going to want to move a friend up so that you can confront the problem. And so that works fine here if the opponent has like no friends there. You can get some cheap movement up. But if the opponent has a bunch of stuff there, then I mean you're going to lose the face off. So you're not going to use it there. And how long is this going to last before it gets replaced?
I mean, you can do dumb stuff with this. Like, look at it this way: you get a single friend up to a problem somehow that's got nothing else at it. You play this, you pay the 1, you start the face off against nothing, win, and then move something up for 1. If you get to repeat that, cool, whatever. But it's probably Swift.
I think the answer is probably Chaos Control. I think Chaos Control adores this card.
Yeah, like I don't think you're doing this for the movement. I think you're doing this for the face-offs.
Yep, agreed.
Have
and
a 3.
for that reason, it can have a 4.
No, I'll give this a 3.5. It's got multiple dumb things it can do.
I think I'll stick with a 3 on this one.
Yeah. Okay, next card. Water Park. 5 power, 1 cost, 2 pink rec, location, plan a problem. Your confront requirements for that problem are pink instead of any other type. Their values remain unchanged. When you confront that problem, draw a card. Bugle's comment here is, this is a worse Dear Princess Celestia, which was an already bad card, and then gives it a 1.
So, it is pink, in the same way that Dear Princess Celestia was colorless, so I understand that. Dear Princess Celestia could only be used once per turn. That's not that relevant. And generally speaking, turning a card's confront requirement over to mono pink for you is not going to be that valuable in core. In adventure, it's a little bit cooler because you can do it with stuff like blackmail. And that's kind of funny. But allow me to instead present perhaps one of the most tragic uses of this card, which is to run it in white with Bonate and Becoming Popular, and force your opponent to have 2 copies of this card that they own on both problems in play.
All right, that's funny, but I don't think it's practical.
It's probably not, but that is a tough enough lock that if the opponent is not playing farm and doesn't have another combo-based win condition, I could see that being kind of devastating if you can protect your resources.
And
right?
isn't pink.
Well, sure, and isn't pink. Yeah, it's a lot of hoops to jump through. It is kind of funny, though.
I think this is also very funny that you can sit there and just be like, not pink? What if pink?
Right. Hey, this card was intentionally not pink because it's too good with pink.
What if I licked it, though?
Yeah. Do not lick the delicious, delicious cards. It's still not great. It can have a 2, but it's not a 1. It's not worse than Dear Princess Celestia. It has far more applications than Dear Princess Celestia does, even if it is color restricted.
It has something. Have a 1.5.
I don't think it's worse than Dear Princess Celestia, but I am still going to give it a 1 anyway because of what she said earlier about play on a problem stuff.
Yep. This costs a lot. That's one of its problems.
It costs 1 at a card.
Yes, that's a lot.
It costs a card slot is the cost I'm thinking of.
It costs that too. It costs space to live rent-free in my head. Next card.
Yeah, you really need to have very particular problems for that to be good.
Yeah.
Zips. Isn't this is me? Yeah, this is me. Zips Supervisor. 2 cost, 2 purple rec, 4 power, accessory, play on one of your friends, exhaust that friend to move one of your friends to an area with at least 1 face down card. If you control Zip, draw a card.
Yes,
This
that means
basically-
frightened friends too.
I think this is built for Zip Farm. Maybe?
Kind of. It's certainly really, really good for Zip Farm. Would I do it with a control deck?
I mean, there's plenty of Zip friends that go in the control lists, aren't there?
Mm-hmm.
So it could. How much do you care about moving things in the control list, though?
That's the question, right? And I don't think it's that much.
I'm gonna give this a 3, and it's not higher than a 3 because I think this does do really good in Zip Farm. I just not sure it does anything in anything else.
Yeah, have a 2.
Understandable.
Vehicle gives
I
us a
agree
3.
on the 2.
All right, we are through the resources.
Next card.
It's the Trouble Makers. Blanket Ghost, Sleepy Time Spectre. Ooh.
Why are
Look,
you mispronouncing the diphthong? That annoys me. Proceed.
Look, it's even saying ooh in its points value. Ooh.
A very short. Ooh.
Ooh. When this card enters play face up or is uncovered, frighten a friend. When you frighten a friend, put a +1 power counter on this card. At the end of your turn, remove a +1 power counter from this card if you don't retire this card. And yes, fitted sheets are indeed terrifying. I like Frighten. I like the Frighten decks.
I like 0.6 6 power. Frighten a friend when it uncovers. Like just that. The second and third abilities are interesting. Like if you're running this card, like you're frightening, and I don't think you're probably not going to have an issue keeping the frighten count up.
This is a perfectly fine troublemaker if you ignore everything other than like maybe the first ability, and it's probably still fine even if you ignore the first ability.
I'm saying, what's wrong with the first ability?
Like 6-0 is still a decent stat line.
Oh yeah.
Have a 3.
Yeah, I think 3 is good.
3 is fine.
You can have a 3.5. I like Frighten.
Yeah. Frighten is like kind of a thing.
Kind of. Bugle gives it a 3. Next card. Up, it did the thing again.
No. I just saw an edit.
Nope. I definitely didn't mistype somewhere.
Oh, okay, this type. Oh, I've done that several times. I've done that several times on the master feed. Like,
Oh
what's that?
no.
Control Z.
Yep. Must fix now.
P0.
This is affecting production. You know what else is affecting production? This guy.
Giant bunnies. That was me. Giant
Bonicius. Bonicius.
Bonicius. Do they actually say this word?
Yep.
Amazing. 0 power. 1 point. Troublemaker. Epic and chaotic. While this card is flipped, it has power equal to 3 plus the highest printed power among opposing flipped cards. During face-offs, this card's power is equal to 3 plus the highest power among characters involved in the face-off. This card can only be challenged by 3 or more characters. So if you have Thorax, even though he's not in core, involved in this face-off.
I hope he brought all of his little whelplings along with him, otherwise he's going to get squished.
Yeah. This is very much, you need a lot, well, not to say need, but you want a lot of small guys or equal power guys to take this on. I give this a 4. The it is good for control. And for farm too, I think. It depends on the kind of farm.
It depends on the kind of farm. This is going to be much more useful for control. Farm looks at this and maybe goes, nope. It may also just be like,
it needs to be friend-based farm. But yeah, especially control, like the flipped power is very good, and it has some staying power. And if they beat it up, it's 1 point. Who cares?
Yeah, I don't know. I think farm may pass over this because it's looking at this going, that's only 1 point. I can do better. Don't know.
Nah, this is definitely. I could be wrong, but I don't see this going in many farm lists, if any at all.
3.5.
This is not a farm card. That being said, it is very challenging to deal with. So yeah, I'm actually really hot on this card. I think this is a 4.5 because of what it's capable of doing.
For control.
I gave this one a 4.
Beagle also gives it a 4. Okay, next card. Also, I had fun with this because getting Zip to actually show up under there with the carrot. Ice Dragon, Fear the Cold, 4 power, 2 points. Opponents can't move characters or play characters to this card's problem except during their main phase. Immediate. During a face-off involving this card, pay 1 to give this card +2 power until the end of the face-off. So, what was that Twilight main?
Golly Reader?
Egg Studies?
Oh, the Ag Studies. Yeah, Professor Twilight.
Yeah. Very localized Professor Twilight. May I see it? No.
I mean, Green Dragon had the same power boosting ability. That was kind of the fire breathing, which was actually a call back to dragons in MTG as well. So that's an Interplay MTG reference right there. But I like the fact that they can't use hasty shenanigans or agile shenanigans or immediate move shenanigans.
To get around this, what you've got's what you got.
Mm-hmm. It's not an epic. It shouldn't be an epic. This would be very irritating if it was an epic.
This would be very good if this was an epic, because you just sit there and be like, 2 points? Cool. I'm not paying to increase the sucker's power against me.
Yeah. I kind of like it. I think it's cool. It's a 2.5 from me.
It's cool. Yes, it's literally made of ice.
I gave this a 2.
2.5. The stat line on this is not great, but you can use it if you have to. Bugle also gives it a 2. Next card.
Misty, Ugly Illusion. 0 points, 5 power. When this card enters play face up or is uncovered, exhaust an opposing friend, resource, or troublemaker. While this card remains face up, that opposing card doesn't ready during its controller's ready phase.
Hello, Lasso Jack. How are you doing?
I believe Lasso Jack says, I can't hear you from all the way over there. Why don't you come over here to the Harmony format? And you say, no, it is a silly place.
And
It
then
is a silly place.
This is a very good troublemaker, and it's 0 points, which is great.
it's good power. It has a good stat line and an annoying ability.
It is a 4.
Sure, have a 4. On the count of 4.
Bugle says best TM in the set.
Is it?
Bugle then follows it up, except
If
for this
not
one.
for this one.
not-
GP.
Is this with me? Rainbow Frog, a riveting foe. Man, the puns in this set are just... I don't know if it's you or Diamond.
That was... It's a mix. Look, I was going to do something very cruel with the flavor text on this one, but...
This is actually the exact face your opponent is going to make when you uncover this card on turn 2. This face, right here.
I was going to... The flavor text for this was going to be, these colors don't run, but yours will.
Wow. I'm glad you did not actually put this flavor text on the card.
That one, that was a bit too on the nose, yeah.
Yeah. As this card enters play or is turned face up, choose a color. Opposing cards with the chosen color as a play requirement have their play requirements increased by 1 or by 2 if an opposing main character is boosted. It's okay, guys. We're not printing AT tax cards anymore.
We're printing color taxes?
Now we're printing color taxes.
This is stupid.
It's totally different.
This is stupid. I
don't know what deck is going to run this, but if a deck does find room for it, it's going to be very, very frustrating to deal with. So, yeah, it's good. I don't know where it goes. I don't know which deck wants to play Color Lock. I'm sure there is a deck that wants to play Color Lock, and it's probably running the Chrysalis one as well.
Love Vampire.
So, yeah, it's probably running Love Vampire too. So,
okay. So what we're gonna do is get a bunch of dilemmas in play, and then we're gonna play enough of these to jack color requirements up to the point of like 10 plus, just to play like what used to be 1 Rex.
Oh, that's so mean. Let's do it. I love it.
Terrible.
I
think Bugle's comment here is probably correct. Like, if this does start working, it's going to start working in a way that is going to result in it getting the ban hammer. Have a 3.
You can have a 3.
3.
Bugle gives it a 4.
I gave it a 4 as well. You play this early enough and you could potentially delay your opponent for many turns.
Limited bomb, probably first pick. Next card.
Vantorp the Furious. 4 power, 2 points. At the start of a face-off involving this card, put a Rock Friend token into play here. This card has +3 power during face-offs for each Rock Friend here. So it starts at 7
7.
power.
And can go up from there, perhaps artificially.
Yeah. It does have a bonus of 2 points. I don't know how I feel because like past a certain power, all troublemakers are essentially equal because you have to beat it with some way other than power. And it's not epic, and so it can get just replaced with another troublemaker, if they have one.
I mean, that's fine. The thing with this is you have to look at this as a 7 power 2 bonus troublemaker that may get bigger, which is fine, but I think the stat line just there is probably okay.
Yeah, I don't like. Is your opponent gonna face off? Like, yeah, your opponent's not gonna challenge this unless they think they're gonna beat it. Generally,
yeah. So this is fine in core. If you go out of core, this is outclassed very quickly.
Yeah, I think I agree. I give this a 3.
2.5.
I think it's a definite choice if you need troublemakers.
I went 3 as well.
With the note that if you're staying in format and want to just start mass manufacturing rocks, this can get very stupid very fast. Next card. Hello. There we go. Uh-oh, all the problems are sideways.
Oh.
No.
I mean, this is easily fixed.
This is easily fixed.
You just rotate OBS.
Just rotate your monitor.
Starting problem. Opponents 5 pink 5 pink power for you, 5 wild for your opponent, 1 bonus. Opponents need +1 wild to confront this problem for each of their characters here. That seems pretty good.
It's a starting problem. It's a lot easier for you to confront.
It's honestly not
especially
bad.
Especially like as a starting problem, you don't just have 5 power friends at the start or characters at the start generally.
Well, yeah, this also like really messes with token swarm strategies because it's just like, yeah, go ahead, make a 1 power token there, see what happens. Oh wait, nothing.
Yep. I think I have this at a 4, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I gave it a 4 as well.
What did I give it? Yeah, it's a 4. It's good.
Oh, you got that one. Thank you. Who read that?
Oh, I did.
I read it.
Sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
You got this one, Nora?
Yeah. You
Yeah.
swap.
Just swap. 3.5 for this. It'll be fine. Cleaning up the town. Starting problem, you have +2 power during face-offs here for each of your resources at home. 2 bonus, 5 orange for you, 5 wild for your opponent. So if you're spamming a bunch of stuff at home, okay. If you're not, meh. I suppose the 2 bonus is worth considering. But you have to be in mono orange, or at least orange primary. I'd have a 2.5. Unconvinced.
I don't know about this one. Maybe it's just because it's orange and I haven't seen much success in orange, at least mono orange that isn't farming. I gave this a 2.
So I think the key here is it doesn't matter what the text on this problem is. It is a 2 bonus orange problem with low confront requirements, and you can run it as a starting problem if you want.
Yeah. For like all the problems, you have to like first just ignore the ability and look at the bonus and
Just look at the stat line.
Yep, exactly.
and be like, is this a good aggro card? Because there, like, for a while there, we had a severe lack of 2 bonus low confront rec problems.
Yes, we did.
So I give this a 3.
Yeah, this can definitely have a 3.
Whole thing on my 2.5. Bugler's a 2? Yeah.
I don't know if anyone runs this as a starting problem, but
Probably. Maybe some type of orange deck, but I think even then you're probably better off running something like Buckball or Finding Your Magic or whatever, but
Waiting.
it doesn't.
Yeah, because you don't want this out while you're trying to get wound up, I think.
But that's okay. You don't need to
You
run
get
this
it
as a
later.
starting problem. Yeah.
Yeah. Next card.
Believe this one.
This is you.
So we've got Cutie Mark Theft. Oh boy, this one. 7 wild for you, 8 for the opponent, 1 bonus, immediate, pay 4, and banish this card to end the turn. If this card wasn't a dilemma, put the top card of your problem deck into play face up. Okay, where do we start with this one?
it's the first problem to banish itself. Or
It
to
is.
be able to enter the banish zone.
It is the first problem to be able to enter the banish zone without Hithrock just making Aura lose sleep at night.
This
Because
is
of
you
rules.
making me lose sleep.
Yeah, but I don't think it made you lose as much sleep as when Hithrock built the stupid problem destruction deck. So I think I'm doing better. At least I'd like to think so. It will end either of your turns. It can end your turn, of course. It can also end the opponent's turn. If you end a turn in the middle of the face-off ends immediately, and you still go through putting cards on bottom and all of that, but you do not have any consequences for winning or losing the face-off. You do still resolve hand limit and home limit at end of turn, so it still causes all that to trigger. And end of turn effects will fire. But this is still just so strong. For 4 action tokens, being able to deny your opponent a crucial turn if you are overwhelmed with AT but need to bide time, here you go. This is how you do it. You get 2 asterisk maximum per game. The asterisk is that pink-blue dilemma that we saw earlier. Now, Bugle left a note in here saying, "Pop quiz cheese. What is the main that that likes this card the most?"
I don't know why Bugle wanted me to answer this.
I also don't. I don't know why he picked
Because
you
I
on
never
this.
played Grocord.
Yeah, I have no idea. But yeah, it's Grocord. That Grocord main can now get up to 8 power. This card is incredible. The utility that this has is completely unmatched, and may it never be again. I know we've been messing with timey-wimey shenanigans for the last couple of sets, or prize wheels, but I think this one's okay at 4. It is a 5. This effect can be nothing less.
This is a 4. It is absolutely losing points because someone is going to take a game loss because they play a problem from their hand. It's gonna happen. So, in a tier 3 environment, start counting your opponent's problems.
That's probably useful. Also, easy fix, just sleeve your problems in a different color than your draw deck.
I mean, you should do that regardless.
You should do that regardless. But if you are running this, you have heightened responsibilities to not screw this up, because if you have this in the wrong place and start the game, you're not going to be happy.
Yeah.
Bugle gives us a 5.
I'll stick with 4.
Next card.
Do the time. 0 bonus, 7 for your opponent, 7 not yellow for you. When this card enters play, Distribute a number of -1 power counters equal to the number of action tokens your opponent has among any number of opposing friends. I mean, if you're not an aggro deck,
Yes.
yeah, I think like if for mid range, this is interesting. It gets you a bit of tempo. It's not terribly hard to confront, but it's not trivial.
I agree with you. You're not running this in an aggro deck.
Yeah. I don't think
And it's not
you're-
high enough to be control.
I don't
Right.
think you're running this like for the ability. You're just looking at this going, I'm not running yellow and I just want a 7/7/0.
I think this is high enough to be controlled because remember, you're also artificially reducing your opponent's power on like their most valuable characters to move.
If they
If they have
have
any-
action tokens, that's the rub for me here, because I'm just looking at this going, you can play around this. Maybe it'll matter, maybe it won't. You shouldn't count on this ability doing anything.
Sure.
Yeah, the thing for control though is that like if this problem gets flipped into, it's most likely because your opponent made it happen, in which case they likely don't have much AD.
Yeah.
I mean, yes.
That's a valid point.
Right.
Because
Now,
if you make it happen, they could have been banking.
right. That being said, there are also situations where you can fire this at a time of your choosing when they have a boatload of action tokens, and then they will be very sad.
True.
Can you do shenanigans? Yes. Will you be doing shenanigans most of the time? No. Have a 3.
Probably not.
Bugle.
I think this one's on 3.
Yeah, on 3.
Yeah.
3.
I had fun with the art.
It's a good one.
Having fun with the art. This one I'm having fun with the flavor text. Don't actually do this, you'll break things. Files obliterated. 5 white for you. 5 wild for your opponent, 1 bonus. Starting problem. Opponents can't confront this problem if they played 2 or more friends this turn.
The best part is you'll never know if anyone actually broke their computer by typing this in, simply because they won't be able to complain about it on Discord.
Are you sure you want this on a card, Aura? You know someone's gonna do that.
That's hilarious. Anyone willing to do this isn't going to be running Unix.
This doesn't work on phones, so I'm not that worried about it.
Yeah. I think PowerShell supports RM, but it won't support no preserve root. Anyway.
Nerds.
I may add an FAQ entry for this just to explain, 1, what that does, and 2,
What does
why
the
you
flavor
shouldn't do it.
text mean?
And do not do this. So what are we actually rating this? We've talked about the flavor text.
2.
Oh, what did I rate this?
It's a 2.5 from
My thing is that like it's a starting problem. Like, well, it's not just because it has a starting problem text, but given the stat line, the bonus of 1, so it's not like if it's just had a bonus 2, sure, this would be like a 3 or 3.5. But given that the stat line's not that interesting, you're looking at it as a starting problem, and that ability is just kind of whatever.
I think I gave this a 4. Yeah, I gave this a 4, and the reason is because it's so. I guess I was leaning more towards you would need to play 2 friends plus your main to probably be able to confront this early on, but if you've played 2 friends, then you can't confront it that turn, so you have to delay being able to either face off at it or confront it at all on your opponent's side.
There's a little bit of a speed limit on this. And I hope people can keep track of this. because this is one of those things that I expect players will just be like, oops, we shouldn't have confronted her, had a face-off like a turn and a half ago. Oh well.
I'm thinking 2 is a low enough number that people will be able to count to it. I hope so.
We can't count to 1. Have a 3.5.
What did I give?
You gave this a
People will
2.5.
forget.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's a good speed bump.
Just not feeling it. Okay, Bugle gives us a 4. Next card.
This might be the most like sustained device or rating difference card.
Haunted house. Not a starting problem. 7 non-purple power for you. 9 for your wild for your opponent. 1 bonus. Opposing token friends can't enter play here.
I will boost this to a 3.5. I think I didn't see the 9.
Oh yeah. The 9
Yeah,
is obviously.
It is a control card or a control problem simply because it's a 9.
Yeah, it's got a good bonus. It's got a good number. And the ability is sometimes relevant.
Right.
So
There's a lot of token strategies that are out there in core right now, so I think this is going to be impactful more often than people realize.
It's an option.
I gave this a 3.
Izzy's thing of hair looks like some kind of candy.
Do not
Oh, I
beat the hair.
forgot. I forgot her outfit in this episode was a combination of all of the other of the ponies.
Not technically a unicorn that looks like food, but honorary member. Sure. There's a deck. This is fine, whatever. Have a 3. Next card.
It can have a 3.5.
Yep.
Alright, this is Looking Out for Sparky. It's a blue starting problem. It's the 5/5. At the end of your turn, if an opponent controls at least 1 face down card, you may ready one of your cards. Hey, cool fact. Opposing frightened friends are face down.
Free ready. Sure.
3 ready on Bottled Dragonfire, or on Phyllis, or on Misty, or on. Hold on. I'm thinking. Give me a moment. Nah, I got nothing. That's it.
Pinky sense?
Pinky sense. Sure, that works.
Sure. Have a 3.
Yeah. It's pretty good. It can have a 3.
I gave this one a 2, but that's probably just me not seeing myself running this over Tarnished.
Yeah. I don't think you open with this. That's still an option. Beagle gives this a 2.
I give it a 2.
Next card.
Missing Cloud Puff. 2 bonus, 5 wild for your opponent, 5 yellow for you. Starting problem. At the start of a face-off here, each opponent loses 1. I give this 4 for 2 reasons.
It says an opponent loses an action token. I think there is a certain minimum rating that has to get.
It does say that. It's also 2 bonus 5
In yellow.
in yellow. Like,
Okay,
I think
hold on.
given the current options, this is
I'm
This is
gonna
up there?
hold Ara to this. He said this card says an opponent loses an action token, and therefore there is a minimum rating requirement. That means that your difference between this card, or you must have this card or the Royal Palace, whatever the lowest score between those is, as the lowest score among either of those 2 cards. Because Royal Palace said the same thing.
Yep. Have a 3.5. This says 4.
But you, yeah,
Yep.
Royal Palace had a 1.5.
Yep.
But
See,
Royal Palace is bad, so
Yep.
so it's fine.
because you say it's bad.
This is starting problem. I can get to this very easily.
I would not.
Oh, so the whole issue is you
start
have to
with
draw
this
Royal Palace.
problem.
I might in the yellow control deck, maybe.
You may have better things to be doing there.
Maybe.
Maybe.
So-
Maybe.
2 bonus starting problems are so risky.
So part of the reason for saying that is I think that you can, and this is probably very stupid, but I think that you can contrive a way to repeatedly start face-offs here and can't abuse your opponent. It's probably very stupid. But
Yeah. He does say at the start of a face-off here, right?
mm-hmm.
Well, you can still use trolley car. That's pretty good. That's
I
kind of
gave
mean.
this a 3, and I don't remember why. So I'm gonna trust myself 6.5 hours prior to this and roll with that rating.
Sounds good. Bugle gives us a 3.
I believe I gave this a 4.
Yes.
You did. I was the one who gave it a 3. You all gave it 4s.
Yes. Next card. My bananas. Well, if you let's see. 6 not orange for you, 8 wild for your opponent, 1 bonus. While you have a friend with 4 or more power here, your friends can't be frightened or dismissed. And of course we've got the meme for the flavor text.
It's a 3.
It's a 3.
Sure.
I
have
gave
a
it
3.
a 3 as well.
I would like to put birds of a feather at this problem.
3.5. It's
Yeah.
it's protection. Orange likes protection.
It's not orange.
I think that Orange would probably still sit there and look at this and just be like, this is awful, but it is protection.
I don't know. I think orange has enough protection that it doesn't need this. I think this is good for other decks.
White would also not mind this. It's only going to be temporary, but still.
That's true.
And then, this is very niche, but if you're in a face-off, the competitive does actually count for this.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty good.
3.5. It's got applications.
It can have a 3.
Everyone else gives it a 3. Next card. Hey, look, there's that word again.
Rampant. How do we decide this was pronounced?
Benisi.
Beneath.
Rampant Benisi. When 6 non-white, power for you, 7 wild, power for the opponent, 1 bonus. When one of your friends enters play here, that friend gets +1 power until the end of the turn.
I like tokens. Tokens are good.
Can't have unicorn tokens, though.
That's fine. Run this in Thorax.
I suddenly
much
hate
better
this a lot
problems.
more. What did I give this, a 3? I'm gonna have to wind that down.
There's much better problems to run in Thorax than this. This is still okay, though. This can have a 3.
Have a 3.
3.
You give it a 2.5, cheese. And GP gave it a 3.5.
Did I?
Yes,
Oh, I
you're
read
reading
the wrong
row.
line. 2.5.
I like this in pink yellow shenanigan token spam.
Still works on critter tokens. Sounds good.
So it works on critter tokens, works on Earth Pony token. I can dig it.
Next card.
Alright, we got Snowball Shenanigans. It's the other blue problem, or not blue, rather. When this card enters play or leaves play, you may pay 1 action token to frighten a friend. The number of times that I've had this card enter play and I haven't had any ATE is pretty high. And I still haven't been upset to see this come in because it's still a 2 bonus problem.
Yeah, it's 2 bonus, reasonably low confront requirement. Aggro likes this. Occasionally you'll get frightens off it.
It's nice to have the option to get the Frighten off of it, especially because you usually want to have this in colors that are, not blue, and therefore don't have access to Frighten as a form of soft removal. So it's a nice boost for colors that otherwise have more limited removal options.
Have a 3.
It can have a 4. I actually really like this for aggro.
I think 3.5, yeah.
Bugle,
I gave this a 4.
Bugle also gives it a 4. Next card.
I do think a lot of aggro decks will see this.
I mean, yeah, you might as well, as long as you don't mind the stat line.
Sudden Foals. 2 bonus, 6 wild for your opponent, 5 not pink for you. When an opponent draws their second card during their turn, draw a card. I like drawing cards.
You know what deck runs this?
Everything.
Pile.
I mean, Pile probably runs this.
Pile probably does run.
A lot of things are probably going to run this.
But
This is a
speaking
5.
of core, yeah, as Bugle puts it, your eager. He says my eager, but really it's our eager.
Your eager, comrade? No. Our eager.
Yeah. There's a lot of card draw, particularly with eager, and balancing that out sounds good. It's also a good aggro card. Like, I like it. I go to 4.
You're gonna forget to draw cards. Have a 4.
I mean, yeah.
This is one of the best problems.
This is mandatory.
It is.
Yes.
You're still gonna forget.
This card is a 5. Being able to turn your opponent's deck building into value for you is very, very strong.
Bugle also gives this a 5.
It well could be a 5. I mean, if we see every single aggro deck running this, then, which other than pink,
You're not going to see
we
everything
might-
running it, but it's probably going to be fairly common.
every aggro deck, like
It's
If
been
you're
in
an
every
aggro
aggro
deck,
deck
why-
so far.
why would you not run this as an aggro deck?
Gross.
I mean, Eagers, every pink deck runs Pipsqueak, every yellow deck runs Featherweight.
So I think then I have to turn around and be like, yes, we've had one eager, but what about a second?
Yeah, kind of.
Pipsqueak is clearly a 5. I mean, I don't think he is, but
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Next card. Vision of a Past. 5 purple for you, 5 wild for your opponent, 2 bonus. Starting problem. When you play an event, you may pay 1 action token to put a 2 purple figment token friend into play. It's been a while since you've seen those.
my bias against purple aggro, but I give it a 2.
Your bias is probably correct, but I still gave it a 3.
Yep.
It's nice to have a high bonus for purple. I think previously purple kind of lacked that in problems, and this is pretty good. Also, being able to turn Tranquility into power advantage is dumb.
So the funny thing about this problem is you don't have to be purple to use this. You just have to have 3 action tokens. So this might actually unironically be amazing purple entry. Just why don't run purple?
That's true.
Oh, that's really interesting.
That's true.
That's a great point, Ara.
Because it's not a purple event. It's any event you play.
Yeah.
Like, you can play Rushed Makeover.
And get man. What did I rate this?
You gave this a 2.5.
No, this can go up a full point from that. That's really interesting.
I can give it a 3.
It's a very strange line
It
of
is
play, but
doing
it's a line of
something
play.
unique here.
Hooray, I've managed to argue someone up somehow. What is this?
I did not see that option at all. That is really, really interesting.
That's our final problem. Guess what we get to talk about now?
Ultra Roars.
This again. This is what we get to talk about
Stupid
again.
Card.
Windy, take your seats. 2
How-
cost, 3 blue wreck, 2 blue power, Pegasus. At the end of your turn, if you didn't move this card this turn, put a stealth counter on this card. This card's power is doubled for each stealth counter on this card. Immediate. Remove a stealth counter from this card to move it.
Mom, can I have Thunder Lane?
3.5. See, this is
Yeah.
what I mean. Like, how can the other card be the best art in the set when this card exists?
Cringe.
No, this is not the best art in the set either. We'll get to that one. For now, this card can have a 3. It's fine, probably.
This can get big.
We have Thunder Lane at home.
Like, you're not really gonna want this in hardcore blue aggro, but in a bit slower aggro for blue.
This
can
also
get big.
This also reacts incredibly well to +1 power counters.
Yes, it does.
3.5. You're not Thunder Lane, but you are discounted enough that maybe you can beat discount Thunder Lane.
Next one.
Cheese gives a 3.5. Everyone else gives a 3.
Yeah.
Next card.
All right, here you go. Here's the reason for the purple aggro. It's Rufus, the Great Hoofdini. 2 cost, 2 purple wreck, 2 purple power, Earth Pony unique. As an event is played, put a +1 power counter on this card, then you may banish this card until the end of the turn. Counters aren't removed from this card as it is put into the banish zone from play or put into play from the banish. If your opponent's source of friend disruption/interaction is purely event-based, they will never have an answer to this card. Ever.
I did not
So-
read that correctly.
This is also as every event that gets played puts a +1 power counter on this card.
Yep.
You
not just your
will see someone playing a deck based around this card in Continentals. I don't know who it's going to be, but someone is going to do it. This card is a 5.
This card is good, yeah. I
This card is a
think this is a 5.
You gotta find it first. That's the main thing.
It's gone in just about any purple deck that wants to make any form of board pressure.
Yeah,
The-
like even definitely mid range. Like control might there are control decks that would consider it.
Sure, they do so just because it gives them one singular body that is almost impossible for anyone to deal with. And that singular body also happens to just grow over time. I think it's
Yeah,
very, very good, and it's a 5.
like I said, you gotta find it first. That's its main downside. 4.5. Everyone else gives it a 5. I mean, there's only one real rating that we can give to this, which is 3 of 10, not coming back.
Is this
Wow.
cheese?
Yeah.
It's cheese, yes.
Posy Bloom, 2 power, 2 cost, 4 white wreck. When you play this card, choose an opposing friend with no counters on it. That friend's controller retires it. 2 AT removal. Or most things.
Mhm.
In white. Seems good. Give it 4.
Yeah.
It's good. Careful with this. It's a little more niche than it seems just because of the sheer prevalence of counters you're going to see now. Magic counters are a lot easier to get. More colors can get them. Power counters are floating around there too.
Well,
Don't get hosed.
what Posey is sitting here and saying is, you can choose to not deal with counters. There are a handful of friends that if you do not protect them, they are just going bye-bye with no save.
Targeted retiring is very strong. Hence the limitation, obviously, on them needing to have no count.
Yes, and you will note that this is when you play this card, not when this card enters play.
Also very important.
4.5.
4.
What did I give? I gave this a 4.5. Yeah, it's good.
Bugle says this is a 5.
Bugle really likes white in this set, and I understand where he's coming from on that.
Yeah, 3 of 10, not coming back. Next card. Pip Petals Feeling Fresh. This is the first of our tricorns. This is blue, white, yellow. 4 power, 4 cost, 2 in the Rex. Pegasus Royalty Unique. Assist 2. You don't get reminder text because you're messing with an ultra rare, you should know what it does. Immediate. You may play this card from your discard pile as though it had hasty. When this card enters play, your characters get +2 power until the end of the turn. I would like the
discard pile.
deluxe version of Critter Choir.
Yeah, I like this card. It does cool things.
This is just like Mistmane, and then the fact that this card has unique is actually an upside for it.
Yep.
Being able to just cycle this card for 2 action tokens can be very strong, especially if you are running this alongside Crystal Tea Room. That card is great.
Because it automatically makes the stuff that you need to get the assist.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. 4.5.
4.5.
I gave this one a 4. It's probably actually a 5, but I don't know if I'm willing to give it a 5 yet.
Fair. I think the Misty Aggro deck is pretty happy with this.
Bugle gives this a 3. Doesn't like it so much.
I'm not quite sure why. But he's entitled to his own opinion.
Next card.
Zipstorm, Rallying Rainbows. 2 cost, 2 rec in orange, pink, and purple, and 1 power in those colors. Pegasus Royalty Unique. Eager. If you would draw any number of cards, reveal that many cards +1 from the top of your deck instead. Put one of those cards into your discard pile, then draw the remaining cards. I really thought that more people would give this a 5 than just me, but apparently I'm the odd one out.
Did I not give this a 5?
You gave it a 4-5. I mean, it's eager, so it's already, like, at the very least more card draw, and the fact that you can then dig even further with it on more than just the eager, but also your start of turn draw and any future draws, I mean...
Yeah, that's fair.
And it's only 1 power, so it's not like you care that it's sitting at home.
Also true.
Maybe I'm overselling it, but I really think this card is gonna be a presence.
Only one way to find out.
I suppose so.
She can have a 4. Bugle also gives her a 4.
Oh boy. Yay. I'm so excited to look at this card.
It's that time.
Here is the actual correct answer for best card art in the set.
Do what you will. Kevin has already won. Kevin's Sweet Sovereign, 5 cost, 4 power, assist 2. If you would score exactly 1 point through any means, you may exhaust this card to score 2 points instead. Not that long ago, there was a player who asked if this card was so good that it literally went in every single deck forever. And the answer we came up with was no. There
But-
were a number of decks, even aggro decks, that did not choose to run Kevin. But damn is all I have to say.
This card is so good.
It's great for aggro. It's great for control. It's great for mid-range. Farm might consider it, but you know.
I mean, at least it flips for 4. I don't know if you're gonna be able. I mean, I guess assist 2 you could maybe get with farm. Maybe not. Maybe not in farm, but in all the other ones.
And even in farm, right? A lot of times farm is getting the incremental point acceleration through confronting a problem, right? And if that becomes double value as well, then that's one of the decks that has the highest amount of additional, like, superfluous point gain. So, who knows? I do not believe that... also, he's a critter, right? So, for an example of why I rated Tiny Trot as high as I did, if you are playing Misty, and you are going second, and you have Tiny Trot, you can, on turn 1, play Tiny Trot, flip Misty, win the face-off, because now your main is boosted against your opponent's non-boosted main. Pay 2 less to play your next card, so you're now paying 3 to play Kevin instead. Assist him 1 with Misty, who did not exhaust. Put him into play at whatever it's called, Finding Your Magic. Oh, right, no, you can totally exhaust Misty because you can have Finding Your Magic, and then play this turn 1 and score 2 points. Play Kevin. He's a 5.
Yeah, Kevin is a 5.
He's a good card. 5.
You're gonna make me up this to a 5 just out of like sheer meta warping power.
Kinda.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think there's a single other like non-entry card from this set. Probably not even an entry card that's going to see as much play as Kevin will.
I think if there's any card in the set that's going to be an on 5, it has to be this one.
This is
Yeah.
in fact the only 5 that I've given out. Do what you will. You've already won. On 5.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Next card.
Cool
From
art
the
on this one, by the way.
stars.
Legitimately
good
maybe
art.
best art.
6 power. That's the highest we've seen. It might actually be. 2 cost, 3 orange rec event. Main phase, distribute 3 +1 power counters among any number of your friends. Until the end of your turn, you may treat power counters on your friends as though they were magic counters, in addition to their other types. But you can't put any additional power counters on your friends. Because if you could, that would be dumb. I give this a 3. I think there's cool stuff you can do. I don't know what it is, though.
There totally is. But again, same thing, right? Find the home.
Yeah.
I gave it a 2. I'm less confident there's cool stuff, but I hope there is, because I do also really like this card art.
You
Does
can have
it-
a 2.5.
Does this just let Hithrock spin up the Magic Restored deck faster?
Maybe?
That was Animal. And no, that still does better with mono purple. And Animoy has Board Trot. He's over there on the rickety Ferris wheel. He's doing fine.
Oh no. Alright. Sure. I'm sure someone's gonna find something silly to do with this. Have a 3.5.
Ooh, I like the optimist.
Next card. Ice Slide. 4 power, 1 rec, 3. 4 power, 1 cost, 3 pink rec. Event main phase. Look at any number of face down troublemakers you don't control. Turn any number of troublemakers face down, then uncover any number of face down troublemakers.
You said troublemaker too many times. Apologize.
No.
It's too late.
I would like to direct your attention to the flavor text on the Allura main. This is why she thinks you're making her look bad. Look what this mess does.
Yeah, but you get to see what your opponent has, and then you get to turn all their epics face down, and then you get to turn your epics face up, or your non-epics, and get effects out of them.
You know what else is funny?
You get to retrigger villain.
That's a cool villain you've got set up there. It'd be a shame if it went bloop, bloop, and then blew all your stuff up.
Yep. Ice Slot is a lot of fun. It's gonna be situational, of course, but it's pretty good.
Pink Farm, though.
I gave it a 3, assuming that it was primarily made to go in an Allura deck.
Oh no! You know where it actually goes. Okay.
Quote unquote Dragon Farm.
Well, what I was going to say is you can't actually see Allura's face there because it turns out that's not Allura. That's just
It's actually
Starlight
Glimmer. Starlight Glimmer's fursuit. Okay.
Are you saying that Allura is Starlight Glimmer's persona?
No, I'm saying in this particular card, it's Starlight cosplay. Although that would be really funny if it was her persona.
Amazing.
Now I need to see Starlight's face just shoot behind that hair. Arcat promo card when?
No. 3.5. This is gonna go in Dragon Farm. It's gonna happen.
2.
It is going to go in Dragon Farm. I'd be really upset about it. 2.5.
Bugle gives us a 3.
Make it immediate, and I'll give it a 3.5.
No.
This would be stupid at immediate. Moving on.
Pony Stampede. 2 cost, 5 power, showdown. Oh boy, this text is small. Main phase. Choose a number. Then each player selects any number of their characters up to that number. Start a face-off involving those characters. The winner of the face-off reveals cards from the top of their deck until they reveal a card with cost equal to the number of their involved characters, plays that card for free, then shuffles their deck. You get a 3 simply because I refuse to read that again.
I understand.
That's
Actually,
actually
I'm not sure I do. I need to read that again.
You can go right ahead. It's right there for you.
I do not believe there is a skill cap on this card.
The deck building for this is probably a little silly. It's also worth noting just how many little finicky things are there. Like, you want to pick the characters that are going to have the highest impact in the face-off, but the more characters you pick, the better the potential value you can get out of it. But that also gives your opponent more of a chance to have more power in the face-off. And then even after you feel like you've calculated the face-off total and chosen the exact number of friends that's there, your opponent can disrupt this and can frighten cards or make them leave play or do whatever, and then that changes the number because it's not a number equal to or less than, it's a number equal to, so it has to be exactly the number of characters you have. It's kind of tricky.
I hope you've done the math. Have a 3.
I'm gonna assume someone else has already done the math for me.
They can have a 2.
2.
View gives a 3. Here we go.
Talking table. 1 cost, 3 yellow wreck, 3 power resource asset played to your home. Your critter friend tokens with 1 printed power have 2 power and can't lose or gain power. When an opponent plays a card during your turn, put a 1 power yellow critter friend token into play. So this is interesting because it is not unique.
Birds of a Feather is sitting here and just making this horrible, cute little smile. And I know why, and I can't do anything about it.
And you gave it a 2?
That does seem a bit unusual.
It does.
4.
So it does lock your critter friends at 2 power.
It does. It does lock your critter friends at 2 power. but it also generates a critter friend for you every single time the opponent tries to mess with you. Every time you do something cool on your turn, your opponent's like, you say, you're going to give me 2 more power.
I really like using this in the Hitch deck, and I know this probably does things in Thorax as well in Adventure. I gave this one a 4.
Fine, you can have a half of a point. I'm deducting a half point because Thorax is absolutely going to run this.
Oh, Thorax is going to be a terror with this. Are you kidding?
And his stupid smug face is stupid and smug.
One of these cards means every time your opponent plays a card while you try to aggro, you get 3 power.
So good.
Fine, you can have your stupid 4.
Yay!
Bugle gives it a 3.
Now we just have to remotely convince Bugle to log in and change his rating.
I agree. I'm sure he'll do so. I'm sure he'll...
Yeah, I'm sure he
Yeah,
will have
maybe.
no problem doing that.
Okay. Last card of the set, number 163.
Let's see. Alara, what's yours is mine. 5 power, 1 point. When this card is uncovered, and at the start of your turn, banish the top card of an opponent's deck. Until the start of your next turn, you may play that card, ignoring its play requirements. I like this.
I like your
I
things.
This seems pretty good.
It's just extending your hand by 1.
And also taking the opponent's stuff. It is pretty good. I do like stealing all the things and then playing all the things so that I may retire all the things. Between this and like Rarity and Trenderhoof and Sprout, you are going to be and then Rockrit or well, we'll talk about that later. And Smoogleberry Bush, you are just draining the opponent of possible resources that they will have over the course of the game. I kind of dig it.
3.5.
What did I give it? A 4? You can have a 4. They can have a 3.5. No, it's a 3.5.
I gave it a 4. I think this is going to be really irritating to deal with.
I agree.
Bugle also gives this a 4. Okay, so this might have been the last card. We're not done, though. Here's your token. It's a
We're going
figment.
to go back through all the previous sets and judge all of our...
We already did that.
We
I
did
would just like-
selected
Will-
ones. We did not
will-
go through every card.
No.
I would just like to point out that although we are still going on a couple of extra cards, we are done with the set review, and it has taken 6 hours and 45 minutes.
6 hours,
15.
47. Yeah.
Technically, we were talking for 15 minutes before we actually started, so you actually were about correct.
Okay.
Anyway, pretty token.
It is pretty.
Ow, what are these doing in here? Okay, there we go. So here's your design a card, one of them. There's a little bit of text on these. Starlight and Trixie, luck of the draw. Standard main stuff, 1 power, 3 home limit 3. At the start of your first main phase, look at an opponent's hand. At the end of your turn, if it isn't your first turn, you may exhaust this card to turn this card over. The boosted side is Trixie and Starlight, luck of the draw. 3 power, home limit 4. At the end of your turn, exhaust this card to name a card. If you do, an opponent reveals cards in their hand until they reveal the named card. If that card is revealed, gain a token. Otherwise, this card is not ready during your next ready step. Note that this is mandatory.
Boosted
Yep.
side do be mandatory, yep.
I give this a 4.
This card is great. It is what Control wanted.
Yeah. Control, you have your main. This is a 5. Also, Trixie's hoof on the boosted side really annoys me because it's like 3 feet long.
She be like that.
Ponies don't have bones.
I would actually like to think that her other hoof goes like behind the boosted bar, and like the other pony's mane is blocking it there, and it just continues stretching off the card like
You
as
should've-
long as the other one does, and she's like Gumby Trixie.
Ara should have like shooped in like a little edge of like Trixie's other hoof behind Hoofar's mane so that it looks like Trixie is pulling both of them in.
Now, if you wanted me to cause problems here, what I'd do is run boosted side Trixie's right arm off of the edge of the card and onto the right side of the start side.
Amazing.
I warned you about messing with me on silver bordered cards. We're going full reflective here.
I mean, if Magic's gonna put SpongeBob's house on a card, what's stopping you?
Some sense of dignity that I haven't, lost somehow. Anyway, have a 4.
We'll fix that.
What else we got?
Summer chills.
Oh yeah, this little monstrosity that went through a few changes. Summer chills. First hoof up. 2 cost, 1 wreck in yellow and purple, 2 power in those colors. Kieran ally, chaotic. Chaos text is when this card is flipped, you may reveal the top 5 cards of your deck. Put one of those cards into your hand, then shuffle this card into your deck. If you do, flip an additional card. Meticulous 1. When you draw this card, if it is the first card you have drawn this turn, you may reveal it and put it into play. Definitely not the 6 we were working with post panel at Babs, but still an alright friend. I think it's a good 3.
Yeah, I agree. Still think it's very solid.
Yeah, 2.5.
I don't think it goes in everything, but it seems fine. 2.5.
The old version went in everything.
Well, the old version was a 6, so...
The old version was, here's a free friend every time you draw it.
Yeah, 2.5 for me as well.
Alright, let's see. What else do we have in here? Yay! We got exactly through what we needed to before OBS broke.
Hooray!
Yay. For the 4th time.
Yeah, the other stuff in here is more reforms. But those you'll get to read about in the game update document.
When Arf writes the FAQ that he's been taking notes on this entire time.
Let's see. Highest was me. Lowest was Ara. But
Yep.
the total delta was very small, actually. Only a little over a quarter of a point. All right.
That was Slogfest.
That was Slogfest. It was better than last time. Last time was like 8 hours.
Just shy of it.
Dang.
We also started an hour earlier last time, so we're actually finishing at the same time.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
We are coming up on 7 hours of active stream.
So, anyway, thank you everyone for being here and supporting us. I don't have the script up in front of me.
Yeah. But thank you. Your support is why we do this, and it helps us out. Thank you to our supporters on Patreon.
Yep.
And keep your eye out over the next couple of days for the release announcement. And we'll see you in 2 weeks for what we're running at Everfree, I believe.
And then we'll see you in person at Everfree.
Heck yeah.
Continentals, run what you brung. Whatever plush nonsense RNGs are doing.
Cube draft. Food.
So much food.
So much food.
Stuff and things.
Taking the iPad away from GP when they're at John Howie's after the first one.
Yes, please do.
Amazing. All right. Well,
All right.
But yeah.
bye.
Bye.
See you
Bye.
then.
Good night.